I think the entire food system needs to be reformed.
For every 2 tons of food produced on the planet, 1 ton is wasted. So around a third of everything that's produced on the planet is wasted. It's over 1 billion tons of food every single year. Now, when you talk about those big statistics, it's hard to get your head around them. So let's just talk about them in a bit different way. You need an area the size of China to grow the food that we throw away every single year.
I think like all these like purpose-driven companies has to help their consumers to find the aha moments, because we are not enough as perfect consumers. We have to become active citizens as we are running out of time and have to act so extremely fast within this.
Restoring nature is so low-tech, and in a time where everything has to be high-tech and complicated, I believe people are in dire need of solutions. So yes, I do believe that consumer-facing communication, whether it comes from brands or from NGOs like ourselves or from governments, is super important when it comes to really changing the mindset and really making this the decade of doing.
It was a great meeting, but the highlight of it is that Jeff Bezos, who was at the meeting, made a big announcement to invest $1 billion for landscape restoration in Africa. I think we need that magnitude of funding. So Jeff Bezos' commitment will come together with another commitment made by 8 financial institutions. So in total now we have $20 billion committed for land restoration in the Sahel from 2021 to 2025.
When we look at what the dietary people say, the specialists, they're looking at the nutrients of this kind of food and they see it's great. You know, it's basically beans in different varieties that you have refined. So you will have a high protein content, you will get a lot of nutrients in it, so we know beans are good for health. Mm-hmm. And then we can argue about, could we produce those kind of foods in a better way? Of course we can, and we will. So I think moving away from as a society, moving away from some of the large-scale farming, monocrops, to more regenerative farming, that's what we're going to see.
What can we do as citizens and consumers? Well, firstly, it's about shifting our consumption to start to halve down our own emissions, like moving to plant-based food, reduce food waste, and becoming more circular in our consumption, of course.
Our ask of the policymakers is regulate us. Yeah, that's right. A company is saying regulate us, but we need it. My God, do we need it. We have got to set global standards for carbon accounting and carbon offsetting. Right now, it's a wild west out there. There's lack of clarity and it feeds greenwashing and delays meaningful action. We need a set of global standards and targets that every company is working to. What's our message for business? Join us. Cut the bullshit, cut the blah, blah, blah. Let's use our voices together. We can be so much stronger together and we can drive this change.
I mean, when we think that a cup of coffee is more than 130 liters of water and a hamburger is more than 2,000 liters of water, we should also look at having regulations in that space and rewarding the companies who produce things.
Welcome to the second week of COP27 and the first Nature's Newsroom. As we get into this final week, we're going to reflect on what happened the first week of COP, what's going on today, and what we can anticipate and expect these coming days as we finish up COP27 here in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt. I'm your host for this Nature's Newsroom Hour, Shata Chakraborty, and it's my pleasure to welcome our esteemed panelists today. We have in Nature's Newsroom this morning Annapurna Vancheswaran. She is the managing director of the Nature Conservancy in India. We then have Joyce Nam. Did I say your last name right? Nam. Joyce Nam, Senior Programs Officer of the Youth Bridge Foundation. And finally, Dr. Fernanda de Carvalho. It's a pleasure to have you. You are the Global Policy Manager of WWF. So, it's always a pleasure to have a panel that's all women. I feel like that's what's missing in the representation here at COP27 in leadership. But as women and as leaders, I'd love to hear your reflection of what we've been seeing and hearing so far at COP27. Let me start with you, Annapurna. Talk to us a little bit about Saturday's announcements on agriculture. From your vantage point, what stood out?
Thank you, Shraddha. Thank you. So one of the key things that I wanted most of us know that 1/3 of the smallholder farmers across the world, and particularly from the developing countries, manage the food chain for the whole world. It's 1/3. But ironically, they get only 2% of the climate finance. But it was music to the ears last week when there was this announcement that they announced a commitment of $7 billion of investments from 42 governments and $1 billion for innovation initiatives aimed at smallholder farmers in the developing country. And as I said, this was music to our ears because climate smart agriculture is the way to go. Everyone is looking at opportunities and food security is in everyone's mind. But we don't understand that the vagaries of the weather and the risk that the farmers take upon themselves year in and year out to put food on our plate. So I hope that they would keep the promise of COP27 as we move ahead. But I feel that last week was promising. And as I said, we must move the promise to action.
I love that you had some music to your ears, some positive energy, some news to kick off this first week. Let's hope the implementation is exactly what is being promised. So Joyce, let me turn to you. You arrived to COP this weekend, and what are you hearing so far, and what would you like to hear from these conversations that are coming up?
Thank you very much. Most of the things I'm hearing is the high-level meetings that is going on at COP. So I'm interested in knowing how, as the lady said, how some of these high-level meetings are taken to the community people, the young people in the rural areas. How do they understand the things that are being said and shared at COP? So I just want to know that, and I want to be assured that the conversations at COP will not just be at COP. We take it to the community level and make and present them in a way that especially young rural people are able to understand and also participate their quota to the conversations that we are having in COP.
So let me ask you a follow-up question on that. The youth is energized by a lot of the tech solutions, and here at We Don't Have Time, we talk about all solutions across all sectors. We need to see science, we need to see technology, and I'm a behavioral scientist myself. I need to see social science, communications, behavioral change. So all of this needs to be part of the solutions toolkit. Why is tech so critical, especially from a youth vantage point? What are you excited about in terms of technology helping to facilitate some of these solutions that you're hearing about?
Technology is crucial because from where I come from, young people in rural communities are using technology to store data. One of the issues that we have in the climate agenda is storing and proving indigenous knowledge in the communities. So using technology, we are able to store data and prove that indeed the indigenous knowledge in the society, in the rural areas, are also helpful in solving the climate agenda. So it's important that these information are sent back to the people so that they are able to use technology to also transmit the information they have from the rural areas.
Absolutely, and this is the beauty of bringing people together in a place like Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt, so we can see that public-private partnership and build on some ideas and actually see them to commercial viability. So fantastic. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. Fernanda, let me come to you. As in your role at WWF, I'm curious to see how you feel about nature and nature-based solutions as part of these discussions. We're in this nature pavilion. We're hashtag nature positive. You have a global audience that is excited about nature-based solutions. Give us your reflections on this.
I think that since COP25, we have seen nature in the cover decision, which is the main political text from the COP. So we saw a mention to nature and to climate and nature connection on COP25, and then on COP26 is when we can see nature really arrive to the COP, because its role to 1.5 was acknowledged. We had a process on oceans, and here at this COP, there are discussions going on the cover decision, and it's really important that we see nature there. So we get the political decision, which is the most important one, talking about nature, and nature also permeates and should keep permeating all other processes. We are discussing a process on mitigation, and there's an option there talking about land ecosystems and ocean ecosystems as one of the ways to enhance ambition. That's really important. We also need to connect nature to adaptation and also the loss and damage discussions, because nature is important in all those contexts. We have a CBD COP coming up, so it would be fantastic if we had from this COP some kind of political signal asking for a political outcome that is strong at COP15 and that supports the objective of the Paris Agreement. I think we're all in agreement that nature has a key role for keeping us on a 1.5 pathway. We're also aware that nature can't do the job by itself, but we won't do the job without nature. So that's my point of view.
If I don't get to this question later, I'll feel sad that I didn't get to ask you. So about COP15, it's coming up so quickly after this COP27. So what are you anticipating going into COP15, and what are your hopes coming out of COP15 and furthering these nature-based solutions that we've been discussing?
So I think we have a key multilateral moment, as highlighted by the UN Secretary General, that starts with COP27, so we can fix our broken relationship with the climate, and with nature at COP15. So I think that, you know, each COP has to deliver on their own mandates and their own processes, but there is a broader multilateral picture that's common to both COPs. I think it's a time to restore trust in international regimes, because the world needs to see why we are here on these talks and what we have to deliver. And biodiversity and climate are the crises that define our times. So I hope that the next COP will deliver on the key mandate that they have, which is the Global Biodiversity Framework.
Beautifully said. Thank you for sharing those thoughts. Let me come back to you, Annapurna. So are we seeing the necessary commitments? Do you think, Fernanda just mentioned keeping 1.5 alive. Is that actually going to be possible? There's a lot of talk here. Are we actually going to see some implementation?
I think that's a challenge as we move ahead. But if you would look at how we tackled COVID, if the world came together, and COVID-19 hopefully is a past tense, if we can all come together, I think we can achieve anything that we want in this world. It is important that we are focused and we are all delivering to the goals and one common goal for this planet. It is achievable, it is an opportunity, and I just wanted to step back to the question that you asked about nature-based solution. We call it in India as ecologically adapted solutions that we can look at. And we are proving in India, and that's TNC India, proving that some of these solutions are much cheaper than other technology-driven solutions. And it's 1/10 or 1/11 of the price, and it is going to be announced at COP27 on the 15th. So it's a little plug-in, but yes, nature-based solutions, as you mentioned, are the key to move ahead. And there are these options which happen to be cheaper, better, and more connected with the planet.
Thank you for saying that, because it is cost effective, and we often forget that, right? That we can invest in science and technology, of course, but there's these cost effective solutions that are low hanging fruit that we can get on. We should have gotten on yesterday and can really take us a long step towards our goals. Right. And I believe if we invest in nature-based solutions, we can actually achieve the 1.5 degrees. A good portion of that will be achieved by the nature-based solutions. You probably have the statistics more accurately than I do, so please share it when I come back. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it's not only cost effectiveness, but also the social benefits that we can be getting from implementing nature-based solutions. We have social benefits, we have nature benefits, it's benefits all the way, so that's really, really important.
We are one with nature, right? We're not just on the outside looking in. So if we protect nature, we protect ourselves, we protect humanity. So I'm not going to keep putting tech on you, I promise, but tell me, Joyce, how does tech fit into the priorities as it relates to nature solutions versus tech solutions versus science solutions? Where does nature fall on the priority list for you?
So for me, nature comes hand in hand with technology. As it's been said, we are just trying to see sustainable ways of making sure that we manage and keep the environment. So as I mentioned earlier on, technology is just a tool for us to conserve the environment. So we want to prove to the world that the indigenous knowledge that we have in the community are nature-based solutions to the climate things that we are looking at. So we just have to embrace technology in trying to capturing the data that we have and presenting it in a way that in forums like this, people can understand and also want to replicate that. So I think nature and technology must work hand in hand.
I like that. That's very diplomatic. That's just what we need, that energy and attitude of collaboration. And in this case, actually combining human ingenuity with nature. We can overcome this climate crisis. And it sounds like all of you are quite positive in terms of where we're going with this. But tell me a little bit, not to bring the tenor of the conversation down, but let me start with you, Annapurna, because you said that you were very happy to hear the announcements from Saturday. It was music to your ears. But let's just be frank here and share with the audience what has been disappointing.
Well, promises are made, but would they be implemented is what we need to check. And it is always that when you make these promises, how do we drive these promises to action? And that is something that we are going to be looking at. And there needs to be an oversight post-COP27 to see what promises have been made and how do we go ahead with it. However, these promises have been made, but societies like us, organizations like think tanks, everyone has to come together. And as I'd mentioned, that there is a need for collective action. You cannot rely on just government. You cannot rely just on businesses. You cannot rely just on civil societies. All of us have to work together. And as you mentioned, it's one planet. And we all have to see how we move forward. So if there are promises made, we need to quickly look at the pathways for these promises to be energized, to be actioned. And I think I would still stop at a positive note that there is hope, but we need to keep the checks and balances as we move ahead.
Holding these pledges and promises and the decision makers who are putting them forward accountable, right? That is a major takeaway from this conversation and informal conversations you're seeing all over this COP27. We need implementation. We need accountability. Yes. Let me ask you, same question, Fernanda. So what has been a positive for you, positive surprise, and at the same time, what has been disappointing?
I think it's a positive surprise to see so many people from all over the world in Egypt, and they are here discussing solutions, pushing for solutions. And what's disappointing, it's by the same token, we are having negotiations, and it seems the urgency that we see in all those discussions in different sectors is not yet felt in the negotiation rooms. We had a very difficult week with not much progress. It's not new to COPs. Usually the second week is the week when political decisions are taken, but we need strong decisions because, as you mentioned, this COP is called the Implementation COP. We already have some commitments on the table. We know those commitments are not enough to put us on a path to 1.5. So we need to keep working on ambition while delivering on such commitments. And it seems to me that sometimes society is ahead of negotiations. For example, when you talk about renewable energy and you see the renewable prices dropping, and here we're still discussing, you know, phase down fossil fuels, phase out fossil fuels. So I think that, you know, in the second week, I really expect that with the ministers here, we can send a strong signal to the world that we are committed to strengthen our fight against climate change and also against biodiversity loss, because as I mentioned before, those are two big crises that will not go away, so we need to fight them.
And thank you for the work you do shedding light on these issues. We need to broadcast exactly these types of conversations to get it to the forefront of people's imaginations, because that's what is going to take this widespread mobilization and support for the solutions, behavioral change and support, and pushing the policymakers and decision makers to be accountable. So appreciate those expressions that you just shared. Joyce, same question for you. What have you been pleasantly surprised by? I know you just arrived this weekend, but we have this children and youth pavilion. There appears to be strong representation, but of course there can be more. So what are your reflections in terms of representation of youth voices, and what has been a positive in addition to that, and what's disappointed you?
Okay, so for me, having the Youth and Children Pavilion for this COP is a positive thing that we need to applaud. But most of the time, some of these things are just tokenism that we want to put on the table and express to people. So I'm just looking out for a real implementation of that idea of putting youth and children at the forefront of the climate agenda. So for instance, back home in Ghana, where I come from, we mobilize young people to be involved in the climate agenda. So there are young people who are taking initiatives to make sure that forest is preserved and also the lost ones are being retrieved. So how do we make sure that at the community level, we really empower and finance them to be able to lead this agenda? So that would be something that I'll be looking out for after COP.
So we're wrapping up this session. This has been a fantastic conversation. We do have an opportunity just for your quick final thought, and really to the audience tuning in. We have several people in the studio, we have a live audience, but really what we're excited about with this live stream is that we are engaging with millions around the world that can use the app and also converse with one another as they are engaging with these conversations and participating in COP from wherever they are. So your final thoughts, what would you like to say to those who are like, but what can I do? How can I be more involved with this, please?
Wow, I would say that we are calling on the world leaders to deliver on climate and biodiversity here at this COP and at COP15. This is a defining moment, and we have other crises, a crisis on energy, a crisis on food systems, but there can be no backsliding. Although we are in a time of crisis, we need to keep urgency for climate and biodiversity.
We're in a time of crisis. There can be no backsliding. You're hearing that loud and clear. Final word to you, Annapurna, please.
Yeah, well, very clearly, I think the world leaders are all coming here and in large numbers. But the last final word is time is running out. We need to do things now and right away. And we cannot be procrastinating anymore. And as I keep saying that it's a one planet, all of us have to come together. There is no you or there is no me. It's only we.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Time is running out. We don't have time. So thank you all for engaging with us from wherever you are around the world, and stay tuned as we continue this Nature's Newsroom. Thank you, esteemed panelists, for sharing your thoughts with us today.
Thank you.
So, tech and gaming, we know, are a large part of the solution to the climate crisis. We had the opportunity to interview Chance Glasgow, Senior Fellow at the R-Struck Resilience Center, about this. Take a look.
My name is Chance Glasgow, and I am a video game consultant with the Adrian Arch Rockefeller Foundation Resilience Center, also known as R-Struck. So our center, R-Struck, is mostly made up of climate experts, right? Now, we do have a handful of gaming experts that are new to Arshrock within the last couple of years. And so we know our industry and they know theirs. So if we have to get some climate knowledge, we're going to go to those experts. And if they need to know something about video games, they come to us. So I was one of the original co-founders. There was 22 individuals that left a video game company, formed a new company called Infinity Ward. And we are the studio that created the first Call of Duty. We have this goal of reaching 1 billion people with climate resilient solutions. And there's over 3 billion people who are playing video games pretty much every day. So that's, for the most part, more than any form of entertainment. And not only that, with video games, there's actually, you're using your mind to solve problems, you're interacting, you're not just passively taking in information. So it's a really great platform to just kind of passively educate people in a way that's, it doesn't make a game an educational game, but there are certain games that you can put these issues within the game where it makes perfect sense. And a lot of these games already are covering some of these issues, and they might just need some experts to help them out to make it, maybe a little more realistic or help them with some of the content. I know how to approach game developers, and because I have a background in developing games, I think they're a little more open. And we're only working with devs that really want to be involved too. And there's a really high percentage of game developers that do care about the climate, right? And a lot of them just need the tools to be able to put these topics within the game. It's called Eco, and Eco is basically if you took Minecraft, but you added a government, an economic, and a climate model, right? So you have this meteor that's headed for the planet, and it's going to hit the planet in 1 month. You have up to 100 people that are collaborating to create technology to blow this meteor out of the sky to save the planet. But as you progress in technology, you start outputting CO2. We're showing a virtual reality demonstration here of a hurricane hitting Florida. For instance, for our VR experience, we have the ability to add, say, green spaces. So if you add the green spaces policy and you go back to Miami, you're now going to see more trees and more greenery on the top of the buildings and around the city and the medians and whatnot. So yeah, considering most games probably take place in nature, there's so many opportunities for nature-based solutions.
Welcome back to the Nature's Newsroom studio here in the Nature Zone at COP27 in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt. Thank you all for being with us this morning. We're going to continue this hour talking about what we can anticipate today. And with me is an esteemed panel of experts who will be sharing their thoughts. We have Tom Buick, who is a project specialist for Nature for Climate. Welcome, Tom. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
We have Mark Goff, Executive Director of the Natural Capital Coalition.
Capitals Coalition, actually. But we were Natural Capital. We're now Capitals. We're uniting people and nature.
Okay, thank you for that. And we have Nina Siga, Research Director for Sustainable Finance at the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership. Welcome, Nina.
Pleasure to be here.
Really pleased to have you all here today with us and to have your thoughts for what we can anticipate in nature tech conversation. So, Mark, let me start with you. What is going on in nature tech?
So, first of all, the biggest technology we've had has been in development for 4.5 billion years. And that's nature itself, okay? So nature is doing a lot of things for us. Obviously, it's the bedrock of life, of economies, of societies. But what nature tech is doing is accelerating that work. It's making it transparent. It's bringing it up to scale. It's making it accountable, as we were just hearing about a moment ago. And interestingly, it's also bringing all these additional benefits for societies, for economies, and a lot of it is coming from the global south.
So that's interesting. Since you raised the global south, tell us what is actually what can we hear that is coming from the global south? A little bit more detail on that, please.
Maybe I think that's why Tom's on the panel here today, because he's got a really good example from things that are going on there.
Okay, Tom, you do have a case study that you wanted to share with us.
Sure, I'd be happy to share it. Thank you. So, kind of the genesis of what we've been doing in South America, starting there in the Amazon jungle with local communities, is knowing that there's good data out there. There's satellites can tell us where deforestation is occurring. We have smartphone applications that can work offline to reference exactly, determine where and what's going on in the field, and as long as that's in the hands of local communities. So what we did was we got that information and also drones, small commercial drones, to local communities in the Amazon that don't have connectivity, often not a lot of formal education, but they adapted the technology very quickly and happily incorporated that into their traditional governance. So after 2 years of the communities using all those tools, the satellite, the smartphones, and drones, reduced their deforestation by over 50% in those communities. And then now we're having those same communities from Peru training African local communities to carry out this work in a similar manner, because the contexts aren't that different. The language is different. It's a different place in the world. But at the end of the day, it's a lot of the same problems that communities are confronting, and the same technologies can be used as tools to help them mitigate climate change.
So here at We Don't Have Time, we are all about really good ideas like this. Various solutions, especially tech solutions that can be scaled. So how do we share these ideas with other parts of the world? How do we think about scaling? And Nina, I know this is something you think about. Would love to hear your thoughts on how we actually take these technologies and see them implemented elsewhere around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, so a lot of the question here is around actually financing. So how do we drive finance towards nature tech, but also how does nature tech enables us to finance nature, to finance mitigation and adaptation in emerging markets. And maybe I'll give you another example to complement Tom. So we did a piece of work called Project Trader, where we looked at sustainable practices of Malawian tea farmers. And we used blockchain to trace that sustainable practices all through the supply chain, so that if you're buying a tea bag in Sainsbury's, you know exactly where that tea bag comes from. But the benefit to the Malawian tea farmers is that they get invoice financing. So effectively, they get paid a lot quicker if they can demonstrate that sustainability. And that's exactly the kind of thing that we're talking about here, is unlocking finance for communities on the ground.
And it's incentivizing as well to maintain transparency, to continue to be excited about putting these solutions forward, and to share the examples that are being set, right? To continue to encourage. And I know this is exactly the kind of things that you think about. So tell us a little bit, Mark, about how we continue to finance and support these kinds of solutions.
Well, a lot of this is actually to do with the partnerships. It's bringing people together. So there are some really good examples. For example, Standard & Poor, the rating agency, has lots of asset data around the world. So it's got asset data on where companies have operations. And then you've got people like the World Conservation Monitoring Center that has a lot of biodiversity data. Bringing those things together creates a lot of really useful information. So nature risk profiles they can use to where people are going to be, but also can start bringing in that money to those organizations that need it. I mean, at the moment, the amount of finance going into nature, as we know, nature will be somewhere between 35 and 40% of the climate solution. And yet, we know that at the moment, only 2% of the finance is going into it. So we've got to do an awful lot to change that and tip it around. And nature tech is one of those ways where we can really get people excited. Technology is an exciting, really interesting thing to do, isn't it? Everyone gets excited about the new phones and the new pieces like that. So we've got to get those bits running, I think. And there are some challenges, though, with this. Where do the minerals come from? We know that about 30% of the minerals that will go into tech are coming from places of high integrity. How do we make sure we don't destroy nature to save nature? We've got to decarbonize first. This isn't an offset. This isn't something we can do otherwise. We've got to decarbonize as well as using the tech. And we've got to put safeguards in for people. We've got to make sure people are looked after.
Nina, go ahead, please.
No, what I was actually just thinking about is when you're talking about the amount of finance, and you're absolutely right, nature tech is sexy, effectively. So if you think about the value of the cryptocurrency market, it's $1 trillion, right? The value of the nature financing market is teeny, teeny, tiny compared to that. But if we can use tech to actually bring that financing in, that would be, I think, absolutely wonderful.
And how will this help those that are on the ground in the global south?
I think this fits in well to what we're just talking about. And it's by having the global south, by communities that already are using the technology, training each other, horizontally south to south, and I want to work my way out of a job, really. So that youth from, say, Ghana or youth from Peru are working together, and this spreads organically because they already start teaching each other how to use the technology. It gives them access to the information and gives us, or the rest of the world, access to stories and data of what's going on in the field. And I think this is cost effective and very much scalable.
And actually, if I just kind of continue into that, so one of the biggest problems that we currently have in financial markets is it's really difficult to understand nature-related risks in financial markets. And if financial firms don't understand the nature-related risks that they sit on, then they're less incentivized to actually finance nature. And if we can use nature tech to monitor that and to bring that measurement and mitigation into financial portfolios and demonstrate that financial materiality, again, that incentivizes action.
So we are reaching with this broadcast viewers around the world, many who are watching from the global south. What can they do to be participating in all of this new opportunity and technology around nature and contribute to the 35% of solutions to overcome the climate crisis? As well as policymakers, those that have been elected in, we're reaching them as well. What do they need to know that can support your efforts and move them further to commercial viability? So for the public and for the policymakers. Go ahead, Mark.
The thing with technology is it's really about ideas. And the way you get the best ideas, particularly with nature, is about local understanding. So this is why we're seeing so much growth in the global south, is because it's people that know the land. When we do tree cover, I think, Tom, you and I were talking about this yesterday, when we look at tree cover with the satellite, you can see two trees that look very, very similar in a satellite. The people on the ground know what tree it is. They know whether it's going to live for 20 years or 50 years. Those ideas are going to come from the local people. From a policy perspective, we know that there's around $1.8 trillion of perverse subsidies going in the wrong direction. And we've got the ticker tape here, haven't we, of that's going here as well. This is,
unfortunately, to my right.
Yeah. So the idea that actually we've got these perverse subsidies going in the wrong direction, we need to get the money to flow the right way. There's a big role for governments in this to make sure they're supporting the local communities. Governments are great conveners as well. They can bring together local people, they can bring together the tech companies, they can bring together the finance. So I think that convening role from a policy position is going to be key here as well.
Okay, I'm going to come to Nina, and then I'll come to you, Tom, because we have this insane amount of subsidies globally going to the fossil fuel industry, and we often hear, how can we actually fund all of these solutions? How can we actually provide loss and damages to those that are most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change? But we look at the amount of money that we're spending to help fossil fuels. So can we think about redistribution in any real way?
Well, so effectively, I don't think it's ever about the lack of money in the system. I think it's always about how do we direct the money where it needs to go most. I think the slight unfortunate truth about nature projects is they tend to be smaller and they tend to be in markets which need them most, so usually in emerging markets. And again, getting private finance to go into those markets is incredibly difficult. So actually, if I had an ask for the policymakers is towards multilateral development banks, is to facilitate a lot more public-private partnerships to de-risk a lot of those projects and to bring those projects into bigger financeable pools so that we can actually drive the majority of private finance towards it.
So there's definitely money there. So we can have this, but we can't afford to do this, and we can't make this a reality. So thank you for sharing that, Nina. Tom?
Just a compliment. I think one for everybody is help get technology, these tools that I was mentioning earlier, into the hands of people that actually work in the forests, are carrying out the restoration work, which are local communities across the globe. Then from a policy perspective, just to echo what was been mentioned, is, there's money out there, there's a lot of commitments, but we need that financing, those resources actually reach the ground level. Very little, actually, when you go to communities, you don't see the evidence of all this financing we talk about here at COP actually in the forest communities themselves. So that'd be my recommendation.
So now, if we see nature-based solutions reach their fullest potential, will we be able to stick to this 1.5 degree maximum warming by the end of the century? Is that even on the table anymore? Mark, let me come to you.
Well, that's the question we've all been talking about, I think, in the halls here when we've been here. Is 1.5 really still achievable? I think we've got to keep it as the target. We've got to keep on pushing for it. And if we are going to achieve it, then nature tech has got to be a much bigger part of that solution.
Your thoughts, Tom?
My thoughts are essentially the same. We definitely won't get there without immediately getting resources and nature tech to local communities and getting them working on the ground in their lands to restore and conserve the natural resources that they have.
It's about empowering people. This is what the tech is going to do, empower people, I think.
I'm going to use Wayne Gretzky's quote, right? We miss 100% of shots that we don't take. We have to have 1.5 degrees as our ultimate goal. Will nature-based solutions help us get there? Absolutely. But we need really deep decarbonization to actually get us most of the way there. And then we can also supplement that with nature-based solutions.
What our viewers might not know yet, those who are engaged probably do, is that COP15 is coming up. It's just around the corner, so I imagine you will all be going swiftly from Egypt to Montreal. And what are you hoping at this nature, specifically biodiversity conference that is being convened, what are you hoping these conversations will be going into COP15 and coming out of COP15? I'd love your thoughts first, Nina.
So we absolutely have to agree on the 2030 target to not only to completely rewire our economic and financial systems to let nature start recovering. We can't wait any longer on that. And we're seeing already nature moving a lot quicker within the financial system that climate has done, but we need to accelerate that pace and we need to put targets and disclosure regulations in there as well.
I would just add that when you, for local community-led initiatives with nature tech, that it's not just only looking at how many trees or forests cover carbon, but also all the value that forests and landscapes can provide, and how those values are for the planet and for the local communities. And they complement each other to incentivize and motivate people to continue to conserve the forests and all the biodiversity that they contain.
The Biodiversity COP is going to be extremely important, and what we're working towards is making the work that we're talking about here mandatory. So actually, at the moment, there's voluntary initiatives all around, but we've brought together over 330 businesses now asking to be regulated on this. We've now got a delegation. We're taking businesses. There's going to be more businesses and more non-governmental actors there than there will be negotiators at the Biodiversity COP. I mean, this is a real signal to those negotiators that they've got to pull their finger out and do something, because actually the world is asking for it now, and we need it to be mandatory. We need to move away from all of these nice voluntary things into something that businesses, that civil society, everyone is involved in, that we have to do it. We have to do it now.
Mark, that was a fantastic final closing to this segment. Appreciate your enthusiasm, your passion from all of you for the work that you're doing, furthering nature, furthering technology, and giving the Global South the equitable future that is much deserved, that is long overdue. So appreciate your thoughts on this, the work that you're doing. And we're not even done with COP27 yet, but we look forward to COP15. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the esteemed panel for joining me. We're really looking forward now to bring on our third panel in Nature's Newsroom. And joining me for this panel to talk about debt swap is Slav Gatchev. Thank you so much for joining us again. It's good to see you again, sir. Managing Director for Sustainable Debt at the Nature Conservancy. We also have Jean-Paul Adam, welcome, sir, Director of Technology, Climate Change, and Natural Resource Management at UNECA and former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Finance of the Republic of the Seychelles. So appreciate you both being here to talk about a subject that, quite frankly, isn't discussed enough, that is often considered a black box to many. And let's shed some light on it. Let's open up this box and understand what debt swaps are, how they can be instrumental in supporting the innovation that we're looking to further to overcome this climate crisis, and what can we teach our global audience that's tuning in, millions of viewers are watching. What can we share with them that will be helpful, that they can take away and get excited about? So with that, let me start with you first. Jean-Paul, what are debt swaps? How do they work?
Well, I think very simply, we should look at debt swaps as a way of making debt properly work for climate. Every country has debt. Debt gets a bad rep sometimes because we see it as a wider problem, and in particular, when we're facing the climate crisis, the fact that developing countries, and let's take African countries in particular, have huge issues in being able to have the resources necessary to invest in climate resilience. Now, a debt swap would mean looking at some of the existing debt that countries have, debt that might be expensive, and then refinancing it, or in some cases even reducing it in some form, and then using the savings that you get from the debt swap to invest in real action on the ground to address climate change.
That sounds like a very practical tool. And I want to get into more details on that. I'll come to you first. I'll come to you first before we get into that a little bit more, Slav. So why are these debt swaps for climate so important? And then let's dig in a bit deeper of the practicalities and strategies of actually making them reality. But first, why are they so important?
Yeah, well, I think one of the themes from this COP is the triple crisis that we're facing. You know, debt, climate, and biodiversity crisis. And debt for nature swaps, or like we call them, debt conversions at the Nature Conservancy, are a powerful tool to address all three problems with one tool in one fell swoop. Because we, as Jean-Paul said, you know, you have an opportunity to have massive reductions in debt service costs through basically refinancing debt at lower rates. You also have an opportunity to reduce the stock of debt, thus improving the overall creditworthiness and the credit rating of a nation, and then plowing the savings into that nation's nature for the benefit of biodiversity and climate. And so basically, then the sovereign government and the communities have an opportunity to have their cake and eat it too, right? They unlock conservation funding at no additional strain to the budget, at no additional net indebtedness.
Okay, this is fascinating. So nobody can complain that there aren't financial tools and there isn't money to finance the loss and damages that everybody's been discussing at this COP, to finance the climate finance broadly for countries, especially those that are most vulnerable. And you are representing a country that is quite vulnerable to climate. So tell us a little bit about what has your experience been from your home country, and how are debt swaps really being utilized?
Well, just to clarify, I'm here with the United Nations, but I was before in my previous life representing Seychelles. And in that context, Seychelles already had a goal to protect 30% of its marine space. And this is a goal which is now going to be institutionalized in a convention, the Convention of Biodiversity. And we hope that all African countries and developing countries will follow that lead. So to finance that marine protection, we needed additional flows of finance. And Seychelles at that point had reached upper middle income, was not getting concessional finance or grants from developed partners. So it was very much a question of finding domestic sources of finance. The debt swap was a logical tool because it allowed to reduce the existing cost of debt and get new flows of finance that could be invested in nature. And in the Seychelles context, I think there's many benefits. First of all, it was creating a purpose-built fund, the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust, or SECAT. So that fund has now built an extremely strong reputation for delivering funds on the ground to communities that are really using those funds to invest in things like mangrove restoration, to improve the management of fish stocks, or to engage around ecotourism, for example, and all related to the implementation of the marine protected area. But another benefit, which perhaps people don't realize, is by refinancing existing debt, it made it possible for Seychelles to re-enter the debt market, the capital market, but using tools for investing in climate resilience. So after the debt swap, Seychelles did a blue bond, which was raising money for investment, again, in the management of marine protected areas, but also investing in sustainable fishing. And I think that's what the real value of a debt swap is, not only the space that it creates, the savings, it allows countries to sustainably have new flows of finance and access market-based tools for investing in climate resilience.
Yeah, I want to build on that because we had the pleasure of working with Jean-Paul when he was the finance minister of the Seychelles at the TNC. We were the ones who structured and orchestrated that transaction now 6 years ago, and has been a resounding success. The Seychelles already declared more than 30%. In fact, they exceeded the 30% target. And SECAT is up and running, raising the World Bank-backed blue bond, etc. And since then, we at TNC closed 2 other transactions in the last couple of years. So in Glasgow last year, we announced the world's largest financing for ocean conservation, and that was our transaction in Belize, where we refinanced $550 million, the entirety of the country's Eurobond, with a new financing of $360 million. You already see the math, right? You don't need a complicated Excel model to see the reduction from 550 to 360. And that reduction was combined with 180 million of new funding that was unlocked by the transaction towards the conservation fund in Belize, which is modeled after SACAT. And so it shows you the powerful tool that this is. And to Jean-Paul's point, the transaction transformed Belize from a country that had selective default rating, so the lowest of the low, now upgraded to B, right? Single B. Our transaction itself was AA, so investment grade. And then just a couple of months ago in September, so somewhat breaking news, we closed our third blue bond in Barbados, which is for $150 million, and that was a partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank, unlocking $50 million for conservation, allowing Barbados and Mia Mottley's government, which is so iconic, the Bridgetown Initiative, to credibly protect from practically zero, much less than 1% to 30% of their ocean. So these are just three very practical examples of how stuff can get done today without reinventing capitalism.
Okay, so I never thought finance would be so much fun. So thank you for your enthusiasm. See, financial instruments and tools is exciting because it's really giving some of these countries an opportunity to be part of a future. If we build this future in the face of this crisis, coming out of it, and build a future that is more equitable and just and fair, this is an opportunity to level the playing field a little bit. So what do you hope that these debt swaps will do for countries that have not necessarily had an equal footing at the table?
Well, I think one of the great things about this COP27 with the leadership of the COP27 presidency under Egypt, they've put the question of debt very firmly on the table and the link with nature and with climate resilience. So there is the nascent Sustainable Debt Coalition, which is being put in place, which aims to address having all debt instruments aligned with goals on climate. So meaning that any debt that any country issues should contribute significantly to climate action. The debt swap model means, and the coalition calls for additional debt swaps and for them to be institutionalized, means that you can even make old debt that you already hold, you can refinance it and link it to climate action. And the coalition also is looking at using key performance indicators, again, to make sure that financing flows to action on the ground in relation to climate. And it also adds climate clauses. So if there is a climatic event like a hurricane or a drought or a major event, then the debt is stood still, is frozen, while the country tries to recover. And that was a big feature of Barbados' refinancing as well.
Indeed, and we added, to your point, we also added a pandemic clause to the hurricane clause, which was a homegrown Barbados innovation. And yeah, just to emphasize the point that we at TNC can do what we can do, right? And so we think that we would be able to handle 10 billion of new money, which would refinance probably 15 billion of old money between now and 2030. And you know what, that is important, right? That is very, very meaningful, but that is a drop in the bucket when you're looking at $3.3 trillion of outstanding commercial debt to lower and middle income countries. So compare 3.3 trillion with 10 billion. And so, that's why Jean-Paul is 100% correct that we need programmatic approaches. We need to be able to move the needle on a global policy conversation. And that's why we would be proud to be an allies to the coalition, to the V20, to the group of vulnerable 20, which are now, unfortunately, a lot more, but it's good that they're speaking with a common voice. And what is very important is that the multilateral development banks, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, lean in, right? Lean in by providing risk mitigation instruments to be able to crowd in the private sector participation. That's what we did in Belize, where we used the resources of the US government through USDFC, the Development Finance Corporation of the US, and IDB, the Inter-American Development Bank in Barbados. And so we would be looking to partnering with the Asian Development Bank, with the African Development Bank, with the World Bank on future issuances. So the wild laugh here is
yeah, somebody put a meme on LinkedIn showing that the #1 most favorite panelist at COP27 is the fly. So
Jean-Paul and I are happy to be gadflies.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
Okay, so talk a little bit about what some of the challenges are to seeing. This seems like an incredible solution, and it's a no-brainer, right? We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So why is there resistance? Is it just not being discussed enough, or is there just not enough awareness around this as a solution? What are some of the challenges you're facing?
Well, I think one of the major issues is that debt tends to be treated as a bilateral issue, as between two countries or between a creditor and a debtor. And the reality is, African countries, if I look at African countries alone, in 2022, will pay twice as much in debt repayment than they're going to receive as aid. So if we're going to solve climate, we have to realign existing debt to address climate action. So I think the main issue, and what we're seeing, I think the seeds of change being sown at COP27, is to move this issue from an individual country conversation to a global conversation about how to solve climate change, meaning that all financing instruments, grants, debt, all have to lead to implementing fully the Paris Agreement and achieving net zero and protecting nature, which is what allows us as well to fight climate change.
So let me ask you to think a little more broadly outside of debt swaps as well. What about these other tools that you just mentioned? Sav, I'll come to you on your thoughts on this. And what about redistribution of the subsidies that we are providing to the fossil fuel industry? Is all of this in the financial instruments toolkit as we think through how we're going to finance climate?
Yeah, go ahead. No, you
Well, I think the whole point of having a COP is that, yes, all of these instruments have to be aligned. And that includes completely realigning spending. Spending on fossil fuels when we're facing a global energy crisis is a waste of money. We need to take the money and invest it where it's going to be the most productive, and which will be on renewable energy. And African countries currently receive only 2% of global investments on renewables. And yet we're seeing a rush by developed countries and by big fossil fuel companies to invest in various fossil fuel resources in Africa, when the reality is that those resources should flow towards investing in renewable energy and creating that resilience. And I certainly think that debt swaps can be part of this by addressing some of the existing financing, but we have to integrate all of these different tools. And we've always been clear that debt swaps are part of this wider architecture. They are going to make a significant contribution, and they have to be complemented by other forms of support. For example, as well, we've had very good conversations on Finance Day on the massive increased use of blended finance to reduce the cost of capital from the private sector to invest, for example, in what are seen as risky countries like Africa. And that's a way you can help African countries do debt swaps to create a bit of immediate relief, but you can also, by refinancing, creating new vehicles like bonds that can be invested in climate action, and using blended finance, you can make that fund affordable for African countries.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to return to you covered this brilliantly, so I want to pivot back to your question about what can be done to facilitate future transactions on a programmatic scale. And I think that governments have a very important role to play, and now into the second week of COP, we're calling on the political leadership to be more visionary about this theme, because a lot of creditor countries out there, the traditional North, the European Union, the US, Canada, and an emerging cadre of new creditors, China, India, Turkey, a lot of them are basically sitting on claims vis-a-vis Africa and other frontier and emerging countries that are frankly unsustainable, right? And the tendency to date has been to kick the can down the road, basically to grant a little bit of debt suspension here, a little bit of debt relief there. I think there needs to be a global conversation, speaking of global conversations, around basically fairly significant debt stock reductions for frontier and emerging countries with KPIs, combined with KPIs. I think that it's politically infeasible to be talking about massive debt amnesty. I don't think it's, this is kind of out there in terms of a Christmas wish list, which may or may not happen. I think what's a lot more practical is to say, look, China, look, European Union, you have these claims against sub-Saharan Africa, which are uncollectible. Let's acknowledge the reality. Let's offer, you know, a significant, meaningful 20, 30% reduction of principal of these claims against very measurable, very tangible KPIs with carrots and sticks, so that if a future emerging market government reneges on these pledges, there will be consequences. Both creditors and debtors need to be very honest in this conversation. The IMF has a very important role to play in terms of encouraging, you know, climate and nature commitments through the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. The new Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which is in the billions of dollars, can be used to de-risk future capital market investments or, you know, issuances, as opposed to just giving money necessarily directly as loans to emerging markets. And as I mentioned, the multilateral development banks have an important role to play in de-risking transactions. Some of them, frankly, have been quite reticent to be using their risk mitigation tools in this arena based on kind of outdated modes of thinking as to how they need to apply their instruments. That needs to change. They need a mind shift on this topic.
This has been fascinating. I have learned so much. I received my global MBA on world financial instruments for solving the climate crisis. I really appreciate you both being here. I'm going to go to Jean-Paul for final closing thoughts as we close our Nature's Newsroom session today. And you have such a unique vantage point representing Seychelles, now being part of the UN. Talk to us about how we're progressing. Are we moving this forward since Finance Day last week into the second week? Are we going to be achieving some of these outcomes that you're hoping to see?
I think we've made huge progress on these issues at COP27, and I think the COP27 leadership, the Arab Republic of Egypt, they did a great thing by having a pre-COP finance dedicated session, which took place in Cairo from the 7th to 9th of September, and they put debt very much at the heart of that discussion and the need to address debt. And the fact that here at COP27, I think there is a consensus on the use of key performance indicators. There is a consensus on having freezes on debt to deal with climatic events. And there's a consensus also on the need to refinance a lot of expensive debt to achieve climate goals. I think those are big steps forward. We shouldn't take away from the overall financing goals. There are commitments that have not been met. We're nowhere near the 100 billion. There is, frankly, developed countries have dropped the ball and have not met the commitments that they have made. A promise made should be kept. There is also huge issues as well on the ability to provide loss and damage financing. All of those remain top of the agenda, not resolved, but we very much hope that instruments like debt swaps bring a very meaningful contribution towards additional climate finance for countries that need it the most.
And thank you for giving us some insight into this tool. It's absolutely fascinating. It has a critical role to play, but we still have a long way to go in achieving the 100 billion pledge that has been made, in providing those losses and damages. And we're grateful to those like you, experts in this space, that are really working to see all of that become a reality. So thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate your time and your thoughts.
Real pleasure. Thank you so much
for having us.
And now let's go to the closing headlines.
eyes. How will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
Welcome to the UNDP Broadcast Hour here at the We Don't Have Time stage at COP27. Week 2 has begun. This brings a whole new set of players to the table. The hallways are abuzz with people from government, from civil society, from research institutions, from the private sector, and we're seeing things really start to pick up. Last week, we had world leaders from over 120 countries join us in Sharm El-Sheikh, Egypt. And the conversations were frank, they gave speeches, they had roundtables to talk a lot about some of these key issues facing the world when it comes to the climate crisis. And it is lost on no one, between the floods in Pakistan and the storms that are going on in the Caribbean, that the climate crisis is here at our doorstep. And the decisions made over the course of these 2 weeks will influence how the world can come together when it comes to this crisis that we so badly need to take action on. Now today, I am so pleased to share that it is Gender and Water Day here at the Pavilion. And today we get to do a deep dive with some fantastic leaders, some fantastic policymakers that know all about these issues and how they are influencing the climate crisis. And to start us off, I am very pleased to introduce Raquel Lagunas, the head of gender equality at UNDP, to provide us a bit more background on why the connection of climate change and gender is so important here at COP27. Welcome, Raquel. I am so very happy to have you here. Full disclosure, we know each other because we both are at UNDP, and I am a big fan of Raquel's work.
Thank you so much, Casey.
So to start us off, why do you think we need a gender responsive response to climate change? And what does it mean here as you have come to COP27?
Well, thank you for the question. First of all, climate change impacts on everyone, right? So, and we all know that. But it impacts differently in different groups. It depends on your race, on your gender, on where you have born, rural, urban. In this case, impact by far more in women and girls. We have some data that we have been listening many times today. Like, for instance, 80% of the population, displaced population, but due to climate change, are women. Women only own 10% of the land. They do not have access to credit, to finance. So by the time of the natural hazards or the crisis come, they cannot access to the help, international help, national grants. So definitely the impact is pretty different. But there is also a dimension that is so important. Women are leaders, and we are not at the table. We are not making decisions about climate change. Just last year, 75% of the time to speak were held by men. This is very impactful data.
This is so impactful. And, you know, we hear a lot about this, about these big numbers that you have talked about when it comes to gender and climate change. But in sort of a basic way, why should people care? You know, and this is a hard question because sometimes you get people that don't. So can you tell us why people should care?
Yeah, why should we care? I think it's a very deep question. There are, in my view, two dimensions, two ways of understanding why we should care. First, because what happens if we don't care? The costs are high. If we don't care, the policies, the climate, the plans, the adaptation plans will reproduce the exclusion and the inequality. We will never win this battle. And this is happening now. This is happening today. Second, and very kind of in a nutshell, I am convinced human beings are equipped to care about others, to care about the planet. It's about values. It's about solidarity. It's about connecting with the pain of others and what is happening outside. So we should care indeed.
I think this is so important because it means, who are we when we're tackling this big crisis? Who are we and what do we stand for in this moment? Thank you so much, Raquel. Really appreciate you giving us this context. And thank you so much for all of your work on this issue and your leadership for climate and gender. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you, Cassie. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I am so very pleased to introduce our first panel. A very warm welcome to Usha Rao Manari, UN Undersecretary General and Associate Administrator at the United Nations Development Program. We have Yatunda Fadei, Founder and CEO of Renewable Energy and Environment Initiative. And we have Rashenda Van Leeuwen, Executive Director of the Aspen Network of Development Entrepreneurs, or ANDE. Thank you so very much. It is such a pleasure to have you here. Please have a seat. Now, here we are in this pavilion, and the audience can't see this, but we're just surrounded by people having conversations on climate change. We are surrounded by business leaders and activists, researchers, NGOs, and it's really quite inspiring. And Usha, if I can start with you. You are a leader at UNDP. You are the associate administrator, and you have had such an influence on so much of the work that UNDP is doing. And I'm wondering if you could put your thoughts and reflections on how gender strategy at UNDP, given UNDP's role on sustainable development, really comes together.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me on this important program, Cassie. At UNDP, we are deeply involved in the subject of gender equality, gender empowerment. You know, in today's world of crisis, fragility, and vulnerability, all of those factors affect women and girls disproportionately. So we recently came out with our new gender strategy, which looks at a few things, not just simply about how do we get to equality and empowerment in a generic sense, but how do you do it? What are the steps that you have to take? And one thing we found was that in order to empower women and girls, you have to change the system. It's not just about empowering the woman or the girl, it's about changing the system. Otherwise, we will be empowered and living within an old system, a traditional system. When it really comes to energy and water and basic services, again, women and girls are disproportionately negatively affected. You know, if you look at national energy frameworks in countries, 137 out of 192 don't have adequate gender considerations. Why is this important? Because if you, for example, put in place a large transmission line and there are no connectivity to villages, that leaves out access to energy for rural women. There are various examples like this, and as we go forward as the world and as the people in the world, in order to create for ourselves a resilient future, gender considerations have to be part of the DNA of development design, of growth, of prosperity. And without that, I don't think we're going to be able to move forward. At UNDP, through our gender strategy, we stand ready to create that kind of change, not only in how women are treated, how they are accounted for, what kind of economic, political, and social power and empowerment they get, but also how do we change the system and connect the dots around the women and the girls in order to create real and long-term change.
Right. I think what you've said about gender responsiveness being a part of the DNA of these systems is absolutely at the heart of what we need to be doing, and seeing all of these conversations happen about how we can do that. And one really good example is the work, Rajendra, that you're doing with Andy. Can you share a little bit more about this?
Yes, thank you. And I couldn't agree more about the role of women as solution providers, and also, yes, in terms of beneficiaries of the results of solutions, but more particularly helping women actually be the solutions providers in their own communities, in their own countries, through supporting women entrepreneurs to be able to start and operate their own businesses, whether it's a renewable energy solution, whether it's a solar company, or whether it can be also an energy efficiency company. We need both types of solutions. But still today, we still have around 700 million people without access to electricity. And 10 years ago, we had the UN Year of Sustainable Energy for All back in 2012. We had 1.2 billion. We have been making progress, but we haven't yet embraced women as the entrepreneurs, as the solution providers, and given them the tools that they need to be able to build their businesses, to be able to grow beyond a startup, and to be able to really scale the solutions. So at Andy, what we're doing is helping to support those enabling ecosystems of helping women entrepreneurs become investment ready. Our members are running accelerators, they're running incubators, and really looking at that solution, that enabling environment, which combined with supportive policy making and climate finance that needs to have a gender lens, we can do it. And so at Andy, that's where we're focusing across the global south and around the world to say, yes, we can. We can work on climate action, we can work on small business solutions, and we can work on gender together as one holistic approach.
I don't think there could be a better segue to you, Yetunde, about what it means to be an entrepreneur, a woman entrepreneur in energy. You are from West Africa. Could you share a little bit about some of the challenges, some of the barriers, some of the ways that you've been able to navigate this as one of these agents of change that we talk so much about?
Thank you so much. I just want to build on what has been said. It is highly critical that women are put at the forefront, because we're not just enterprising. We have this huge power to make changes within our immediate communities. And from the statistics that you mentioned, 723 million people still do not have access to electricity. It is the women that are primary energy managers within these communities that would, take the lead and want to make the change, because they are affected the most. So it's a function of people with lived experiences. And as a social entrepreneur, my aim is to actually democratize this energy access and also help in its transition using localized technology, community-led initiatives, and essentially the power of a woman. So I do this with two initiatives. Reese Africa, which focuses on last mile electrification for productive use for these rural communities without prior access to electricity. And we, take advantage of grants, donations, small grants basically to create or to cover the capital expenditure because they cannot afford to pay, and they pay the operational expenditure, so at least $2 per month, which is about 14% of their total income per month. And then on the other hand, with Vector Energy, which is a startup, we typically manufacture portable power stations for peri-urban and urban areas to replace small petrol generators, and then we leverage carbon credits to be able to incentivize the users. And honestly, the biggest challenge that I've ever faced raising finance is the gender bias. It is real. It is as real as day, and I've seen it times without number. So take, for example, the Global North woman would face gender bias, but it's not as intense as the Northern African woman facing it, and it's not as intense as a West African woman, facing it. So there's an hierarchy to it, looking at it. And even as a Nigerian, as a young Nigerian woman, I've experienced this over time, right? And you find out that the biggest startup funding check in the Nigerian market is just $10,000. And I run a hardware company. How is $10,000 supposed to, finance the hardware? So I have to essentially come up with very creative channels to raise funding. And it's even, makes me, lose time compared to the male counterparts that would build the same venture in 2 years. So it's taking me, longer than expected. So this ceiling must break, really. Gender bias is a real thing, and we should address it because it has affected me. It has affected a number of women within my community, working on very innovative solutions to, bring energy and climate and also ensure that there is development.
Right. Thank you so much for that, because I think that being able, what you just said about gender bias and being able to even get what you need to get through the door is something that is so, it is a challenge. And we know that any startup is a very tall mountain to climb, but when the slopes are even steeper because of gender, because of bias, this can really lead to challenges that others simply don't have. And Rajendra, we're going to go back to you on this. Can you comment on this and sort of what do you think are some of these missing pieces in helping people like Yetunde to be able to achieve these very ambitious goals that, quite frankly, the world needs Yetunde to achieve?
Yeah, well, the good news is that hopefully some of the members in our network can actually help you with that access to capital for your business. So I think part of it is exactly this kind of networking. It's know what resources are out there. We did a study at Andy, though, for 5 years of looking at global acceleration of small businesses and found that exactly there is this inherent gender bias, but it's not necessarily something that you can see it's here. It's actually a hidden gender bias in many of the programs. And that's why we have to call it out, because it's not something that people are necessarily intentionally doing. But we have resources now, we have great organizations like Value for Women and Criterion and UNDP and many others that are specifically focusing on ways that you can address those barriers to full inclusion. And so I would like to see it when we're looking at incubation and acceleration, that with programs we are intentionally being pro-women so that we can really formulate those programs so that the women do not come out of those programs behind the men entrepreneurs.
Right.
And when they go through those programs, they have access to the capital that they need to be able to grow their businesses. Today we find that there's still not that same level of access to capital.
Right. And Usha, do you want to come in on this? I know that UNDP really works to have this full circle of supporting women entrepreneurs to be able to get access to capital, but also to be able to be leaders in their communities. And there's so many socioeconomic benefits to having a gender responsive response to climate action. Do you want to comment on this from the UNDP side?
Thank you very much, and I couldn't agree with both of you more. And I know how difficult it is for women entrepreneurs. So the point around gender bias is not theoretical, it's real. And it's real in 4 or 5 areas. You mentioned finance and access to capital. That is definitely one area where somehow women don't seem to get the same access to finance and appropriate finance and long-term finance and large amount of finance, as you were saying, as men do. The second area, in my view, is innovation and access to new technologies and how to use them. Again, there seems to be some sort of hidden bias, I think you said, against women being able to access the newer way of doing things. Third area is infrastructure. I don't think the business as usual infrastructure that we have in the world today is conducive to tomorrow's entrepreneurs. It just is not. It is centralized, it has to be more decentralized. How do women get access to that model of infrastructure? And then finally, and I'm not sure women can do anything particularly about it except influence it, policies, regulations, legal frameworks have also to create the enabling environment for women to have equal or, frankly, more access than men. I've always wondered about this gender equality statement. Why equality? We can be better, right?
Yeah. Yetunde, I'm going to come to you now with this, and I'm wondering if, in your experience, in how you have been able to maneuver through this gender bias, through this lack of access, because the systems, quite frankly, are tilted in a direction that are not in your favor. How you have been able to maneuver through this, and what are some of the opportunities that have been game changers for you in this?
Okay, so first off, I don't give up. I do not give up. Whatever I want, I get it. Obviously by legal means. So what I've been able to do with Vector Energy, my startup, is to do a lot of bootstrapping, and that means working overtime, like working in different engagements to be able to raise finance to drive my business, right? And that essentially comes with a lot of sacrifices. It comes with it, family sacrifice, friends, you know, and all of that. But I see it as a means to an end, really, that when I achieve it, it would also serve as some sort of platform for other young women entrepreneurs like me to be able to. So I'm essentially doing what needs to be done. And this also goes back to my childhood, me being a child and experiencing the travails of energy and environmental issues. I've been a victim of energy poverty and environmental issues even up till now, you know, and I do not essentially want that to happen to other people or children, you know. So it's an opportunity for young women entrepreneurs to you know, leverage on, because there are a lot of opportunities. They can use their experience to drive that. Fine, they might not have the educational background that I have, right? But they can do it on a small scale, so to speak. So take, for example, Vector Energy. We're working on this strategy plan where our assembly line, rather, for the manufacture of the portable power stations would be typically done by women. So we'll train the women. They don't necessarily need to have STEM education. We'll train them and we'll employ them, right? And we're looking to start with 30 women. And essentially, it's still this finance that stops us from implementing it, but we'll get there. Then the opportunities that really lie within the energy space is enormous, because it doesn't exactly need to be entrepreneurship. It could be education. It could be using art. You don't necessarily have to have that energy education to be able to make change, right? So you can use any of your discipline to be able to do that. And this is why I worked with Irina to develop this youth toolkit where whether you're an artist or, you know, wherever you are, you can essentially pick up the book and know what is happening, know what the trends are in renewable energy, and how you can implement on an individual level or on a community level or on a global scale, really. So the opportunities are really massive for women entering into this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Usha, I'm going to give the last word to you. If you have, in terms of any words of advice for young women who want to be entrepreneurs, you have a history of being in the finance sector, in the private sector, global organizations like UNDP. Do you have any advice for young people that might be watching this today?
Thank you very much. And, you know, I'm going to say what you just said, Yatunde, which is don't give up, you know. Believe in yourself, because what you're doing is extremely valuable to tomorrow's world. And I think, you know, we form half of the world's population, and we really have to put our ideas alongside our male counterparts in order to create the future we want to create. So don't give up and believe in yourself.
Words to live by. Thank you so much, Usha, Richenda, Yatunde. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to talk with you today. Went by way too quickly. Thank you. Give them a round of applause. And now we are going to move to the People's Climate Vote. The People's Climate Vote was the world's largest public poll on the climate crisis, asking people essentially, do you think the climate crisis is an emergency? And how do you want your government to solve it? And it took a very unique way of asking people this. It did it through gaming and through a variety of different technologically advanced sort of tools. And one thing that happened that's so interesting about this is that it became the biggest poll ever. 1.2 million people, 50 countries, and 70 languages. This poll reflects some of the biggest sense of attitudes on the climate crisis that we have seen. And so now we're going to show a short video on it. Cue the video.
Over 1 million people, more than 50 countries. One vote. The People's Climate Vote is giving the world a voice on the climate crisis. The largest ever global survey conducted on climate change revealed the majority of people felt that we are in a climate emergency, as well as what they think we should do about it. The UNDP and the University of Oxford brought the survey to world leaders, connecting the public to decision makers to ensure our voices are heard. Because no matter who we are, or where we are, our voices matter. Now is the time to listen. Climate action cannot wait.
Our voices matter. Now is the time for world leaders to listen. And this is a message through the People's Climate Vote with the United Nations Development Program and the University of Oxford. And this is something that is especially poignant here in the halls of Sharm El-Sheikh and COP27. Now, a few stats that really have struck me about the People's Climate Vote is that nearly 2/3 of people in the world believe that the climate crisis is an emergency. And when I think of emergency, I think of ambulances. I think of we need immediate action. And to have 2/3 of people in the world to think that this is an emergency really demonstrates how high the stakes are as people are thinking about their futures in a world where climate change is wreaking havoc. And especially for young people. The People's Climate Vote asked people under the age of 18 what they think of the climate crisis. This is a very unusual thing to do because in many cases, people under the age of 18 are not involved in civic life. Often they are not voting, often they are not working in the formal economy, they are not active consumers as they might be as later when becoming adults. And so asking what young people think of the climate crisis is something that is critically important. And we know that young people in every country polled, that's 50 countries, said they thought climate crisis was an emergency. And this is more than any other age bracket. And so as young people are looking at their future, they're looking at all of these floods, these wildfires, and they're saying, hey, we didn't sign up for this, and we want adults, we want policymakers, we want world leaders, we want those in power to take action and to do it now. And so I am so pleased to be talking today with someone who inspires me. We have been on a number of different sort of panels and engagements together, but this is Vlad Kaim. And he sits on the UN Secretary General's advisory group on climate action. He's an advisor to the Secretary General. And I know that whenever he speaks, I always want to listen. Welcome, Vlad.
Thank you very much, Cassie, and it's a great pleasure to be here.
So can you tell me a little bit about your story? What inspired you to take action on the climate crisis?
So what inspired me to take action against climate crisis is primarily the situation in the Dnistro River basin. Dnistro is one of the main rivers in my home country, Republic of Moldova, and it is responsible for a lot of freshwater supply in my hometown, which is the Chisinau, the capital city. And basically, a lot of the consequences that are related to that, they are also exacerbated by the climate change, as well as the increasing droughts that we have seen in Moldova, especially the drought that was in 2020 has significantly impacted our farmers and ecosystems as well. And since then, I was asking myself also, how can I link this awareness work with the work that is related more to system change? And I pursued the path of being a young economist. And that's ultimately how I ended up further down the line advising the UN Secretary General as well.
It's what a journey. And as you're thinking about how the climate crisis sort of affects your own country, have you been thinking also about how you can tell that story here at COP27, about how you can bring the story of Moldova, the story of the river, the story of the climate crisis in your home to Sharm El-Sheikh?
Absolutely. In fact, Moldova is now on a lot of minds and mouths and ears because we unfortunately are in a situation where the dependence on fossil fuels, particularly those coming from Russia, has come back to roost. And this is in fact giving us even more of an impetus for ambitious climate action, because for us, an ambitious climate action is also a matter of security. And apart from that, the climate risks that we have already envisioned, we can see that they are essentially making us one of the most climate vulnerable countries in Europe. So much of what we do, so much of what we are famous for on the continent is hinging on our agriculture. And our agriculture is uniquely affected by what is going on in the region. And if we look at IPCC reports and what they predict for Eastern Europe, if we look at various indexes, we see that we are always up there in terms of vulnerability. So putting Moldova on the climate map is in a sense both an easy journey because the landscape of risks is there, but it's also a hard journey because indeed making our voice heard is always hard and you need to jump through the hoops.
And there tends to be a lot of hoops to jump through. And so as you are an advisor to the Secretary General and a part of this youth advisory group to the United Nations, I'm wondering what you think needs to happen at this COP. Given your experience from Moldova, your experience as a leader, as a young person that's a leader, with Sharm El-Sheikh, when the clock strikes midnight on a Friday night, which hopefully they'll have a deal by then, what would you like to see on the table?
Well, first and foremost, I do not expect it to actually happen by that time. Because
you can tell that you are a negotiations veteran because it's a little ambitious to say Friday night, isn't it?
Even if we look at it outside of the context of the previous COPs, we see how much was like kicking the can down the road in the first week coming into the second one. So it's completely normal to expect. On contents, what I expect is a few things. Clear text, decision text on global goal and adaptation. That also mentions, at least in the cover decision, a clear commitment to double the adaptation finance by 2025 in terms of like the exact pathways, how we're doing that. And then on loss and damage, we're looking forward to making sure that there is at least some bare bones agreement on the financing facility, and that we finally make sure that Santiago network works. Because apart from making sure that we have money to address loss and damage, we also need to make sure that the body that is tasked to provide technical advice on it also works. Because like, if I can bring an analogy here, like if you're on the sinking ship, it's good to have a life vest with you, as many as you can grab. But if there is no instruction of how to use that life vest, it will prove utterly useless. And the Santiago network plays the role of this instruction. And the last but not the least is, of course, meaningful progress on negotiations on the climate finance goal. Because while we are still scrambling over $100 billion target that was missed, we still have trillions and trillions in financial flows that are flowing around. They are not subject to any rules of integrity and accountability. There are no standards for them except some voluntary ones that are set. So I'm really looking forward to making sure that there is a very strong language on Article 2.1c in the cover decision as well. And for me personally, it's also important that we have a strong language on just transition, particularly on its social aspects and social importance, because oftentimes just transition is just like a poor cousin of mitigation, but it is something that is important on its own, especially for the sake of its social impacts.
Right, right. And can you say more about just transition? Because we've talked a lot about, sort of in the hallways here, about what justice means when it comes to the climate crisis, and certainly thinking about how a just transition might evolve. Moldova, I know, has done some really interesting work on just transition, but I'm wondering if you could share a little bit more about sort of your thinking on this topic here at COP.
Absolutely. Especially in Eastern Europe, the question of just transition is crucial for any green transition. We, less than 30 years ago, had a very unjust transition from a planned economy to a market economy that was characterized by a lot of chaos, explosion and inequality, and a certain level of disenchantment with what the market system has to offer. So if we want to make sure that we use the confidence of the people that is a little bit in short supply when it comes to trusting some important major societal transformations, it is absolutely vital that we get this right this time. And the way we get this right is we first and foremost make sure that just transition dovetails into the immediate concerns that people are having. We need to make sure that just transition provides energy, clean energy abundance, so that clean energy is not only clean, but it's also cheap and is reliable. And secondly, the jobs that are created in the green just transition, that they provide at least the same level of social protection and benefits that people are enjoying now, that it facilitates the level of unionization, and that it also contributes to an overall fairer taxation system.
And do you feel like that as you've been sort of witnessing these negotiations, that we are sort of addressing this issue of just transition, we're addressing the issue of justice, sort of given, and it was so interesting what you're saying about this, the history of Moldova and having experienced an unjust transition. Do you think that we're hearing enough about it at this COP, or do you think we need to sort of scale it up?
We absolutely should scale it up. The justice element is very easy, especially in the context of negotiations, to be buried under the deluge of technocratic language and procedural squabbles. The negotiation texts, they are very dry texts. So including elements of justice is always a very tall order, especially in a way that provides some strong instructive language.
Yeah.
Because as we all know, in the UN negotiations, every word, especially every verb that you use, matters a lot. So it is an uphill battle in which I do not see a definitive victory for advocates for climate justice just yet, but that does not mean we should give up. On the contrary, we should push, especially now in the second week, when we have more political representatives here, ministers of environment and so on. Now is the time.
Right, right. Now, I'm wondering if you can share a little bit more. We talk a lot about the UN Secretary General's Advisory Group, and I'm wondering if you could share a little bit about what that group is, what it aims to do, I know you have been a key leader within this group. Could you talk a little bit about that?
In short, the UN Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group, especially our cohort, the inaugural one, we put in front of ourselves 3 tasks. The first one is being the conduit of UN Secretary General's climate strategy and making it more youth-friendly and accountable to youth across the board in the UN system. Secondly, to be an independent producer of ideas, because we are not just a youth group, but we are advisory group. And it's a group of people, many of whom are young professionals in their own right, and they can and are providing expertise that is valuable on its own. And thirdly, it's also about providing the youth across the constituencies, across the communities, and across the organizations fighting for climate justice, an additional opportunity for a high-level allyship. And as we have witnessed, for example, at the roundtable that the Secretary General had on November 9th, this opportunity for allyship, this particular one, for example, was very well used. And the change that we have seen being undergone in Secretary General's rhetoric, but also actions, has been enormous. He even mentioned himself during that session that, like, many people and high-level officials called me that I have become much more radical, and I attribute that fault to my youth advisory group. So, and of course, COVID has derailed many things, and the fact that we are very first and we're figuring things out might have contributed to the fact that we could have done more. But I'm looking forward with a lot of optimism to the fact that there will be a next cohort taking over in January, and that we left something lasting and a format that youth will be able to engage with coming further.
Well, I can certainly attest that the Youth Advisory Group has left a lasting legacy. So much of the issues that you have pushed have been a remarkable step forward for this process. As just a final question, and what is your advice for young people who come to this process? I always joke that it takes about 2 years to get to understand your way up in this process. Do you have any advice for young people wanting to get involved?
Absolutely. My advice to young people would be, first and foremost, when you're engaging with this process, is take care of yourselves, because otherwise nobody will. This is a process that is extremely emotionally, intellectually, and physically intense and draining. Oftentimes on this road, you might feel yourself like you reached a dead end, like you feel burnt out, and so on. I ask you to never despair, and I ask you first and foremost to make sure that always, at any moment, you prioritize self-care, because you are your own best investment into meaningful climate action, and each of us needs to be there 100% to be the best, and there is no shame in sometimes taking a break.
Vlad, Kaim, thank you so very much. It was a pleasure to have you. Everyone, let's give him a round of applause. Today at COP27, we are also focusing on water. And pardon the pun, but we're going to dive a little bit deeper into this topic. And I am so very happy to have Excellency Minister Hani Sewalan with us, the Minister of Water, Resources and Irrigation. It's wonderful to have you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. It's also my pleasure to be with you today.
We know you are incredibly busy at this COP. We know that you have a number of different issues on the table, and certainly water is getting more and more press, more and more attention at these COPs. And I'm wondering about how you see the impacts of climate change on the global water crisis and how these impacts can be alleviated.
Actually, we are all wondering that water was not part of the climate change discussions and negotiations in the previous COPs. Yeah. And so that's which was not normal. Now we are bringing water at the heart of climate action. And I think that's also our mandate. The reason, I don't think I need to explain much about the impact of climate change on sea level rise, the impact of increasing the temperature in a country like Egypt or in the entire Africa of the crop water requirements. So farmers, they need more water to adapt to the increasing temperature. We in the household, we need more water. The industry asks us for more water in order to adapt to the heats and the increasing temperature. A country like Egypt is receiving 97% of its water from the Nile Basin countries, which means any hydrological exchange or changes or extremes happening in the upstream countries is impacting us directly or indirectly. So that's all, and we have seen droughts, we have seen floods, we have seen impact of the sea level rise on the groundwater, deteriorating its quality on the north coast of Egypt and the threatened delta of the country. And it's not only about Egypt, it's about many countries. They are suffering from the same water-related challenges as a reflection or as an impact of the climate change.
And I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about the AWARE initiative and how Africa can benefit from it. Because as you've said, you know, that water essentially knows no boundaries, right? In terms of this crisis and in terms of how the climate crisis is affecting water supplies. You've talked about water really being so scarce across regions of Africa, across Egypt. Many countries are facing too little water or too much water. Can you share a little bit about this?
Yeah, we started this AWARE initiative, or preparing for the AWARE initiative, some time ago. We started with many international partners, including the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, and many other international agencies and partners and countries to prepare for this. And we started in March, putting things on paper, having a clear action plan, and having specific pillars or work streams for the implementation, because we had enough talks. Yeah. We talked too much, but now it is a time to work and apply actions on the ground. And this AWARE stands for Actions on Water Adaptation and Resilience. So it is really about putting action plan. So then we came in the Cairo Water Week last month. We brought all the partners together. We came out with the Cairo call for action, which is preparing the actions to be included in AWARE. Now we are launching AWARE here in the Water Day from Cairo, but for the entire world. This is a global initiative with main focus on Africa Plus. So we really put Africa at the heart of this initiative so that we can build the capacity of Africans, provide them with the right tools to adapt to climate change, because understanding the tools in Africa when it comes to innovation is different from the innovation in other European or Western countries. Smart agriculture in Africa is different from smart, because the technology here is basic in Africa. People, they need capacity to raise their capacity, enhance their capacity. And that's why we are planning in the AWARE initiative to host the biggest center for climate adaptation and resilience for the African people in order to build their capacity, and hopefully everyone will be working with us. We are welcoming any region or any country or any agency to come and start preparing the program and the specific projects and having funding and time plan for the implementation before March 2023, before going to the UN Water Conference in New York 2023, March.
Yeah. We have a lot to do before that UN conference in 2023, don't we? And I want to go back to something that you said that is so important, and which is that water perhaps should have been involved in the UNFCCC a long time ago. That water really does cut across so many of these issues that we hear about in these negotiations, whether it is reducing emissions, whether it is increasing resilience to climate impacts, technology issues, protecting nature. And I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about sort of what your hopes are for this COP, and given that water is a place where so many countries in Africa, so many countries around the world are facing these water challenges, and what can COP27 under Egypt's leadership, under Egypt's ability to sort of really push the needle on this, what are your hopes for water when it comes to this COP?
This is an implementation COP. My hope is to implement what we planned. My hope is to come to projects on the ground, as I mentioned before. My hope is to help the African countries to adapt to the changes of the climate change. Africa is surrounded by oceans and seas, and all these waters are rising. So there is a sea level rise from all sides. So if you imagine it, Africa is sinking in water. So we need to work together to adapt and stop this. So mitigate and adapt to these changes. We don't want our poor and farmers to suffer. There is no achievement of the SDGs without having actions on the ground. And these countries, they really need help. And the help is included in this AWARE initiative with specific actions. And we will welcome every country and every donor or every organization that wants to do something on the ground. We just want actions and projects.
Actions and projects, this implementation COP led by Egypt, and there is no better person than you to be leading on this issue. Thank you so much for joining us today. Excellency, we just appreciate your time so very much and your leadership. It means a lot to the world. Thank you.
Thank
you
you,
very
and
much.
thanks for your audience.
It's good
Thank
to
you.
see you.
Have a nice
Thank
day.
you. We are trying to address world leaders and push world leaders to be able to take action. And certainly, as you've heard from some of the speakers today, this is meant to be an implementation COP. And implementation looks very different depending on where you are. But world leaders have a very important role to play. It is world leaders that really need to be able to take the steps that are needed to be able to listen to many of the people across the world. Now, something is just sort of reflecting on some of these panels. We really heard many different perspectives. We heard perspectives on gender. We heard perspectives on youth. We heard perspectives on this very critical issue on water. And this is what I think is a leap in terms of COPs. I've been going to COPs longer than I would care to admit. My first COP was in 2006. And I still remember when these COPs were a small group of people, of scientists, of policymakers, that really had quite wonky conversations. And we dreamt of a day when it could be an all-of-society COP, when we did have CEOs want to show up, when we could have over 120 world leaders, when we could have ministers, young people, gender experts, when we could bring everyone together to be able to come to solutions, to be able to have the bigger conversations in a whole-of-society way. And that's a lot of what this conversation today has been about on gender and water, but also this conversation has been about throughout the course of this week on things like decarbonization and energy, on forests and nature. And this is where we need to keep going. As Yetunde said earlier on the panel, we need to keep going. We need to not back down. Now I turn to Dear World Leaders. Dear World Leaders is an initiative that was started by the United Nations Development Program and our partners to be able to bring the voices of people to world leaders. Sometimes when you come to these COPs, it can feel very, very overwhelming. You see all of these people that you normally see on the news. They're having very, very big discussions. And you know that the words matter, that what they decide to do, what the policies are, what the statements are, what the political commitment is going to affect our entire future. But that doesn't mean that you need to stay silent. Your voice is important. And what we wanted to do at the United Nations Development Program was to help bring your voice to world leaders. And so we asked people to start filming themselves. We said, hey, you've got your phone, film 30 seconds, film a minute. What would you say if you had all of these world leaders in a room and you could address them? And then we have put them online, we have sent them to world leaders, and we have put them here, right outside where all of the world leaders earlier this week. Many of them walked by, they saw many of these videos. It was really exciting to see them stop and take a look and listen to what people were going to say. And so with that, let's cue up the video on Dear World Leaders.
Dear world leaders, our climate is changing, why aren't we? Our planet is facing the greatest challenge of all time, climate change. Yet, lack of action, irresponsible decisions, and human greed have meant slower progress towards ending this global crisis.
So the campaign and the exhibit that you see here, we started it on the road to COP26 in Glasgow. And we started it because we wanted to give a voice to citizens all around the world in terms of how climate change is impacting them and what they would like world leaders to do about it.
I decided to speak on Dear World Leaders because I noticed that there's a huge disconnect between world leaders and other stakeholders, especially young people. And so I hope that this platform could give us a voice and could help world leaders to notice our demands and notice our speeches and what we're doing in terms of climate action and listen and act.
So you just heard from 16-year-old Manal Bidar from Morocco, who gave a really moving video there, and Mehmet Erdogan, who has been really leading the way on this Dear World Leaders initiative. We are so very honored to be able to bring this forward here at COP27. I encourage you to check it out, dearworldleaders.org. Please do submit your videos. These videos matter. We are really trying to make sure that they get to world leaders so they hear you. Your voice matters. So now we are looking ahead toward week 2. As I mentioned at the top of this broadcast, we are really at this halfway point of COP27. This halfway point means a lot of different things. The first is that the pressure is on. A lot of issues in that first week under negotiation really didn't make it across the finish line, and so they have been pushed into this week. Ministers from nearly 200 countries are expected to arrive here in Sharm El-Sheikh over these next couple of days, where they will pick up some of these big political issues. High on the agenda, of course, are the 2 big tickets, finance and loss and damage. The $100 billion that developed countries had promised years ago that has not materialized is still being questioned, and a pathway forward to be able to ensure that that $100 billion is a floor and not a ceiling is really important. On loss and damage, these irreversible impacts from the climate crisis, the impacts that we saw so heartbreakingly in Pakistan and recently in the Caribbean after the storm, these impacts, the world has to come together to figure out what to do. How can we get support to countries that are facing these immeasurable losses, these ways that countries are facing these incredible damages? This is key on the issues next week. And of course, as we know, there are a lot of people from society here really wanting to make their voices heard through Dear World Leaders and otherwise. We plan to see more demonstrations, more people trying to bring some of these issues around the table, around different events, different dialogues, and different conversations. Thank you so much for joining this UNDP broadcast hour. We were so happy to have you, and please tune in tomorrow for the next day at COP27.
When I was looking at the membership there, so you're talking about the district officers, the district what, all those seemed like, you know, sort of local government type of people. Where do the farmers come in? Are they just recipients of this technical support, or are they also part of the co-creation of that support? I think that's my question for you, Joe. I hope you're still keeping your questions. Right now, I would like to sort of turn the wheels a little bit and move on to our last presentation for this segment from Mr. Rory Petrie, who is the Executive Director of the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef. I am really looking forward to this presentation because I love my beef. And I am hoping that you will dispel the protesters outside, because each time I come in the morning and they're like, go vegetarian, I'm like, oh no. That's not me, so I'm really looking forward to your presentation, Rory.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that introduction. And thank you as well, I should just say, to Africa as a continent and its people who have been very welcoming to me over the years. I've had the privilege of being able to live in South Africa and Botswana for some years, and I've worked throughout the continent over the last 25 years, and it's always been an inspiration, and I've learned a huge amount from the continent. So I want to be able to give back to you, and hopefully I can give back some beef to you as well. So I'd like to introduce GRSB to you first. The Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef is a multi-stakeholder initiative. It's a member association, and it's driven by our members. Our strategy and our goals and our work plan are driven by our members. Our members include farmers, cattle producers, ranchers, include processors, input suppliers and off-takers, allied industries like the leather industry. It involves retailers. It involves civil society, including organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and the National Wildlife Federation, academia, including university departments. And we have, in addition to being the global umbrella organization, we have 12 national or regional roundtables, which cover, at the moment, a total of 24 countries, soon to be 25, including 7 in Southern Africa, and that's why I'm presenting on a panel for Africa. Unfortunately, my colleague Max Makuvise was not able to be here this week. He is the chair of the Southern African Roundtable, and he is based in Zimbabwe. So I also just want to say that I recognize that in much of Africa, and indeed in many food systems, livestock is multi-purpose. So although we are called the Global Roundtable for Sustainable Beef, we recognize that the role of cattle in most systems is actually dual or multi-purpose. Cattle provide traction, they provide milk, they provide manure centrally to cropping systems, and they provide beef and an opportunity to derive income from sales when needed. Still, 50% of the world's crops are fertilized by animal manure. They're absolutely central to resilient cropping systems, and we mustn't forget that, particularly in Africa. So marginal systems will bear the brunt of climate change. And the majority of food is still produced in mixed farming systems, and much of it in Africa is still produced in marginal areas. It's going to affect the quantity and the quality of the feed that we have, both from grasslands and from crop byproducts that we can feed to animals. It's going to affect animal health and welfare through the spread of diseases from their traditional zones into new ones, and the vectors that spread them. It's going to cause heat stress, which will be a welfare issue. I already mentioned the other one. And ultimately, reduced numbers of livestock caused by disease and other issues that I raised would reduce nutrient cycling in crop livestock systems where most of our food is produced. So clearly this is an issue that we need to work on, and we need to develop the resilience to combat these challenges. All of those issues will, of course, impact on human nutrition and health. And we heard the number of people in Africa who are hungry, but you may not be aware that 9 out of 10 women and very large percentage of children in Africa also suffer from micronutrient deficiencies, and many of those can be addressed through use of livestock source feeds. So we need to adapt. We need to optimize the use of the resource base, and adaptation and resilience go hand in hand. That starts with the soil. Now, to improve soil health, we really need to get more carbon into the soil. Obviously, that has co-benefits. But getting more carbon, getting more soil organic matter will increase the ability of the soil to retain moisture. It will increase the ability of water to infiltrate the soil during heavy rainfall events. 1% of soil an increase in 1% of soil organic matter will enable 1 hectare of land to store an extra 150 tons of water. And we can actually increase soil organic matter by 1% every year. That is a phenomenal contribution to resilience in mixed livestock farming systems. There are some excellent examples. Now, we started, when I was based in Botswana, we started with a project in Namibia, working with communal grazing lands in the northern communal areas of Namibia, where we worked with herders to combine their herds into one large herd and rotationally graze their communal area. Within a year, this had restored the health of the grasses in their rangeland. It had increased the biodiversity in the rangeland, and it had started to make a difference to soil as well. That project ended some years ago, but today there are many other organizations working in the same fields. And I'd just like to mention Herding for Health, who have got projects in Botswana, in South Africa, and in East Africa. And so far they are covering 1 million hectares with these improved grazing management projects. Soil for Climate is also working on these projects in East Africa and Kenya. All of these will contribute to increased resilience in those rangeland situations. In order to adapt, we also need improved animal health and well-being. A suboptimal health status means that an animal is more open to infection and to suffering from the effects of climate change. Husbandry has got a huge role to play, both in terms of the productivity of the herd. If we improve the genetics, today, the top 10% of genetics can provide us multiple benefits in terms of both emissions, but also in terms of adaptability to climate. And we need to improve the nutrition of our cattle to make sure that they are producing to potential. Because one of the great issues that we have, certainly in Southern Africa, I can speak with some direct experience, is that cattle have their first calf at the age of 4 years and produce on average one calf every 4 years. Clearly, that means that for most of the time the cattle are in the system, they are actually not producing anything. There is also an opportunity in some parts of Africa to use silvopastoral systems where we include trees, legume trees, or food crop trees in the production system, which can dramatically increase the amount of carbon storage both in the soil and in the biomass and the food supply to the cattle and the people. I'm going to mention mitigation. I don't think it's the top priority, but I think it's worth mentioning because, in fact, all of the mitigation strategies are actually adaptation strategies as well. I've already mentioned them. Enteric emissions can be reduced through better quality in feed and right-sizing the herds. This is also an adaptation strategy. I already mentioned genetics, husbandry, and health. They're all key. And carbon sequestration in the soil. That is exactly what I was talking about with better grazing management. There are multiple benefits. It's not just carbon, it's not just water. When we do this, when we improve grazing management, we will see better soil biota, the microbiome of the soil. We will see better distribution of above-ground insects, and the insects bring birds, and overall, that ecosystem function, the water cycle, and the resilience of the system is improved. This allows us improved diversity and flexibility when we are faced with extreme events. In order to do this, we need a holistic approach. We need to involve everybody in this process. We need to work with the animal health services at a national level. We need to work on extension so that the husbandry, the grazing management, etc., and the management of common property resources can be optimized. We need, and we've already heard about, access to markets for small-scale producers. GRSB, together with the Southern African Roundtable, ILRI, and Solidaridad has a project on equitable access to red meat markets for women and youth in Southern Africa. At the regional level, we need to optimize trade between countries, finding a balance between the domestic demand and export. We really need to use some of those products in country. The nutritional challenges in Africa are severe, and those valuably highly nutritious projects need to be used in country. Another regional issue is the control of vectors and diseases, transboundary diseases. But I think of key importance is this foresight, and I'll actually mention it for a global level as well. If we don't balance national policies with what is happening on a global level, we will start to make some fundamental errors. And we're seeing that already. Efficient producers in the global north saying that they are going to reduce production in order to mitigate climate change is not a solution. The reason it is not a solution is that it will create food insecurity in the global south, and it will create an opportunity for expanding production in the global south, where both human population and animal population is already growing. Now, pushing production from the most efficient producers to some of the less efficient producers is not a recipe for mitigation. It is exactly the opposite. Clearly, at a global level, we also need to balance consumption with need. There are countries where we consume more than we need, and there are definitely many countries where people do not have enough. So we need to invest in sustainable development strategies. Agriculture so far receives 2% of official development assistance. That is not enough. This is what we feed the planet with. We need to invest more. Livestock receives 1/25 of what agriculture receives. In other words, 0.2 of 1% of ODA goes to livestock. It is not enough. We need to involve governments, international communities, farmers fundamentally, and the private sector so that we have a joined-up approach to this development. We need to recognize the centrality of livestock to both mixed and extensive production systems. We need to make sure that all of our sustainable growth is socially, economically, and environmentally sustainable. We cannot focus on one of those pillars and ignore the others. And we need to be inclusive. At least half of the farmers in, oh, sorry about that. Anyway, I'll finish just without the presentation. Half of the farmers involved in the production systems are women, and we need to make sure that they're part of it. Youth, as we've already heard today, are the future of all of our farming systems, and they have to be at the table. I don't know how I'm doing for time, but I suspect that I'm probably at the end of it. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Rory, for your presentations. Thank you for that presentation. It was quite exciting for me. I picked some very key points that I think are often underplayed when it comes to discussion about the role of livestock in climate change. One thing that she said is that when we improve grazing management, there's multiple benefits. And I think that's often not highlighted. You know, we often focus on a negative narrative, and I think we've changed that. And the call for improving investment, I think it could not have been louder. Thank you for that. As you were presenting, I just got thinking that, you know, of late we have been hearing about the One Health approach. Everybody's talking about One Health, the interconnection between people, animals, plants, and the like. And I wonder if you have some thoughts on that. I know you touched a bit on, you know, on the management of soils as well as the management of livestock. And it's something that popped into my mind. If you have any thoughts on that, it will be good to hear about that. But ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the presentation of we've come to the end of the presentation session of our side event, which means we are almost at the end. Just a few minutes for us to really round up and summarize what we've been talking about. I did pose some questions to the presenters. I'm hoping that they've been chewing on those questions and that they are ready with the responses. But I want to be a good moderator and not just hog the panelists to myself. So I'm going to open the floor up for some questions from the audience. I'm going to give it, okay, I see the gentleman there. 1, 2, 3 questions, 4 questions. All right. I will take the questions maybe in the order of the closest to the mic. The gentleman at the back there, if you raise the hand. Then we'll have the gentleman here, and then we'll have the gentleman with the hat here, and then we'll end with the gentleman at the back there. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, everybody. My question's for Rory, I guess, or anybody else who has an answer. And he talked about the 1/25th of 5% or 2% of the dollars going into research and innovation into the livestock part of this solution. And we all know that it's a circular economy and livestock contribute equally to everything else into it. So where, I guess, where would we put our heads to figure out how to get a bigger portion of that 5% of the money for livestock? Or maybe more money altogether.
Okay, thank you. Rory, do you want to take that now?
Yeah, I think the message is really unfortunate. We've got such a negative narrative at the moment around actually all forms of agriculture, but particularly around livestock. Now, clearly, if you don't invest in something, you can't improve it. This is really a big concern because, you know, it's fine to invest in all kinds of other things, but we live on food. We cannot survive climate change or anything else without food. Total investment of 5% into agriculture is frankly laughable because that's everything that we eat. And then 0.2% into livestock, which occupies around about 2/3 of the land area we use to produce food. It's absurd. If people are worried that there is an issue in the sustainability of livestock, they should be investing in it, not divesting it. And when I hear Germany, Ireland, New Zealand, countries like this saying they don't need to feed the world, I am really worried about who is going to feed the world. And I'm really worried about what the effects of those policies are going to be. Do Germany, Ireland, and New Zealand want to see a massive influx of migrants from developing countries because there's nothing left to eat? Of course they don't. So they should not be talking about divesting, they should be talking about investing.
Thank you, Rory. We have the gentleman with the mic there.
Hello? Okay, thank you. Just to appreciate the presenters, then pose 1 or 2 questions to the first presenter. I might have missed it. Those were interesting technologies in terms of informing the farmers or the users in terms of when to irrigate and when to apply your fertilizers. But I wanted to just find out from you how easily accessible are such technologies with regards to costs and also adaptability, especially to smallholder farmers with regards to interpreting what the gadget would advise, as well as in the 3 countries as to maybe the supports, because at times fertilizers are also a challenge to come by. As part of the interventions, how are you then managing it when it advises that maybe you need to apply your fertilizer? At times it's not the general fertilizers, maybe it's the micronutrients, maybe there's some deficiency of specific elements. How would you go about that in terms of providing those which may not be readily available on the market? Otherwise, these are good technologies which I think will actually transform these sectors. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Joe, do you want to take it?
Yes, thanks for that question. I think it's linked to what Tembi was asking earlier on in terms of the issues related to sustainability. So I could take all try and respond to all at the same time. So an interesting case is that in the case of Zimbabwe, for example, was with Dorcas yesterday, and she on Saturday, and she was presenting part of the strategy for the government has incorporated the use of these tools in informing decision making in irrigations, which is great. Speaks to sustainability as well, because the agriculture innovation platforms, what we've tried to do is to engage all key stakeholders, including the extension officers, to have that conversation that allows for capacity building within the irrigation schemes, but also answering those questions that speak to sustainability. There's buy-in as well, and there's willingness from the actors, the farmers on the ground, to use these technologies because they are simple to use, but to also procure them using the benefits, the proceeds or the profits that they are getting from their enterprises. So farmers are also, because they're increasing their incomes within the irrigation schemes, there's that willingness. They are investing as well in buying inputs that are of high quality, using good fertilizers, high quality seed in their production schemes. So it's a holistic approach that we have tried to employ in this to ensure that there is that sustainability beyond our engagement. So the tools are at modest cost, and they are available on via.farm, F-A-R-M. So you could visit that platform and you could shop for the tools there. So they're easily accessible and at modest cost, looking at the benefits. And it's not just one farmer, that one farmer has to use the whole range of tools. It's for a plot or for a plot of farmers, a number of farmers that can use that information to inform their decision making. So it's really empowering farmers and coming at a very modest cost. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Njo. All right, so we are really running out of time, but I want to take the last two questions. So I'll take the questions before giving it to the panel to respond. Go ahead.
Hello?
Is it on? Yes, it's on.
It's on?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Good day, everyone. For the first time, I feel relevant because we are talking about case studies that are relevant to where I come from. I had met, well, I've seen him, he hasn't met me. I've seen Peter before, and I must say I am very happy that we are having something that relates to my scenarios here. But part of the question has been asked by my brother here regarding the accessibility. The one question that I want to appreciate is the Ugandan model, and I wish to, engage more with you, sir, if it's okay with you, Steve, because you're coming up with quite interesting things, particularly the cooperatives, because in Botswana, the government is transiting into, formulating cooperatives again, because we used to have them in the 60s, but then they died off, because now people wanted to do things individually. The main question is the grasses, the fields. We say the fields. I could hear the gentleman's accent. He sounded Afrikaner. I hope he is, because we have a lot to discuss then. The fields. I want to know how South Africans approach to human wildlife, frictions, because in boats we're having a lot of that. Because there are a certain group of people in the world who believe animals are the thing to protect. And we believe our livestock and our fields are the thing to protect. And the other half of us is taking the fields for production of food. So I wish to hear more on that. And I had hoped that since South Africa and Namibia are doing well in the game farming, they'll also touch on that so that as a growing industry in our area, we could also appreciate how we could use it as an alternative to some of the, the 0.2% that, Peter is referring to, because it is a worrisome issue. And also the worry that we're having in boards is, yes, it is a good thing to come up with new ideas of growing in crop production. The new developments of seeds is now killing the seeds that we've held from generation to generation. And I wish to pose this question: how best can you help us sustain that? Because we believe those are also useful.
Yeah.
Remember, they've gotten us where we are, some of us, so we need to know where the future is taking us, especially regarding to climate change. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your question. Fortunately, we've run out of time, but you can ask your question. There will be no response from the panel.
Yeah.
I think you will engage as we walk out to lunch. Yeah.
Right. I am very thankful.
Listen, there's a distant sound closer, soon it's all around. Hear me, time is running out. Come on, tell them what it's all about. We're running out of time, we're running out of air. We gotta keep it clear, show me that you care. Wherever you are, you got to wake up. United as a nation. We don't have time. No We don't have time to wait. There's a world to say. Right or wrong, how will you behave? Do the right thing, as they used to say. More than ever, that is true today. Be part of the solution, switch it up. For future generations, level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No We don't have We don't have time. No time. As kings feel creative. We don't have time. No We don't have
So the BBC reports today that there are genuine concerns and genuine fears that here at COP27, the 1.5 degrees centigrade target of the Paris Climate Change Agreement could indeed be lost. COP26 last year in Glasgow was very proud to say we've kept 1.5 alive. Some people are worried here that 1.5 could die. Madeleine Diouf Sarr, the chair of the least developed countries, she's from Senegal, urged all nations to stick to high ambition. Business has also spoken out. 200 plus businesses, along with civil society and others, have signed a statement that says 1.5 degrees centigrade is not a target, it's a limit. Companies like IKEA, Volvo Cars and Unilever have signed this. Before we talk about this initiative in more detail, we want to hear exactly what it's all about. So we're very pleased to have with us Maria Mendaluca, who is the CEO of We Mean Business, a big alliance of businesses around the world that was instrumental in creating this statement. Why did you do it, Maria? Why is it important? Give us your perspective.
Thank you. So we were very pleased to see that loss and damage is in the agenda of this COP. And we know that loss and damage is the result of not doing well enough on meeting our goals and not investing enough on adaptation. So we think that the best way to minimize loss and damage is to stick to 1.5. 1.5 is not a target, it is a limit. This is the budget that Earth has to have a livable planet. And the business community is strongly standing up. We have more than 200 business, all the big business groups, International Chamber of Commerce, UN Global Compact, the Women Business Coalition Partners, and many of the companies that you have mentioned, all available on our website, that have said enough is enough. 1.5 is the limit. Let's not reopen again that negotiation. These companies are setting science-based targets that are aligned with 1.5. So it doesn't work if now governments are sneaking out. No, we must continue with this intention to reduce emissions and to keep with this limit. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, it is reasonably, if not totally outrageous that this would be even considered right now. I just want to say to my colleagues on stage here, by the way, we have very challenging conditions in this room. So always keep your microphone very close to your mouth. And it may that the quality here is poor, but the quality going out to the viewers in 160 countries, several million of them, the quality is very good indeed. Okay, thank you very much, Maria. I'm going to go over to Catherine Hayhoe, who is, I think, one of the most wonderful scientists we have in the world on climate action, climate change, creative, but also very sensible. You're from the United States. Which university are you at, Catherine?
I am at Texas Tech University. I'm also Chief Scientist of the Nature Conservancy, and I am a Canadian.
You're Canadian? Oh, right. Well, my brother lives in Canada, so he'll be excited about that. Okay, good. Tell us, why is 1.5 degrees centigrade important, and why are we playing Russian roulette with the future of every man, woman, and child if we even contemplate allowing the temperature to go any higher?
Well, here is what the science says. Temperature is changing faster than any time in the history of humans on this planet. We have never seen conditions getting this warm this fast. And climate change is loading the weather dice against us, making our heat waves, our droughts, our floods, our storms, and our wildfires much more dangerous and much more damaging. What else does the science say? About a future, it says, every bit of warming matters. What's the ideal temperature for humans and life on this planet? The temperature we had 100 years ago. So if we scientists had a goal, it would be as low as possible. But we realize we live on a society that has depended on fossil fuels for hundreds of years. There is no magic switch that we can just flip to turn everything off overnight. So the 1.5 degree target represents a compromise between the science that says as much as possible, as soon as possible, and all of the things that need to be done, which our other panelists can speak to actually meet that target by transforming our energy systems, our food systems, our infrastructure and building systems. Every aspect of life on this planet can and must change. But here's the good news. It will give us a better future.
So we can't compromise any further. This is the compromise has to be over, right? I mean, the only compromise is to go lower, but not to go higher.
The reality is every bit of change matters. So if we manage to stabilize temperature change at 1.49, that doesn't mean that we're impact-free. We are already seeing dangerous changes today. If we go over and we're at 1.51, that doesn't mean that it's all over and we're going to hell in a handbasket. That's a lot better than 1.55, 1.6, 1.7 or higher. Every bit that we do matters, and again, the more we do and the faster we do it, the better off all of us will be.
Okay, good, all right. So let me quickly go to Johan Falk, who's the CEO and founder of, or co-founder of the Exponential Roadmap Initiative.
Yeah.
1.5 is important. You're working with a lot of companies to assist them, to help them to achieve their 1.5 targets. What would it mean to these companies if it was just thrown away?
As Catherine said, already at 1.5, we take risks for irreversible tipping points, which will be devastating for humanity. So we need to stay absolutely firm on the 1.5 ambition. So we bring together companies representing at least $1 trillion in revenue per year. All of these companies are committed to do their utmost to halve their emissions by 2030, to halve their value chain emissions by 2030, to integrate climate in strategy and scale climate solutions, but also to contribute to global net zero, also by putting positive pressure on governments to actually implement the regulations and policies we need to be able to scale up the solutions.
Tell me something. The halving of emissions by 2030 to give us a 50-50 chance of net zero by 2050, is that predicated on a 1.5 degrees centigrade pathway?
We would need to follow about that trajectory, but it's not sufficient. We also need to protect the natural systems in the world. We need to protect nature. We need to move nature from a source to a sink, aiming for nature positive by 2030 at the same time.
Okay. We'll come back. Yeah, we'll come back on that because if we have time, we might just dig a bit into nature, which sounds awful. Dig a bit into nature. Maybe there's another way of phrasing that. So, Hannah Hislop, you're Global Sustainability Senior Manager at Unilever. Unilever is a very large corporation around the world. You've always been a bit of a leader on this issue of climate action, for sure, for many, many years. Why did you sign up to this We Mean Business, B Corp, and others initiative?
Thanks, Nick. So, yeah, as you say, Unilever is a huge company. We've got many, many brands all over the world, very well-known brands. Every day, 2.5 billion consumers use one of our products. We have supply chains stretching, across every corner of the world. We have a big kind of land and agriculture footprint. We're already seeing, at 1.1 degree of warming, a combination of kind of slow onset stresses to the system and shock events, which are, compromising our ability to be a resilient business, essentially. So, for example, we're very dependent on smallholder farmers to produce our crops, palm oil, soy, others. And, when those farmers are under pressure from, storms or drought, that has an impact on our supply chains. And similarly, we have, billions of consumers around the world who are dependent on enough water to use our products. So, for example, when there was a really severe drought in São Paulo in Brazil a few years ago, people didn't have enough water to use shampoo. So, again, that's a huge risk to us as a business. So we face these, massive risks already at 1.1 degrees warming. And as Catherine says, 1.5 doesn't mean that it's all okay. Those risks are only going to increase and increase over the next few years. What we cannot do is just say, oh, 1.5 looks a bit hard. We think, we'll just drop it and, see what else we can manage. Every degree of warming matters totally, but 1.5 is the limit that we agreed in Glasgow, and it's the limit that Unilever and hosts of other businesses have signed up to. We've set a net zero by 2039 target. We're aiming to halve our value chain emissions by 2030, get to 100% reduction of our operational emissions by 2030. so we're aligning our future business model to 1.5. And what we can't have is government saying, oh, actually, that looks too hard, because we need governments to put the right policy frameworks in place. We need them to, help us, deliver the right infrastructure, incentivize renewables, incentivize regenerative agriculture. And, debates around, oh, is 1.5 too hard? That just creates uncertainty for business, and that stymies our investment, makes it harder. So we really, really need governments to send a loud signal that 1.5 is still, as Mariah said, it's a limit, it's not a target, and businesses are all in for 1.5.
Yeah, it's absolutely staggering. I mean, governments have a responsibility at least to try and protect their citizens, and you would think that if they actually internalize that concept of protecting their citizens and their livelihoods and their future and their rights and the rights of unborn generations to come, they might actually start thinking they're not doing a very good job if they let 1.5 go. So it makes me a bit cross too. Ingmar, you're CEO and founder of We Don't Have Time. This is this wonderful TV channel and more that you're watching the show on. Something very interesting happened in Sweden just before the general election, only some weeks ago. What did business do? And We Don't Have Time, I know, was involved in organizing that with others.
Yes, the background was that in the Swedish election...
Put that microphone right up
in the Swedish election debate, we had suddenly, the climate was kind of down on the priority list. It was not even debated. So the business community and myself and many I know, we got so frustrated about this. And when the climate was on the agenda, it was always about it was difficult, it was expensive. But the fact is that if we don't work on solving the climate crisis, the cost will be so much higher. If we don't have a 1.5 limit target, the cost will be so much higher when to do something now. So it's only stupid to don't do anything. And businesses in the forefront, they know this. And the good news is they have stopped listening to the people. But they are listening to the business and the money. So what we did, together with some strategic partners as Exponential Roadmap and some others, was that we, just in a few days, we gathered 227 companies in a big debate article just a couple of days before the election. And we actually succeeded to get 20% of the Swedish GDP behind it. And it could have been many, many more, but we didn't have time. So what all those companies were saying was that we need to step up climate ambition. We need tougher climate regulation. We need to do this. We need to have it as a priority. And we need to see the transition as an opportunity, not as a sacrifice. Because it's not a sacrifice. It's an opportunity. When the world is changing, if you're doing the right thing, you're going to get advantage of doing that. So Sweden has everything to win to do this. And it matters, but the political leadership didn't acknowledge this. It wasn't in a debate. And what happened was that it instantly got so much attention. We were all over the TV news, and we got last days have the debate to be about climate again. And it has continued after the election. So it was just yesterday, or I think the day before that, we had one of the biggest newspapers had this in their column. For opinion, and it's still quoted. So businesses really have a voice. It really works, and businesses need to realize that it's not enough to just act within your own organization, because we will fail. We need everyone else, and in order to get everyone else on board, we need regulation. We need the policymakers on board, and they are not moving, so we must have them to move. And unfortunately, this 1.5 degrees initiative limit here.
Limit, let's call it a limit.
It's a very, very good initiative from women businesses, but it's a defending initiative. I think the next step is that businesses need to step up and not just defend the targets, but be very, very aggressive of doing more, because we can do it.
Let me come back on this, because I find this interesting. I mean, I've been involved in climate change and the environment for many years in different ways, a journalist with the Times newspaper in London, director of comms of UNEP, and then the UNFCCC, and now in this career. And sometimes in the past, when the heat was on and the politics changed, business would kind of be very vocal, but then when it was a bit difficult politically, they went a bit quiet, you know? I like this idea of business suddenly stepping up in countries before elections and saying to the government, whatever government's going to come into power, whether they're right of centre or left of centre, or whether they're a coalition or whatever, standing up and saying, by the way, just don't forget climate change in the selection. Whoever gets into power in this country, we want you, as the business leaders in your country, to actually step up your ambition on climate change, and at the very minimum right now, not water back the targets you've already set. Do you think this could be a national thing rippling around the world, that we mobilize the business before elections? Maria?
I think we should. I think the business needs to be responsible on their advocacy position and speak up about these targets and limits. Businesses are stepping up already, and they are setting science-based targets, which is a voluntary initiative. And once they do it and they start to implement it, they are doing sometimes so well, they are overperforming their targets and improving their targets and bringing forward the net zero dates, like we heard before. So I think that's why governments need to stick to the budget that is available and try to do it better. That's why 1.5 is the limit. It needs to be applied across the board. It needs to be pushed by businesses, but also governments need to be firmly putting the incentives in places to achieve that objective.
I'm not entirely sure, and I don't know if anybody can tell me, but maybe it's not important, but I'm not entirely sure which countries are even whispering in the corridors about maybe relaxing on 1.5. But what I would say is, whoever they are, and wherever they are, and whatever influence they're having on these negotiations here, that what we have seen at this COP here in Sharm El-Sheikh is even more examples of the extraordinary opportunities that are out there in the world to actually cut your emissions. Nature coming into the discussion much more than it's ever been. I mean, we had a show with Unilever the other day on regenerative agriculture, for example. There was a great report produced by, I think, the Exponential Roadmap and Conservation International, again, on the opportunities of regenerative agriculture, agroforestry, to really rapidly bring down emissions, improve livelihoods, and bring a prospect in certainly many of the developing countries, as well as the developed countries. So how can the governments have not heard that they have more opportunities now than they've ever had to actually address the climate change challenge, plus keeping to 1.5? Catherine, what do you think?
Well, as the chief scientist for the Nature Conservancy, I could not agree with you more. We know scientifically that we cannot achieve the 1.5 degree target without nature. What does nature do? Well, if you think of the atmosphere like a swimming pool, we already have too much water in the swimming pool because a few hundred years ago, we took a hose, we stuck it into the pool, and we turned it up every year. That's our emissions. But the swimming pool also has a drain. That's nature. And by pulling carbon out of the atmosphere and reducing our emissions at the same time, we can reach net zero. When we say nature-based solutions, people often think tree planting. And trees are part of the solution, but there's so much more. Protecting, restoring, stewarding, and conserving coastal wetlands that protect us from storm surge. Urban forests that cool down the neighborhoods, reducing energy costs and improving air quality. Grasslands that take up carbon, peatlands that are so full of carbon. All of these represent solutions, and we can't leave agriculture out of the picture. At the Nature Conservancy, we've estimated that 37% of our annual emissions could be pulled out of the atmosphere through nature. And in my home country, Canada, the majority of those solutions for Canada are agricultural, not ecosystems. So no-till agriculture, cover crops, other regenerative agricultural climate-smart practices, they can save money, they can improve productivity, and they can help with climate too. Win-win-wins are what we need, and we have them, thanks to nature.
So I wonder, I can only think of one large industry that might possibly imagine that it would be good to create a certain amount of confusion, as it has done jolly well over, well, I suppose since the beginning of all this story, right? When the UNFCCC was created in 1992, and then we had a COP shortly later in Germany with Angela Merkel, the then Environment Minister of Germany, presiding over it. They've always been rather good at this. Could it be that the fossil fuel industry is probably the only business that hasn't actually signed your statement? Is that correct?
Yeah, they haven't, because they haven't set a science-based target.
None of them? Mm-hmm.
No, because for them, a science-based targets will mean, moving from their current business model to one, more hydrogen, more renewables, etc. So they have to do that, and they have to do it, if not tomorrow, at least for the next COP, because the world will be watching them to see whether they actually are going to align with what science says that they need to do.
We have here, sorry, just to distract everybody a second, but it is kind of related. These are the fossil fuel subsidies. This is the money that's been spent by governments since COP26. This is based on the International Monetary Fund's assessment of about 580 billion direct subsidies to the fossil fuel industry, and then the damage that fossil fuels cause, which again is a subsidy because the governments pick up the bills, right, trying to recover communities after events and things like that. So the IMF says $11 million a minute, so that's $6 trillion there. I mean, when people say there's not enough money to fight climate change, and some people are very excited when 30 or $40 million has been spent, there's actually a pot of gold here, is there not, which is in the very fuels and companies that are not prepared to set a science-based target, could be interfering with COP27 right now and persuading some governments that 1.5 should go. And yet they're still enjoying bumper support for their business model, which is hardly a startup. I mean, subsidies are fine for startups that are going to make the world a better place, but they're not a startup. So I don't know if anybody wants to comment on this, but and maybe I'm just speculating who is behind this wavering of the 1.5. But I think the fossil fuel industry needs to wake up to the real world that's out there.
I think governments need to remove fossil fuel subsidies immediately. This is a very strong ask that we did last year, we're doing this year. We're not seeing the results. Those subsidies need to go to clean energy, also to the vulnerable communities, to build resilient plans, adaptation plans, etc. The business community that we represent is asking for this, in addition to setting science carbon pricing, so that we can charge for the externalities that they are producing.
Hannah, you wanted to say something then to Johan.
Yes, there's an equivalent point on the agricultural subsidies actually as well, isn't there? I mean, billions of dollars a year go into a very environmentally harmful way of doing agriculture. And so as well as repurposing fossil fuel subsidies, we also need to repurpose agricultural subsidies. And then we could rechannel vast sums into regenerative agriculture, fixing loss and waste in the food system, making sure it's healthy and resilient and sustainable and fair for everyone, including farmers.
As I say, we're not against subsidies per se. We're against stupid subsidies, if I can put it that way, or perverse subsidies as they were once called. Johan, over to you.
Yeah, the fossil industry has been very successful along with the traditional, I would say, typewriter industry to actually influence the governments in terms of policies. And we really need the progressive companies in the forefront to step up and bring their voice forward. And this is something that will be highlighted next year, that we really expect companies to align their policy influencing completely with the 1.5 ambition. It's not possible to have a net zero target and at the same time be part of organizations which lobby against 1.5. That has to stop. And I think it's important to understand with net zero, the fossil business model will go to zero. But there is a very strong resistance, and you can understand that with the subsidies. So we are at the breaking point, and we need to pass that breaking point. Yeah. So that also means that because all growth moving forward will be related to climate and nature solutions, I think that's absolutely clear. Yeah. Yes.
Absolutely. Ingmar, quick response, and I'm going to bring in our dear friend Sandrine.
Yeah, very quick. I think those subsidies, the reason why governments are keen to give the fossil fuel industry a lot of money is because they have produced a lot of jobs. And our leaders need jobs in order to be in power. But there is actually very good news now. And according to a LinkedIn study, for the first time ever, the number of jobs in the clean energy sector is more than the number of jobs in the fossil fuel industry. And this is a breaking point, and it will only go forward. So why do we subsidizing a dying industry when we have an industry that are growing? This will happen, but we don't have time to wait.
Sandrine Dixon de Clèves, the co-president of the Club of Rome, and many, many other things. We've been talking about this initiative by We Mean Business and B Corp and others to basically tell the governments here right now that 1.5 is not a target, it's a limit. And as Catherine Hayhoe here, wonderful scientist, pointed out, actually every tenth of a degree or even fraction of a tenth of a degree matters, right, in this story. Are you a bit outraged that there's even discussion about 1.5 maybe dying here?
Absolutely, and who would have thought that we would have had a COP after Paris that would be even debating the 1.5 debate? I think that overall, first of all, we have known that 1.5 is the only way to stay within the safe zone. We've got the science to demonstrate that it is. What I find quite appalling at this COP is, number one, most of the leaders are not sticking to the negotiations and actually moving them forward. We've seen some really good commitments on forestry, but in terms of oil and gas and the fossil industry, and also thinking through as we move towards COP28, it's an absolute disaster. The We Mean Business Declaration with so many others, including ourselves, is fundamental. We brought in non-state actors, actually, at Paris. And now it's non-state actors that are showing that they're more ambitious than actually the presidents and the heads of state of all these countries. It is absolutely ridiculous, and yet we know we're in an emergency. We've had COVID, climate, and conflict enhancing the emergency state that this planet is in, and yet we're seeing complete denial. Having worked with the oil industry for 30 years, Nick, we already started to think about stopping subsidies for oil and gas 20 years ago. We've got a G7 statement that indicates such. We have a G20 statement that indicates such, and we still don't have any movement. So it is time to say, as we are parity from a price perspective between renewables and also oil and gas, as we see what's happening with the conflict in the Ukraine, enough subsidizing the sector that is actually creating the most impact in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. There's no way we're going to hit 1.5 if we continue to subsidize and enable the oil and gas sector to continue to extract and to produce the way they do.
And we all know that there are many large companies that thrive around the world that had completely business models. Before, companies like IBM were punch card manufacturers, and then they realized that game was up, and they became computer companies. We've got many stories like that around the world, and there's also stories of companies dying because they weren't flexible enough to make the change. We haven't got to worry about that. That's their problem. They've got to look to the future. How are they going to contribute to the future of society, rather than how they're going to cling on to an old business model that is actually facing, well, people are facing a very grim future if they carry on that way. We've got about 5 or 10 minutes left. Maybe some last questions. Where does this go from here? We've got COP27. Today is, what is Monday, is it?
Yeah,
it is Monday. God, I'm losing track of time. We've got a whole 5 more days. Somebody said this thing might go into the 20th, might go into the weekend. Maybe it needs to, if we get a proper outcome from here, and it's not, they don't wash away the 1.5 with a lot more greenwashing. Where does it go from here? Any thoughts on this campaign? Maria? Or initiative rather than campaign, I think I should say.
So we pulled this statement in 24 hours. And now we have extended the deadline so that more companies that have science-based targets can join us in this movement. It needs to be included in the cover statement that 1.5 is the limit, not the target. And we need to move on. We don't need to talk about this in every single COP. We need to talk about implementation. We need to talk about ratcheting NDCs. We need to talk about how to raise investment in nature, and it is decarbonizing emissions and investing in nature. We need to move to talk about the how and not the why or the what.
Yes, absolutely. And will this statement, this initiative, or maybe it's already been presented to somebody? Is it going to be presented to the COP president or?
Yeah, the statement was handed over to Simon Steele.
That's the Executive Secretary of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change.
Alok Sharma, the president of the COP, and we will hand it over to the UAE. Because the UAE are taking the torch, and they need to step up the game as well. They need to be credible and present, how these countries are going to set science-based targets going forward. There is an incredible opportunity in Africa and the Middle East to transition to renewable energy, to green hydrogen, and they have lots of money to do so. Well, let's channel all that finance to the clean energy transition, scale it up and speed it up, because we don't have time.
I'm going to give the last floor to Sandrine because she was the last one here. It's a bit naughty of her for being the last one here, so I'm being very nice, actually. But I'm just joking, Sandrine.
No, I know, but I do feel bad. I don't like just running into an event, so I apologize for not having sat here and listened to everyone
Where do we
else.
take all this from here? What are you going to do this week?
So I think there are several ways that we need to take this. Exactly as Maria said, let's start implementing. I feel as if this is a dysfunctional COP. We have, on the one hand, all of the incredible declarations and the work that this zone and so many other pavilions are showing. The way in which the grassroots is starting to work with so many different initiatives, from business to community leaders to indigenous people. I mean, I have heard time and time again that we can do this, right? We can do it.
Yeah, we can do it.
But if we do not hold our leaders accountable, Nick, I mean, I'm starting to get fed up. I've had way too many COPs. I've been working in this field for 30 years. Many of us have. I was just with Johan Rockström, who we know is the rock star of climate science. And
who has also signed this initiative.
Who has also signed this initiative. Personally, if we do not have clarity on the fact that 1.5 sticks, I would like to boycott the next COP. And I think that's necessary, because otherwise we are all complicit in these negotiations that go backwards when we see that we have increasingly more people who are starving, who are suffering from climate effects. And this is going to have an impact on the bottom line of all industry. So let's be realistic. Let's realize we are all just as vulnerable as the most vulnerable. And the fact that, as Sharon Burrows, who is now stepping down this week from her incredible role as the head of the International Trade Union Confederation, said, there are no jobs on a dead planet. There is no business prospect on a dead planet. There is none of us on a dead planet. Let's be very clear that the next COP has to be progressive, move us along, and that this COP needs to stick to 1.5.
So if we can, we will try and get the United Arab Emirates minister on here and ask him, or it might be a her, what they feel about people boycotting their UN climate conference next year if the 1.5 is allowed to wither and die here in the Egyptian desert. So that might be one thing that we could try to do. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I think it was really important that we did this. It was very impromptu. The audience probably doesn't realize how impromptu it was. But thanks to everybody for being here. I think we've made our point, in addition to all the other points that you're all making separately. Yeah, fingers crossed that 1.5 stays more than just alive at COP27.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can close the show there, tech team.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Gaza. Let me take this opportunity to underline that the situation described by Mr. Johan Rockstrom in his keynote speech, it is very relevant to the challenge that we are facing in Cambodia. Cambodia is among the countries of Southeast Asia which as the most exposed and vulnerable to climate change. And in December and October this year, nearly all the provinces are affected by flooding, and more than 100,000 of families become flood-victim and fell into food insecurity. And the right field social infrastructure, road irrigation system damaged, and the government have spent $100 for spending on social assistance program to support the poor and the flooded victim, and the rehabilitation of the infrastructure, and more than 6,300 tons of paddy rice seed are distributed to farmers who are affected by flood for their rehabilitation, their farming system. And we have seen that the effect of COVID-19 pandemic and the related price shock, where the poverty rate in Cambodia increased and many rural households face the risk of falling back into poverty. The global impact of the war in Ukraine and prolongs and deepens the economic crisis. Cambodia is in preparation of the extension of our social protection program to ensure the social stability to cope with the high inflation and impact by the multiple of global crisis, in addition to the current social protection program that provide cash transfer to pregnant women and children under 2 years, and the cash transfer program for the people who are affected by COVID-19. And we recognize that the need to think beyond the food security and nutrition as the agriculture and health problem, to understanding how the pressing issue of climate change and all the crises can address through change in the food system without compromising to the nutrition. And we need to understand the wider picture, including the recommendation of the recognition of the trade-off and co-benefit for climate change, food system, and nutrition. And we have started more on toward to on a food system approach in our national food system dialogue and in the development of the national strategies in 2017.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. That's His Excellency Dr. Sok Silo there. So I'd like to now come to Ms. Ingrid Gabriela Hofen from GIZ. How does GIZ address this nexus between, as I mentioned, climate change, food security, and fragility?
Yeah, many thanks. And let me first actually thank Johan Rockstrom again for bringing this sense of urgency to the room and to our debate. And actually what you have illustrated to us, that we are not only have to face a severe food crisis, and that is actually taking lives, but at the same time we have to transform the whole food system globally in a sense that the whole system can deliver the contribution to climate protection that is needed. And this is even a bigger transformative shift that has to happen, but we should bear this in mind as well. One could also frame it in a different kind. The less we do a mitigation, the more we are going to invest in adaptation, And if this is not being done right, I mean, if we don't take the right preventive measures, preserve actually our soils, try to make sure that we have sufficient water and we use it efficiently, etc., we are going to spend more and more money on loss and damage. And this is the other equation that we are talking about at this COP27. So how should we approach this concretely? And let me start perhaps by an example. It's also from South Sudan, like the one that Kitty actually started with. When we started to work in East African regions on peace mediation, it was about conflicts about resources between farmers and herders in South Sudan, in other parts of the region. But of course, climate drought actually, the drought provoked by climate change exacerbates the type of conflicts. So what we try to do actually in order to embrace this in a complex manner, that when we enter into a program that deals with climate protection or with adaptation issues, that at the same time we do observe whether we are operating in a region that is actually faced with fragility. And we try to do the same that we have learned to do in peace building mechanisms, so we weave into some kind of peace element. The same applies, I think, when we do work in the space of climate and security. So when we do specific work in this respect, we should also figure out what kind of peace-building operations, what kind of extra co-benefit we can generate for climate resilience. For instance, by bringing stakeholders together, by making sure that the municipal level is on board, and that actually we have a big buy-in by many stakeholders from the society. What we have learned over time, I would like to give you 3 additional entry points. I think what is more needed than ever is that our doing is evidence-based and we use the right data. And we have to implement now programs that also pay off in 30 and 40 years' time. In many fronts on adaptation to climate change, we have been working in incremental terms, not really seeing what lies ahead of us. And this may not bring the right, actually, information to decision makers. For instance, by financing and by implementing climate risk analysis that actually capture these issues, and Kitty spoke about the water issue as one very essential issue when it comes to food security and adaptation to climate change. We should know actually what kind of water scarcity are we going to face in 30 years' time, and what does this mean for investments on adaptation and mitigation nowadays? How the economy has to be changed so that it can be actually not so actually fragile to water scarcity, just to give you an example. So we are doing this together with the KIC. So data and evidence becomes more important. Second point is actually we are trying to provide advice and support to those partners that try to factor in this nexus into their national adaptation plans and their NDCs. Traditionally, the national adaptation plans were really like short-term, and additionally, they didn't actually interconnect the dots, the different sectors, so they didn't work across the aisles. And on the NDC partnership, there again, GIZ as a constitutional member, we try to make sure that issues beyond climate are taken on board.
Thank you very much for those answers there, Ms. Ingrid Gabriela Huffen. All right, I'd like to come to Dr. Joe Puri now, who is the Associate Vice President of IFAD in India. Thank you so much for your time. From your perspective, what would you say are the key bottlenecks at a country level, for example, policy, finance, that sometimes perhaps stall progress towards food systems that are resilient in the face of all these multiple crises?
Thank you so much, Kasa. So, while I'm not going to try and be exhaustive in my 3-minute response to you, I'm going to speak about one key bottleneck that I think we all acknowledge, but we've got to figure out ways to do better with, and which is financing. Right? So at country level, we all recognize that it is important to invest in resilience and adaptation because it makes sense at the local level for the farmer, it makes sense for the farmers' organizations, it makes sense for the off-taker companies that are buying that product, and it makes sense for the national government, because then they don't have to pay for humanitarian assistance every time a shock occurs. So clearly the incentives are aligned. It also makes sense for a private sector agency or a private sector firm to be thinking about resilience, because once they invest in resilience, they know that their investment is secure and they get their returns on investment. So what is missing? What is missing that we don't get to see essentially the $379 trillion that is currently lying as assets under management globally, and 1% of that is required for us to meet the SDG financing gap, but yet we can't seem to mobilize it or catalyze it. So I want to talk about three things. I think the first challenge is measurability or accountability, and Ingrid thankfully spoke about that. The second is risk, and I'll talk about that a little bit. And the third is scale, and Kitty alluded to that a little bit as well. Right. So the first question is measurability. The fact is that the private sector, which is really the source that I need if I want to amplify the impacts that IFAD, so IFAD works with small-scale farmers. We put in approximately $1.5 billion on adaptation every replenishment period, and we leverage it. For every dollar, we leverage it 4 times, right? But clearly, it's important that we bring in the private sector. For them, measurability is important. For our portfolio, we found, and we applied an index for adaptation and resilience, and we found that we were able to, as a consequence of IFAD's investments, over a period of 8 years, able to increase the resilience of people that we were targeting over the counterfactual by 13%, with very good standard errors. So if you're interested in that, we've got the standard errors as well, right? So that we've got the measurement. But the second part is really the scale. And I think we really need to bring in the fact that, yes, 1/3 of our overall food is produced by small-scale farmers. They are clearly the source of resilient food systems if ever we wanted to build them. So if we can really find the economies of scale by aggregating these, we've got the scale. And we are working with farmers' organizations and contracting with large off-takers to essentially get to that. The third part is risk. And I think that's where I'm finding the missing middle. So clearly there's risk because you've got to invest in an area or geographies or with people that are currently non-banked or are not credit-worthy. So what we do, what IFAD does with improving their credit-worthiness or their bankability or their credit rating is to essentially provide or inject liquidity into public development banks, into national development banks, so that they are able to on-lend in ratios of more than 30 times to groups of people, to farmers, to smallholders, that is at lower rates of interest, so lower rates of interest, longer tenors, and with lesser requirements with respect to collateral. And that means that you are increasing then the financial affordability and accessibility of populations. This is happening with the Great Green Wall work that we are doing in West and Central Africa across 11 countries. It's also happening in countries like Mozambique, where we are working with specific value chains that are deforestation-free. We are also working in Malawi, we are working in Bolivia, where essentially the infrastructure that is being provided is helping to de-risk the investments on the ground. And this leads to then what is called an assembling of finance, because we've got different sources of financing essentially coming along, grant financing of first loss taking facilities at the bottom, then those that are able to provide senior debt, junior debt, and others, and then we can assemble that along with, of course, the GCF, the GEF, and the Adaptation Fund that can also provide a lot of grant and concessional financing. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that. I'm really pleased that you all stuck to time as well, so congratulations to you all there. Thank you very much. Right, we have about 10 minutes or so. And I would like to invite you all now to ask some questions. I want to hear your thoughts, your feelings on what our panelists have said. Can you relate to what is being discussed? Do you think the solutions proposed are going in the right direction? These are the sorts of things that I'd like for you to think about. Also, if you are watching on the YouTube or from home, please do contribute by leaving a question in the comments. We will try to get some of them answered too if we are able to. But right now, over to yourselves. Simply raise your hand and we shall bring a microphone over. Right, let's go into the corner over there, to the gentleman in the striped polo, then the lady in the red jacket.
Thank you very much. My name is Cesar Katebe from Women's Life Wellness Foundation. My question is directed at the lady next to you. She talked about long-term financing that targets women. For me, particularly of interest is, I'm coming from a women's rights organization, so my interest is, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I think that was for Miss Kitty van der Heijden, but do you need the question repeated? Yes, please, would you repeat the question for us?
Okay, yeah, my question is, you talked about long-term financing from 5 to 10 years. For me, I think that's a route to go, purely because long-term projects tend to have a bigger, higher impact to project beneficiaries. And I do know that, for example, when you look at the impact that the global climate crisis is having on women, they are the ones that are faring the brunt of this crisis. Surely when you do bring out financing that targets long-term, the yields are quite much bigger and has a tendency to uplift women out of that crisis. So for me, it's a comment that is directed at you to see how even other donors could be able to leverage on, because we know from a civil society background is that long-term projects have a bigger impact on people's livelihoods, especially women. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a comment and something that I actually wanted to build upon as well. Just talk to us about the reasoning for extending that length and what you feel the benefits will also be and why others perhaps should be following that example.
Look, I think as development community, we are learning now that we are dealing with systemic problems. And you can't deal with systemic projects in a 3-year cycle. I mean, that's just insane. But it's the way we've been organized for, how long have we done development cooperation? 60, 70 years? And we're locked in a modality that simply isn't suitable for the time we're in, which is interconnected problems, which are all long-term transformational. So that's why we've said we have to break out of the cycle of a new project every 3 years or every 4 years. It creates an onerous burden on our NGOs or on government partners that need to keep reporting. My people can't go to the field because they are endlessly reviewing progress reports. So we need to find a different way of doing business. And that is a long-term approach. Yes, 10 years. It's politically incredibly difficult through our budget cycles, where you have adaptive learning and where you engage local knowledge and local communities much better than we've done before. So that's the whole idea behind long-term financing. I am finding that more and more donors are thinking that we need to do this, but we need auditors to come along. Well, I am a fiscal economist by background. I can tell you they are the hardest nut to crack. And we need our taxpayers to come along. But I think slowly we are shifting, and as you've seen with Johan's presentations, all these issues are systemic. They're all interrelated. You can't do that in one project. So there's just no other way. If you want to be effective, you go long-term, you go adaptive, you go local. It's as simple as that.
Thank you. Is there a comment from Dr. Joe Puri, also to build on what Kitty has been saying?
Yeah, thank you so much, Kasa. So I just want to add to what Kitty said. We're also what's called an international financing institution. And what that means, and if you read a little bit about the work of the economists who got the Nobel Prize this year, they speak about financial intermediation. And that's exactly what we do. When you save money in a bank, you want to save it for the short term because you want to be able to withdraw it. But what a financial intermediary like IFA does is essentially it lends for the long term. So even though we borrow for the short term in periods of 4 years or so, which is the political cycle, but we on lend for 8 years. And now we are going even more programmatic. So we are doing 8-year investments and then 8-year investments that build on previous ones.
Thank you very much. Right, we have a question from the lady in the red jacket. Then I think there was a very strong arm in the air there at the back, so we'll definitely go there. And if we have time after that, we'll try and get one more in. But over to you, madam.
Thank you. My question goes to the presenter from GIZ. I think there was an issue in terms of documenting the indigenous knowledge. I'm coming from Zambia Climate Change Network, where we are coordinating activities, and I'm glad that the moderator has a face in terms of the stories around the food systems. So one of it has to do with packaging the indigenous knowledge in terms of the data that I think the colleague from IFAD is mentioning in terms of having the data that now speaks. So we seem to be having a shift of moving, especially the private sector, getting to move the agenda as opposed to the indigenous farmers who should be moving the agenda. So how could you help in this situation? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's get an answer now from Ms. Ingrid Gabriela Huffen.
Yeah, thank you. Of course, for GIZ, what we do when we work in the field of knowledge sharing or data collection, or even if we develop some approaches on the field, I think for us it's absolutely core and center that we do this together with local communities. I mean, they are not only those that have the knowledge, because and they are facing the changing conditions, at the same time, they are also the agents of change. So this is actually our approach. It's so to say, we have to bring in people on board. It's a whole of society approach. Even if we want to shift bigger systems, we have to bring on board the local level, the macro level, and make them work together. And so we don't have like one-size-fits-all approaches, but we really listen to people, make sure that when we go to local communities, this is tailor-made and embeds fully and wholeheartedly what they would like to see as their vision for resilience and knowledge sharing. This, of course, and this may relate to Kitty's point, requires more time. And sometimes it's not that easy to balance it when you are, for instance, in an emergency situation. If you really want to work in a very inclusive and comprehensive way, but at the same time you have to deliver. But we have faced over time that when you really bring people on board in inclusive approaches and recognize the knowledge that is already available at the local level, those solutions are much more sustainable in the long run. So these pre-investments, they really pay off. This is one of the lessons learned that we have experienced in many, many countries.
Thank you very much for your answer. So we only have time for one more question, which I believe will be for the woman at the back there. Closest to you, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Malini Mehra, and I am with Globe International. It's an organization of legislators. I want to pick up, Kitty, on the point that you had made about accountability. The issues are not just accountability in finance. The issues are about accountability in delivery. I did my accountability for delivery, absolutely essential. My background is in development, and for 30 years I have seen the siloization become even worse. So you mentioned the silos of food, energy, water, gender. There are many. However, we have international frameworks for managing risk. We have the Sendai framework, of course, since 2015. Before then, we've had 10 years of the Hyogo framework. So the example that you gave of Pakistan, my region, when you said that, okay, this is absolutely catastrophic, yes, but we knew it was going to be a catastrophe because we had the 2010 floods. What we have seen is an abject failure of political leadership and risk governance. And unless we ensure that in countries that we charge our leaders with delivery, with accountability, it's not going to happen. How do you do that? Communities have a key role, but parliamentarians have the fundamental role. So when you are investing in countries on 3 or 5 or 10-year cycles, it's the role of Parliament to ensure that support which is coming from external sources into the country is given good public value, that they interrogate and demand good delivery from all institutions throughout government. And I'd like to see much greater emphasis on that. I'm a member of the GAR 2022 advisory body. This year, we focused on systemic risk, multi-hazard risk response. I would love to see all of you talk about risk governance and invoke the Sendai framework, because we have the broad framework already in place. My question to you is, how can we ensure that going forward we are addressing risk and resilience at every level? Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we talk about the accountability there? It's a very fair point. Lots of promises are constantly made, but when those promises aren't completely met, what accountability is there, and what actually can be done there?
Look, I think there's accountability at all different levels, right? There is local accountability to local leaders, there's national accountability through parliaments, and there's international scrutiny here. I mean, the world has promised climate finance, climate action, and where are we? Well, we're falling short on every domain, right? And I think we need to just admit that. I don't think there is an easy answer to that. My answer would be that you need more data to showcase how short we are falling, again, in every domain. We need much more political pressure from the bottom up. Don't just expect leaders to deliver, make them deliver by making sure that we organize the grassroots people. We need the science people like Johan that's bringing the data to us. We need the whole system to work together. And I think, you know, despite, I really get depressed every now and then when I'm in venues like this and I know we're falling so short, but at least we have an option to come together, to talk, to get the science, the leaders to come together and to acknowledge it. There is one issue where, you know, we're talking foods, we're talking finance, we're talking climate, that I just want to call your attention to, and that is water. It's great to talk about food, but you cannot make food without water. You cannot have a life in dignity if there's no water. There is absolutely no Apollo moment, like, holy shit, we have a problem, about water. It's not there, but Pakistan was flooded. The Horn of Africa is suffering a historic drought. Most of the climate impacts come through the hydrological cycle, and we're not giving that the political weight it needs. That's where parliaments and people will need to start pushing. Because if there's no water, there's no food, but there's no manufacturing, there's no energy, there's no life. And so one final remark from my side is that there is finally, after 50 years, the first UN water conference coming in March. You know, the previous time this happened, I was in primary school. Next time, I'll be pushing up the daisies if there is water enough to grow them. This is our Apollo moment for water. If we can't get it organized by then and have leaders stand up and be accountable that, yes, climate change is about bringing temperatures down and emissions down, but it's equally about water and managing the hydrological cycle much better for people's lives and dignity.
Thank you very much for all your questions. I know that there are plenty other questions out there, but that is all we have time for with our first panelists. So let's have a round of applause again for Ms. Kitty van der Heijden, His Excellency Dr. Soxilo, Ms. Ingrid Gabriela Huffen, and Dr. Joe Puri. And with that, I will tell you all to please take a seat and enjoy the rest of the panel. And before we get to the next panel on the stage to discuss finance and the role of science in the way forward, I'd love for you now to spend a couple of minutes getting familiar with some of the work being done by GIZ. That's funded by BMZ and partially by the EU as well. Have a look at this video.
Madagascar is one of the countries most affected by the impacts of climate change. About 80% of Malagasy people live off the land as farmers. Poor or failed harvests due to climate change threaten their very livelihoods. A Malagasy-German cooperation project has developed an innovative approach to make farming more resilient to climate change, combining the dissemination of weather-based information with sustainable agroecological practices. New techniques and technologies must not only be learned, they need to be trusted. Therefore, the project partners with local agricultural leaders who act as role models to their peers.
Ny fomba ataoko zany mba haharesy lahatsy ireo satria ty ila mety tsy hino fa tsy fomba mahazatsy zany rahay.
One of the new technologies, however, is showing to her fellow farmers is a hotline that directly informs them about current meteorological conditions and what they might mean for agriculture, allowing farmers to plan based on weather forecasts. The Service 321 allows accessing weather information via basic mobile phones. It now also provides crop-specific information tailored to the caller's needs and immediate recommendations on good farming practices for the entire cropping cycle. Malagasy farmers have consulted these cropping calendars on the hotline more than 1.3 million times and have gained valuable information for their farming practices.
So I'd like to spend a couple of minutes talking to Ms. Rebecca Sarku, who obtained her PhD at Wageningen University in 2021 last year, interested in climate change adaptation, information services, digital information systems, and also the governance of food systems. She co-designed a weather app with farmers to enable data collection on local weather indicators, things such as the appearance of birds, ants, insects, and for co-producing forecast information with scientific weather data as well. Rebecca, thank you so much for being here. It's a true pleasure to hear from you. Tell me a little bit about the app and how it works.
Good. Hello. Yeah, thank you very much for inviting me here to talk about my research. And it's interesting that a colleague over there raised an issue about local knowledge, and then hearing the panel talk about local solutions and so on. So for my research, when I got to the community, it's synonymous to the situation, the arid condition occurring in this video that we've watched briefly. So you realize that farmers were trying to do their own thing, but they have their local knowledge. They have their local ideas of saying, for example, one critical example I usually give is about the flower, the blossoming of a plant during spring. If more flowers are created or formed on a tree, it gives them an idea that this season we can expect heavy rainfall. I got the idea one time when they told me this is going to happen, and it happened. So in the PhD, I changed the focus of my objective to collect these local solutions and digitalize it into a web-based app. Then I trained the farmers how to use this app, just like these farmers. So first of all, there was no smartphone in the villages, but we had to learn how to scroll, how to swipe. And then this information, these superstitious stories, became something that is scientific, that we can integrate. So integrating local solution into scientific ideas. So this is how it came about. And now today, the app can be found on at Google Play Store. It's called Weather App Scale. So interesting results from this local knowledge and local solution.
And you just mentioned there that there were no smartphones in the village. So how do you go from a village that has no smartphones to then having farmers trust that this is something that was going to work? Tell me a little bit about how it was that you were able to get the buy-in from the farmers.
Okay, so first of all, when I introduced the idea of phone, they said, look, this is, we use the simple phone, like, so in Ghana we call it the yam. And I said, look, you can do this. So it's starting from capacity building or training. So some technological solutions, sometimes we think farmers are illiterate, they can't use it, but it's about developing a systematic approach, taking the person through, and then you realize that these solutions can be used by an illiterate farmer. For example,
For many years, we thought that the oil, coal, and gas, the fossil fuel industry, the transport, the telco industry, that was the biggest cause of human suffering and greenhouse gas emissions. Absolutely not. The biggest industry that touches every human being on Earth, human suffering, human health, and greenhouse gas emissions is the agriculture, seafood, and beverage industries, and how we produce and consume food. And so it's the biggest pivotal moonshot moment in history that we have. 9 years left to really fix it. And so I say global food reformist. I think the entire food system needs to be reformed.
For every 2 tons of food produced on the planet, 1 ton is wasted. So around 1/3 of everything that's produced on the planet is wasted. It's over 1 billion tons of food every single year. Now, when you talk about those big statistics, it's hard to get your head around them. So let's just talk about them in a bit different way. You need an area the size of China to grow the food that we throw away every single year.
I think like all these like purpose-driven companies has to help their consumers to find the aha moments, because we are not enough as perfect consumers. We have to become active citizens as we are running out of time and have to act so extremely fast within this.
Restoring nature is so low-tech, and in a time where everything has to be high-tech and complicated, I believe people are in dire need of solutions. So yes, I do believe that consumer-facing communication, whether it comes from brands or from NGOs like ourselves or from governments, is super important when it comes to really changing the mindset and really making this the decade of doing.
It was a great meeting, but the highlight of it is that Jeff Bezos, who was at the meeting, made a big announcement to invest $1 billion for landscape restoration in Africa. I think we need that magnitude of funding. So Jeff Bezos' commitment will come together with another commitment made by 8 financial institutions. So in total now we have $20 billion committed for land restoration in the Sahel from 2021 to 2025.
When we look at what the dietary people say, the specialists, they're looking at the nutrients of this kind of food and they see it's great. You know, it's basically beans in different varieties that you have refined. So you will have a high protein content, you will get a lot of nutrients in it, so we know beans are good for health. And then we can argue about, could we produce those kind of foods in a better way? Of course we can, and we will. So I think moving away from as a society, moving away from some of the large-scale farming, monocrops, to more regenerative farming, that's what we're going to see.
What can we do as citizens and consumers? Well, firstly, it's about shifting our consumption to start to halve down our own emissions, like moving to plant-based food, reduce food waste, and becoming more circular in our consumption, of course.
Our ask of the policymakers is regulate us. Yeah, that's right. A company is saying regulate us, but we need it. My God, do we need it. We have got to set global standards for carbon accounting and carbon offsetting. Right now, it's a wild west out there. There's lack of clarity and it just feeds greenwashing and delays meaningful action. We need a set of global standards and targets that every company is working to. What's our message for business? Join us. Cut the bullshit. Cut the blah, blah, blah. Let's use our voices together. We can be so much stronger together and we can drive this change.
I mean, when we think that a cup of coffee is more than 130 liters of water and a hamburger is more than 2,000 liters of water, we should also look at having regulations in that space and rewarding the companies who produce things with a good carbon footprint, but also a good water footprint.
Maybe, you know, as a telecommunication company, as Ericsson, maybe you wouldn't think that we work with nature-based solutions, but we've had an initiative now for a few years called Connect the Mangroves, where we actually, through IoT sensors, help local communities in Philippines and Malaysia to connect all the nature's I would say parameters like salinity, saltwater, heat, like pH, level of the water that actually help the local communities to plant new mangrove saplings into better climate, because sometimes they have floodings, so they won't survive. And through the IoT and the technicalities, you can actually make a higher survival rate for the mangroves.
To really be a disruptor, you need a technology, and I think we are really there. We are testing, we are very close. You need a market, and you can hear from Dinas, this is really wanted from the market. You need to be, in reducing greenhouse gases and have a good environmental case, and we have that. And now we only need also, of course, this to be legislation to be in line with what's needed for circular economy, because this is a perfect circular economy case, I would say.
Fuels subsidized since the start of the COP meeting.
Right.
So it's right now $22 billion. That is what the world governments are sponsoring the fossil fuel industry right now.
Yeah.
So when we're talking about change and talking about limiting the emission, our governments around the world, all countries are doing this. They are financing and sponsoring the destruction.
Do you want to act on the climate crisis but don't know how? With our app, you can send climate reviews to organizations and leaders. Our team reaches out to the organization to encourage dialogue. Just download We Don't Have Time. Tap the green Create button and choose Type of Review. Give climate love to people doing great stuff. Create a climate idea to suggest a solution. Or send a climate warning to those who hurt the planet. To increase your impact, you can share the review, because when enough people agree with you, organizations and leaders will change. Many even want your opinion, because we have to work together. Do you want to be part of the solution?
Two in 5 plant species are threatened with extinction.
Deforestation problem here is a big issue.
It's been emitting more carbon for the last 10 years than it has been storing. And this is a big, big shock.
I think it's very important to be crystal clear that so far we are losing the game.
But there is hope. We can use the nature to heal our planet.
Welcome everyone to the Exponential Climate Action Summit 5, Nature in the Race to Zero.
You can't get to where you want to get with 1.5 degrees unless nature plays its full role.
This is the question of a generation.
The lessons that we've learned from Silicon Valley are really about taking solutions that are proven, technology that works today, and figuring out how to scale those solutions up to the world.
Kathleen, thank you for being here. Tell us just a little bit about what it means for Earth Day today as it relates to Ukraine.
Environmental crimes are now occurring every minute in Ukraine.
Today is the 58th day of Russian military aggression in Ukraine. It's 58 days of horror, of tears.
Welcome to this session of We Can Do It. This is the latest edition of We Can Do It. And we're going to talk about a fair transition, a just transition, how we can transition away from fossil fuels together globally. And for that matter, we have two panels here on this session. And we also have people in the studio in Stockholm that will be joining us shortly. So the just transition is something that requires global cooperation. It's a deeply nuanced and complex subject. So therefore, I'm very happy to have this distinguished panel next to me here in the studio in Sharm El-Sheikh. We have with us Carl Lexén, Secretary General of the Swedish Society for Nature Conservation. And we also have with us Nick Robbins, Professor in Practice, Sustainable Finance at London School of Economics. And I'm also very happy to have with us here Bert de Wel, Climate Policy Officer, International Trade Union Association. So, Nick, I'd like to start with you, because I know you have prepared a keynote for the first question. So really, what is the fair transformation? And what does it require? And also, most importantly of all, why do we need it?
So I think here in Sharm El-Sheikh, there are three big dimensions of justice that we're considering. The first is the long-standing issue of climate justice, and particularly that those countries who've made the most historic contribution to the problem of climate change in terms of pollution, industrialized countries, that they take the lead in taking action in reducing emissions as quickly as possible before 2050, and also that they pay for developing countries the 100 billion a year so that those countries can adapt to climate change and go towards net zero. Unfortunately, the industrial countries have failed to meet this promise of 100 billion, which is very shameful, and that needs to be done, and we need to see progress on that. Here at COP, a big thing we need to see agreed is progress on loss and damage. So climate damage is not something for the future, but it's something for the here and now. And developing countries need finance, a finance fund agreed here in Sharm El-Sheikh to deal with this issue of climate justice. So that's the one issue. The second, and these are all linked, the second thing is this issue of just transition. So as we take action to phase out fossil fuels, ramp up renewable energy, build regenerative agriculture, we need to make sure that the interests and needs and rights of workers and communities are at the heart, and that we do this with labor standards and human rights at the heart. We take account of the priority of gender equality, the rights of indigenous peoples. So this is a rights-based approach with a focus on workers and communities. And there again, finance is involved. Particularly, we need to see banks, investors, and public finance really backing a just transition and ensuring that that is responding to the needs and rights of workers and communities. And the third piece, which I think is starting to come up on the agenda and doesn't have a name, but I'm going to call it just rebalancing, is a recognition that not just do we have inequalities between countries, and we need to make sure we don't have inequality in the transition, but our society is very unequal. And the higher income parts of our society create the highest impact. The top 1% of the world's population creates 15% of the greenhouse gas emissions. These people are also very fortunate to have very large investment portfolios, which have very, very large carbon footprints. So I think as we go forward, we need to think about high-income consumers, the top 1%, the top 10%, taking action to fundamentally change their consumption patterns. No more private jets and any more cops. And the third, they also need to change their investment portfolios and make sure that they are leading the way to net zero. And as part of that, I think we're probably going to need to have a new generation of wealth taxes to fund the transition.
So we're talking about a major transformation of society here.
This is major transformation, and the good thing, in a sense, is that the Paris Agreement has this at its heart. Article 2.1c, the third goal of the Paris Agreement, is to make sure that financial flows are consistent with net zero and resilient development. So that transformation is written into the text.
Well, thank you very much, Nick Robbins. And turning now to Carl Lexén, what is your perspective on this topic, please?
Thank you very much. And just to add on what Nick already was saying, I mean, it's clear to everyone that climate justice and a just transition is urgently needed more than ever. And my organization that has been existing for more than 100 years, to us climate justice is really at the heart of our 200,000 members organization back in Sweden. And we recently published a position paper where we set 7 principles or conditions that we think needs to be met in order to get climate justice. The first one is obvious. We need to achieve the 1.5 target because, as we know, climate change causes increasingly increasing injustice. Secondly, ability to live sustainability must also be met in rural areas. That means that we need investments in rural and less resource areas to make it possible for everyone to be part of the climate transition. So the third condition would be inclusion in democratic decision and making it possible to be active in the transition for everyone. Fourthly, and very urgently in the Swedish context, is environmentally harmful subsidies are not acceptable distribution policy. A long-term sustainable just transition cannot be achieved through tax breaks for the burning of fossil fuels. It's locking us into the fossil system. And unfortunately, Sweden sets a bad and harmful example right now in breaking the sort of taxes for fossil fuels, locking us again into the fossil system, and also tearing down other decisions that would have helped the transition towards a more sustainable transportation. So it's really important that we are not mixing up sort of the tax breaks for fossil fuels with justice and the just transition. The fifth condition would be don't forget biodiversity. We need to have just transition within the planetary boundaries. The sixth one would be public policy and private sector need to play an active role in contributing to this so that not climate justice becomes a threat to some of our members in the society. And then the seventh condition would be the whole society must take a responsibility, referring to what Nick just said, that it cannot be the poorest that pay the price. It needs to be distributed equally. But from our side right now, we are really worried with, in the national context, that the Swedish government is sort of breaking to two of these conditions, the one on the fossil subsidies and the other one on the risk on the climate goals in Sweden.
Well, thank you very much, Karin Lexén. And when you spoke, I pointed to the counter we have on the side of the studio where we're counting up the fossil subsidies that have been handed out since COP started in Glasgow last year. And it's a mind-boggling number that's just keep on ticking. So thank you for addressing the fossil fuel subsidies. These are very, very important in this subject we're talking about here today. So Bert, over to you. You are responsible for climate justice in the ITUC context. So what is your perspective on this topic, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for inviting us. And yeah, I work for the International Trade Union Confederation. That's the trade union, that's the peak body that brings together the trade unions. So we have 330 trade unions in 160 countries, representing 220 million members worldwide. So we are basically the biggest democratically organized civil society organization. And we are not on the agenda here. Yeah, here at COP27, we are not at the table, we are observers. While fossil fuel interests through delegations have their access to the negotiations in the main rooms where things are being decided, we are invited to deliver statements, but we are not, at least from our perspective, insufficiently on the agenda in the different teams that are being negotiated. We think that countries play a game of chicken. They are looking to each other, and we need huge transformations to reduce with 50% emissions in less than 10 years. And they're just waiting, they're committing to small steps. There's, of course, positive steps, but the fundamental transitions we don't see. And that's because there is no trust. There is no trust between the parties to make the extra steps. And we are convinced from the labor movement, building on what Nick says about the structural macroeconomic transformations, you said about equality in society and support in society, that dealing with the workers and their families in a honest, clear way builds trust in society. And it's actually in the Paris Agreement. We speak about just transition for the workforce with decent jobs and decent work and quality jobs. So we have these instruments in the Paris Agreement. The countries agreed with it. But everybody speaks about just transition, but gives it their own interpretation. We think that the ILO has the International Labour Organization, where employers, business and workers come together with governments. They have clear guidelines on how to implement these measures of trust, because it's about freedom of association. If you speak about the workers, but the workers have no right to organize themselves, how can they speak with the government on the measures? In Egypt, we don't have free trade unions. In the United Arab Emirates, where we go next year, there is no trade unions. So how are you dealing with the impact on workers if there is no organizations that represent them? Next, collective bargaining. So how you have to have the structures to go into dialogue. And also other measures that are linked to this, social protection, for example. Like half of the population worldwide has no social coverage at all. If they lose their job, no income benefits. If they're sick due to heat waves, no coverage. So we think that this must be part in the texts on adaptation, loss and damage, in the mechanism of finance. We want a discussion that goes much more into detail on where the money is being used for, that's being talked about here. On these social protection measures, on these skills development programs, to give trust in society for the measures that are needed. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Bert. Let's see if we have a stable connection with Stockholm now. Because what you just handed, there is no connection with Stockholm. I have the studio in my... Okay, they're not quite here yet, so that's fine. In Stockholm, the Fair Trans project that will be introduced as soon as we get a connection with Stockholm is indeed including the trade unions. This is a huge research project that runs over, I think it's 5 years. It's called Fair Trans, Fair Transition. And there are many partners in this project. For instance, We Don't Have Time, and also the think tank, the Global Utmaning, that I'm chair of. So this is indeed a way of connecting with the trade unions. So we, for instance, work with education, climate education. Right now we're focusing on men in the industrial sector, in the industry in Sweden, to make sure that they get enough information and also get empowered to act on climate change. So moving on here, while we wait for Stockholm, how about what you hope to see here at the COP? If I'm turning to you, Nick, what hopes do you have that fair transition and what we're just addressing here will really be present in the negotiations?
One of the things you see here at Sharm El-Sheikh is that the word just is used a lot. And in a sense, that's a good thing, that governments and businesses and trade unions and civil society are recognizing that justice is a key enabler. It's a way of speeding things up. It's a solution to some of our problems. But the risk is that actually it might be empty of value. It might become an empty concept. So I think what was really needed here in the COP and next year as well is to be very, very clear some authentic standards for delivering climate justice, for just transition, and what I call just rebalancing. And a key theme which I think has come up is, as well as the distributional issues, to make sure that as we move, particularly vulnerable communities are not impacted, but also is about the democratic process of being involved in decision makers, workers in their companies, citizens in their communities. And so I think that whole question of real, meaningful social dialogue in the workplace, stakeholder participation, that's absolutely crucial.
Thank you, Nick. Karin, I'll let you in a minute. We just need to go to Stockholm. We have audio, but no camera. So let me introduce the panelists in Stockholm. We have Stephen Bartel, and we have also Thomas Hahn. And Stephen is program director for Fairtrans. And I just introduced Fairtrans, just so you know that I've done that already. And Thomas Hahn is co-leader of Fairtrans. And also we have with us on stage here, we have Dahlia. And Dahlia will be introducing, I'll be introducing her shortly here properly, because there's a little bit of a confusion in the schedule now since we've been hopping back and forth. So before we continue, I'd like to go over to Stephen Tell us about why you're doing this at Fairtrans. Why are we working with this huge research project for so many years? And we won't have a picture of you, but we'll have your sound.
Thank you. Nice to be here. Thank you for inviting us. Why we do this? Yeah, we want to get down to business, do it in practice. And what we're doing is we're establishing a fair carbon budget for Sweden. That's a great challenge, of course. It must be fair from a national and international perspective. And departing from that, how should that carbon budget be invested? In infrastructure, energy systems, and technology. And that will impact on human behavior for decades to come. And whose voices should be part of creating the narrative and the criteria for such investments for a fossil-free future. This is what we do in Fairtrans.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And Stephen, your title, it's important that we get it right also. You're a professor in sustainability at the University of Gävle in Sweden. So turning now to Thomas Hahn, please tell us a little bit more about the Fairtrans project. What do you want to achieve?
Yes, thank you, Katarina. Yes, together with Stefan Bartell, I'm Thomas Hahn and I co-lead this program. And we work together with the Swedish civil society, especially grassroots organizations like trade unions with 5 million members. So half of the Swedish population is member of Fairtrans. And Fairtrans is, as you said, fair transformation to a fossil-free future. And we see, just like Bert was talking about, civil society is a big part of who will actually do this, and trade unions are very important to be partners. But the discussion has a tendency to leave out trade unions. So it's very important to get the perspectives of the people who actually will carry out the transformation and who might also be suffering from the transformation unless we manage to get this to a just transition.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas. And I'm turning to Dalia Eid. And Dalia is second vice chair of the trade union Vision in Sverige. So Dalia, your focus is very much on making the balance, the work-life balance better. In what way does fair transition play into this, please?
So we really want to take our responsibility as a trade union in Sweden. I represent around 200,000 members in Vision, which is all our members work in public service, like in municipalities, regions, churches, and publicly financed companies. And like my ITUC colleague just said, like the union strategies and structures is like a really good democratic base fund to begin at. And that's why we launched our climate reps. We call them green reps. There are over 70 persons now in Sweden trying to affect the employers on how we can make a just democratic transition.
Well, thank you very much, Dalia. I'm turning now back to the panel here, and you'll stay with us in Stockholm to keep the audio going. So, Karin, you were about to say something before. You might like to add something, even add something after having listened to Dalia and Stephen and Thomas in Stockholm.
So I'd like to address what you were talking about before. What about the just issues and how to sort of live up to them? And I think there are two issues here. One is really to showcase that you are meaningful on loss and damage, as you were referring to, and also financing, especially post-2025. We really need to see much higher figures, and we need to see delivery on that if we are to believe that there is a cause for a just transition. So that is the first. The second is you were talking about engagement of the labor movement. I couldn't agree more. But that goes with civil society as a whole. It is not easy for civil society to engage here in Sharm El-Sheikh. It's expensive, and it's also not so easy to access the decision-making corridors. So if we really are serious about a just and actively involvement of the civil society, you need to live up to the test and really showcase that you mean what you say on a just and inclusive agenda.
Thank you very much, Karin. Over to Stockholm. Does any of you in the panel in Stockholm have any reflections after having listened to Karin, please? Any of you could
I agree with Karin. It is difficult for civil society. In Sweden, it has been the business sector that has been driving the transition, and they do it well from a business perspective. So it's focused on investments, and it's focused on making industry more fossil-free, like fossil-free steel and fossil-free concrete. But there's hardly any discussion, hardly any public discussion about the consequences of what will happen to people's ordinary life, and how can we compensate people who are disproportionate, take high cost. For example, people in rural areas, as I think Nick was talking about that at the beginning, people in rural areas and people with low income. They might be affected disproportionately more about the cost of a radical, effective transformation to fossil-free society. So it's important to make sure that this is a just transition, and as Karin was saying before, people should not be we should not subsidize fossil fuels. That's not the right way to care about this compensation, but instead think about other monetary payments to the disadvantaged people.
Well, thank you very much. I'm turning now back to Bert here. When you hear Thomas and Stephen talk about the Fairtrans project and involving the trade unions, what are your thoughts? And how can we get trade unions into the next COP really at the plenaries, not just as observers?
Yes, I think it has to come from both sides, of course. We need to get a place at the table, but we need to organize ourselves and come with propositions. And I think that countries like Sweden give very good examples where we are very hopeful. For example, the initiatives in Sweden around green steel, that really gives hope for carbon-free steel in the future. And it has been set up with trade unions integrated in social dialogue structures to deliver that. And these are the very difficult areas of the trade union movement, the industrial workers, men and women, as you see on the pictures here. When I started in the trade union movement, that were the people that were against environment and climate measures, but now they are in the front line. They know that if they do not engage in these processes, they will lose their jobs. But then, on the other hand, and one of the commenters gave it about it, it's also all citizens that see today the cost of living, the energy bills going up enormously, while energy companies made windfall profits and they have to foot the bill. And so equity in society to have structural changes that make it possible that everybody has a future and trust in the future that they can have a good living in the north, but also in the south, especially in the south because they're the most affected.
Thank you very much, Bert. I'm turning now to Dahlia in Sweden. You work with Vision, which it's a big trade union in Sweden. What kind of collaboration do you have with other actors internationally to make this more of a strong force, for instance, at the COPs?
Just like I said, we are just part of the TCU family, which is the public sector, and then all our structures are also on the European level or even on a global level. So we are a part of different organizations. But we also believe that we should do our part locally and spread good ideas instead of just focusing on what's not working. So that's why we took this special concrete green reps to show that we can do something locally and then even spread nationally or hopefully internationally. But we are a strong believer of the social dialogue.
Well, thank you very much, Dahlia. Turning back now to you, Nick. When you listen to the panelists here also from the presentation in Stockholm, the Fairtrans project is a big research project. What would you say about the possibility of scaling the learnings from? I mean, you've seen this being done. You've worked with these topics for many, many years. How important is it that research like the Fairtrans really spread to other countries, and how can you facilitate that in a strong and efficient manner?
Well, the Fairtrans initiative sounds great. I work at another university, and I think there's a very useful role of universities in the just transition and climate justice, working with trade unions to understand the conditions for different workers, putting together an evidence base, having a dialogue with policymakers. I think to be able to share examples from different countries about how to do just transition In Sweden, there are a whole series of AP pension funds. Each of those should have very, very clear just transition guidelines and standards for the way they invest workers' capital, the savings of the people of Sweden. So I think having an ability for research to work with stakeholders, trade unions and others is very important, and then share that experience. Research is a real tool for justice.
Thank you very much, Nick. And turning back to Stockholm, Stephen, what are the plans of sharing and spreading the knowledge from Fairtrans?
Well, first of all, the gravity issue is that there is no jobs on a dead planet. So that's the starting point. And that was the word from Susanna Gideonsson, who is the head of Landsorganisationen, the biggest trade union in Sweden. And we need to create discourses and narratives that are deeply meaningful and legitimate among civil society in all countries. This is the main mission of Fairtrans, to co-create together with trade unions, environmental movements, and other grassroots organizations a deeply legitimate manifest for a climate transformation. This is done as a co-product, and we also create a new scientific frontier, I think, in the project.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Would you like to add anything, Thomas?
No, I think that was perfect, Stefan. We are co-creating policy also. I mean, and we have diversity of civil society organization. And as Bert was hinting, it is actually a big challenge to collaborate with civil society because they are decentralized and they are very democratic. It's not like the business sector where you can cooperate with the CEO and then everything is implemented. You have to cooperate at many different levels at the same time. And it's a huge challenge, and we have very interesting workshops when we meet civil society representatives at different levels. You cannot only work at the national level, as Dalia was saying. You have to work at different levels because civil society is a strong democratic organizations. And the good thing is that actually they believe in knowledge. They believe a strong focus on learning and study circles and so on. So unlike many politicians, they do believe in knowledge. So we still have this very good base to build on, I think.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Well, we need to stay hopeful. So I would like to ask all of you, all in this panel, also the panel in Stockholm, to share your call to action, which could be directed to anybody, basically. Could be directed to a politician or to the I'm looking at you, Bert, the organizers of the next COP, maybe to let you in at the table, or anybody that might be listening. And we have roughly 3 to 4 million viewers, so there might be a good chance that the one you're addressing might be watching or listening now or later on. So let's start with Stockholm, with Dalia. What is your call to action when it comes to just transition?
My call to action is wherever you are, whoever you are, in what kind of organization, or like even if you are just an individual, start asking questions, like at your workplace, with your parents, with your family and friends, like how is it here, what can we do? And and start asking questions to your employer as well. Like, what are you doing to be sustainable? How are we adapting this for a just transition? That's my call to action.
Excellent, thank you very much. And Thomas Hahn?
Yeah, I agree with Dalia. We tend to think that we are good at climate issues in Sweden, and we are not. And I think it's the lack of questions. People don't ask. People think it's so cheap to buy these things. Why is it so cheap? And I think, the responsibility lies with everybody. And there is a discourse that ordinary workers need cheaper petrol. But actually, ordinary workers need to have a stable planet, stable climate system. And you can only do that if you have higher price on petrol. So change the discourse and compensate those who are affected disproportionately by the higher petrol taxes. But we have to agree on radical policy tools. And that is a legitimate question, as Stefan is saying.
Well, thank you very much, Thomas Hahn. And over to Stephen Bartel.
Yeah, I only have one message, and that is we can do it if we unite. But we need to work together from different kinds of grassroots organizations and also from universities. If we work together, we can do anything. And it's very clear now we cannot trust the politics. We see the change coming in Sweden. We have seen Trumpism, and we see a lot of bad things on the horizon. But civil society has the power, and we can do it together.
Thank you very much indeed, Thomas Bartel. And Nick Robbins, what is your call to action?
I would say that we need to form perhaps unusual alliances. In my country, the United Kingdom, we have a devolved nation called Scotland. There was a very strong alliance between environmental groups and trade unions. That led the government to actually appoint the world's first minister for just transition. And also there is a Just Transition Commission, which I'm very privileged to be part of. And that represents all the stakeholders, trade unions, business, NGOs, civil society, and so on. So I think forming perhaps unusual alliances, environmentalists and trade unions, making this at the heart of government. Every nation should have a minister for just transition, and bringing the voices of society into decision-making.
Thank you very much indeed, Nick. And over to Carl Lexien.
It gets harder and harder to add something
No,
on.
you don't have to add. You could
just
just
say, don't give in. And I also think from, well, we are very much up into what has happened in Sweden recently, but also try to find a way to reach out to those who feel threatened by the climate transition. Try to find a way to communicate and to take them by the hand. I think that is really important right now.
Thank you, Karin. And Bert?
Yeah, I would like to build on that. And I would like to use a suggestion that my colleague Hind from the Arab trade unions just shared with me. I think that leaders have to change their focus from focus on first on the money to the rights of people, the human rights, the labor rights, the rights from gender rights. If that would come first, that builds the trust that we need, because if we continue to focus only on the money, we will not get it.
Extremely wise reflections from all of you. I pointed earlier to the screen we have on one side of the studio here, the fossil fuel subsidies. And of course, they are related to most of transitions that needs to be done, because of all of this money could be funneled into climate justice and climate transition. Of course, things would look very different. So my question to all of you, both panels here in Stockholm and here in Sharm El-Sheikh, is if you look at the other side of the studio, we have this We Can Do It campaign. It's also behind us, and it's also the theme of this session. The question that we ask on this session is to all our guests: do you think we could manage to get down to net zero in time if we are refocusing, reallocating the fossil fuel subsidies into climate action? And if you do think this is a good focus and a good hashtag, as we use the hashtag We Can Do It, I would encourage you to do a little bit of a rosy movement very shortly, the flexing of the biceps. And we cannot see it if you do it in Stockholm, but the point of this is, from our perspective, and we have many, many leaders joining us already. We have, I think we're over 85 billion in turnover represented in companies that have signed already, and 37 million people have already been reached, and we just launched the other day. And this is a We Don't Have Time campaign. And the focus is really to empower people and feel that there is hope, but we really need to flex those muscles and work together, as you have been very clear on pointing out in this session. So to conclude, do you think we can do it, Karin, Nick, and Bert? Do you think we can do it? You do. And how about Stockholm? What can we hear from Stephen and Thomas and Dahlia?
I must say I'm very skeptical that we can make the 1.5 degrees target. That's going to be very, very difficult. But everything we can do, the sooner we can bend the curve, the better. And we need to start working now, and we need to do it together. That's my point.
Thank you, Stephen. And Thomas and Dahlia?
I think we could do the 1.5 target, but that requires a lot of international cooperation, and that in turn requires more cooperation at national levels. And perhaps we need some shocking crisis before we realize the importance of this. But we could do it if we acted as if it was a war. And as a matter of fact, it is a war in Europe going on. And I'm a bit surprised that we don't see that, because the money to fossil fuel goes mainly to Putin in Europe. So there are many, many good reasons to make a faster transformation than we do.
Indeed, indeed. And Dalia, over to you.
So I have to believe, and I have to have hope. And I'm ready, as my union is, to flex those muscles even more. And we want to be a part of the dialogue. We want to be a part of the fight. So, yeah, that's my answer.
Well, thank you very much. And you might recognize Rosie. She was part of the American campaign to get women into the workforce during the Second World War. So I'm not sure Rosie was connected to any of the labor organizations, but she sure is now in our team. So power to the civil society organizations that work with this. And of course, the scientists, the researchers, we all need to join forces and push, push, and push harder. So how about we do a little bit of a flexing here for the camera? Yes. Well, thank you so much. And I'm so sorry that we couldn't see you in Stockholm. We could hear you loud and clear. I don't know what happened to the visuals, but there has been some technical problems here in the overall in the COP27 to get everything to work. So we're doing our utmost. But you were with us in spirit and also in audio here in Sharm El-Sheikh. And thank you very much, Bert and Karin and Nick, for joining us here. And fantastic work you're all doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we take a short break.
Are being used to make cheap houses. But in the informal settlements, what most of the residents they are using is, for example, the plastic sheets. And this is a problem as a result of so many of those plastics used to make the buildings. And when these houses are destroyed, you find most of that plastic is burnt. And it is now, when it is burnt, it becomes a serious problem on matters to do with the climate change. Then you find a lot of trees are being cut down to put up some of the shanties in the informal settlements. And we are trying to see whether there can be alternative ways of using maybe plastic posts to make the structures in the informal settlements. So a lot of research is going on for alternative building technology in Kenya. Thank you.
It's important for municipalities to learn from good practices also. And to innovate, it's important for municipalities to build a consortium, especially with stakeholders, national stakeholders, like universities, and working following action plans. And in action plans, we have indicators. And with indicators, we can track the success of the project, or the achieve of objectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor Youssef, Dr. Kunga. Unfortunately, that is us on time. I do want to get to everyone here, but I think we've heard so much from our colleagues here on the panel today. Can we just give everyone a round of applause, please? Thank you for being here. This is an incredibly important topic. Thank you to Masamba, to Carlos, to Sylvia for this space in the Global Innovation Hub to have this conversation around how core human needs relate to what informal settlers are facing, and obviously how that relates mostly to being able to tackle climate change from a mitigation and an adaptation standpoint, and tying that back to making this change happen in cities. Earlier last week, our co-managing director, Andy Deacon, mentioned it here in this room, that cities can act as test beds for research, for innovation. This is just another example of how that can happen, this time bringing informal settlements into the conversation, into the solution, and empowering and lifting them up. Mayor, colleagues, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for being part of this session.
Of everyone, just for everyone, and resilient for the future. In addition, all regions of this world vary in geographic, social, political, economic, and ecological circumstances and needs. Thus, we have to follow multiple approaches tailored to the needs of each region and the individual requirements of each region and community, to meet their needs and enable a just, resilient, and sustainable energy transition. This will further require a cross-sector approach and work with civil society organizations, governments, the public sector, the private sector, just to name a few. So in this regard, I'm delighted to be joined today by a panel of experts to talk about renewable energy opportunities in regions such as Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Nepal. But before we get to the panel, I'm also very delighted to introduce to you Mr. Dinesh Kumar Gimire, Secretary of the Ministry of Energy, Water, Resources, and Irrigation of Nepal, for his keynote speech. You have the floor.
Thank you, moderator. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to give a keynote speech in the theme, the pathways for renewable energy. All of us are aware that the renewable energy's contribution is very, very significant towards moving into the clean energy transition for which the whole world is dreaming. The majority of the fossil fuel source of energy need to be replaced by the clean energy source to attain our committed NDC targets and our international commitments. So every nation, every states are striving towards replacing those dirty sources of energy by the clean sources of energy like hydropower, renewable energy sources, solar, wind, and so on. So in my keynote speech, I'll be highlighting a little bit upon what Nepal stands in this and what are the pathways, what are the ways ahead for Nepal to go into the clean energy transitions by also utilizing the renewable energy sources, solar and wind. And of course, hydropower is also a source of renewable energy, which is around almost 98%. It contributes 98% of the energy sources of different sources in Nepal. So, having said this background, I'll be little bit speaking upon what approach we are following to develop and use the renewable energy in Nepal. Nepal is a hydro-dominant country. We have almost 98% of hydropower sources with us. But majority of them are run-of-the-river type of hydropower projects, whose generation actually depends upon the flow, existing flow in the river. So there is a big supply and demand mismatch across the different seasons, the wet seasons and the dry seasons. So to cater this supply and demand mismatch, in the wet season we have surplus generation, but little bit of lower load. And in the dry season, we have less flow in the river, less generation, but we have higher demand, peak demands. So we want to address this mismatch by utilizing the solar power, whose potential is, very significant in Nepal. Around 2100 megawatt of economically feasible solar potential is existing in our country. So we want to utilize this solar energy as a complementary source to hydropower generation, hydropower source. Like when the flow in the river is low, we can't generate more power in the daytime because we have to store water in the pondage. So in the daytime, we have abundantly available solar potential. We want to generate solar power. So we use in the daytime, and we store water in the peaking pond to generate the full capacity hydropower in the peak hour. So this is the complementarity modality of using this solar potential in our country. We want to develop this grid solar projects in this modality. However, we are also focusing on the off-grid solar and wind power in our country. Given the country's terrain, difficult terrains, higher Himalayas and mountains, where the national grid is inaccessible, but we have plans to electrify the whole country within 2 years down the line. So we want to install solar and wind off-grid into those remote and rural areas. Till now, we have already installed something like 0.9 million solar power plants all across the country. Solar home system, they are called. They contribute to the capacity of around 45 megawatt altogether. We have done the wind mapping also, but the geology is not very much favorable to go for the wind power plants. There are some installed in hilly regions, but due to the transportation of wind blades, it's not supported by the hilly terrains of Nepal. We have plans to go massively for solar rather than wind. Another dimension that we want to switch on to by using solar or renewable energy is the cooking. Domestic cooking contributes a huge load in our country. So we want to use the clean cooking in our country to move into the clean energy transition and also to fulfill the NDC and SDG targets that we have already committed. By now, we have already installed more than 440,000 of domestic biogas used for cooking as well as, in some cases, the domestic lighting also. And something like 11,000 clean cooking stoves, 1,100,000 clean cooking stoves we have already accomplished all across the country. Another area we have benefited from exploiting this significant amount of renewable energy is this has contributed to carbon emission reduction significantly. So we have plans to reduce this carbon emissions by something like 8.6 million metric ton by 2030, and that is 35 million metric tons of CO2 emission we want to achieve by 2045, by when we aspire to be a net zero emission country. That's our commitment. Another area we are focusing on RE is to electrify the rural electrification. The country is planning to electrify 100% population of the country by the coming 2 years. So in the remote and hilly areas, this solar and wind powers are being developed to electrify these areas. Where other areas where grid is accessible, our grid connected power plants or extension of grid electrification is being used. So we are doing our last mile electrification plan to complete the 100% electrification in the country by coming 2 years. So RE in terms of solar and wind also helps in this regard. So it's a decentralized form of electrification in the country that we are following to leave no one's behind for availing this, electrification facility, very much in line with the SDG goals and commitments. So, and we are very much committed, to provide the public supports for clean energy transition. We want to be a party for that. And then also the Powering Post-Coal Alliance. That is one of the, agreements that we would like to enter in and very much eager to support in that front. Uh, the advantage we are getting from development of more and more renewable energy. By saying renewable energy, I want to emphasize that our 98% of hydropower is also a renewable source of energy. And we are operating some 8 carbon projects in our country. And we have already earned around $28 million out of selling this CR reduction to different neighboring countries. So that's also where our scope lies, and we're also focusing on that. So I don't want to take much time. I've presented the status of REs in our country, and then I'll be happy to come back if I get any follow-up questions later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Demire. And I'm now pleased to welcome our panel to the stage. Dr. Ewa Eleri, Executive Director of International Center for Energy, Environment and Development. Please join us. Dr. Jahangir Hassan Masum, Executive Director of the Coastal Development Partnership in Bangladesh. Very welcome to have you with us. And also Mr. Raju Chetri, Executive Director of Prakriti Resource Center in Nepal. Thank you very much. I would now like to move on right away with our panel discussion. I would like to invite Mr. Ewa for your interventions on renewable energy and opportunities in Nigeria.
Thank you, Salma. Are we going to have the presentation on?
Can you please put the presentation on? Nanda. Not anymore? Okay.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to present a collaborative work that we in the International Center for Energy, Environment and Development are doing together with colleagues from the University of de Montfort in the UK, Surrey University, Sussex University, and 4 centers in Africa, Nigeria, and Senegal, in West Africa, and Kenya, and Tanzania, where we are looking at the sustainability, inclusiveness, and governance of mini grids in Africa. And so, next please. And the presentations are the following. We'll provide an overview of the research projects that we're doing in these countries and provide early insights from the literature and the field work that we've conducted, and some of the reflections on the way forward for mini grids. But let me pause here to say that in the past 10 years or so, there's an large, significant momentum for mini grids worldwide, promoted especially by development, the international development financial institutions and a number of governments, looking at mini grids as one of an important tool in providing and expanding energy access, and of course mini grids that is sustainable in terms of the use of carbon neutral energy. And this research project is actually looking at these 4 countries. First and foremost, looking at the literature and looking at the evidence on the ground in these 4 countries to see how sustainable this model of access expansion is. So, so we will look at the evidence for mini-grids performance in these 4 countries in Africa, develop a framework to analyze the political economy of energy access, you know, and conduct country case studies, you know, and then also use the opportunities for capacity building. So what have we done so far? We've completed literature review and produced 4 papers that are in the final stages of publication. We've conducted field work in the 4 countries and developed a database for that. And then we're in the process of analyzing the data and producing preliminary results. Next, please. So what do we find in the literature for mini-grids? Well, we find in the literature that there are, you know, especially on the technical side of mini-grids, about 3 stages. One is the design stage, the operating stage, and then the long-term issues concerned with the technical sustainability of mini-grids, you know. And that essentially, what we find is that the success and failures of mini-grids often start with the design of those mini-grids themselves. You know, the technological choice, the plant size, equipment quality, and so on and so forth. You know, and of course, when mini-grids begin to run, you know, how prepared the users are to use them, acceptance of the technology, user satisfaction, and so on. You know, how does the operator behave? You know, what kind of training that is available, and so on and so forth. But most of all, issues that are more long-term, what does mini-grids do when the central grids come into those localities, you know, and so on and so forth. Next, please. So these are just some highlights of those kind of considerations that are in the literature. But, you know, again, you know, some of the main issues are really down to economics, the economic issues of mini-grids, you know. And that for the 4 countries that we are currently doing our research on, that the evidence is very poor, very scarce in between on financial sustainability of mini-grids. Mini-grids that can run by its own strength, where there's strong demand and purchasing power by those local communities to be able to afford them, and where, as in most cases, subsidies some of the issues that are always on the table in terms of that, because affordability is really very low in most of the countries. So that's a bit of, you know, superficial summary of some of what the literature, the economic literature says. You know, on the governance side, in all 4 countries, there are tensions between, of course, state and markets, which I know you can find in most countries that, you know, expanding access to electricity. How much are we leaving this to market forces alone, and how much do you need stronger regulations? You need the government to step in to be able to expand electricity, you know. So issues of regulation, issues of, you know, of institutions, issues of incumbency between those institutions that were there, that were providing electricity before, and the new ones that are providing mini-grids. So in most of the countries, the ability of users to pay is a big challenge. In some countries, in Senegal and Tanzania, for instance, you have strong incumbents. You have Senelec in Senegal, and TANESCO in Tanzania, both of which are really active in this field. But the common denominator is that all 4 countries, that much of the financing and the driving forces for mini grids are really external. You know, international development finance, development partners. In my own country, the $300 million that we got from the World Bank and the African Development Bank. And just the ability to have domestic sources of finance is challenged, you know, and how much of this comes from national budgets to ensure that these are sustainable when donor funds run out. Let's quickly just look at some of the more highlights in the specific countries. You know, Nigeria has very good, it's been celebrated as having some very good regulatory frameworks and that capacity building for entrepreneurs who are in the mini grids are pretty strong. But then, of course, those issues of sustainability when donor funds run out, and the issues of inclusivity in terms of who really benefits from this. You know, how does the benefit spread between men and women, for instance? You know, and then the focus on productive use. Who are really the owners of those demand loads? You know, and how much are local communities involved in the design and participation and so on and so forth. So both issues, you know, of inclusivity in terms of gender dimensions to it, but also how the participation of local communities in the design are quite apparent in Nigeria. Kenya is slightly a bit different. In the Kenyan model, you have companies, especially international companies, that are operating on commercial basis. You know, locating demand loads that are productive, that can pay for itself, you know. And the results, yes, of course, it's too early to conclude, but the results look slightly better than we have in the 3 other countries. You know, in Tanzania, you know, where the national incumbent distribution, the national utility company is handling this. Again, issues of inclusiveness is also quite clear in that way. We talked a little bit about Senegal. Senegal had a little over 300 mini grids plants, you know, that were supported by international donors. Since that money dried away, no new plants are being built. Issues of operation and maintenance are there. You know, how to run these plants in the absence of a solid delivery model and continued financing. So, you know, just to summarize, what are our preliminary tentative conclusions from this area? You know, sustainable mini grids in these 4 countries is really very hard to find. You know, mini grids that you can say that can stand by themselves long-term with long-term, you know, sustainability. Technical, economic, and social governance dimensions might not be working in harmony, you know, and significant pieces of the jigsaw for mini grids are still missing. So we're thinking that a whole system approach is still not visible in most of the countries, but there is need for continued conversation on the tension between state and market in the delivery of energy access using mini grids. And in all, more research may be required on the role of mini grids in global access expansion. But Selma, let me stop here, and then we can come back to questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for presenting the project that you're working on and for pointing out the necessity of affordability of mini grids, especially in Africa, and also the issues of inclusivity in the region. And as well, I find it very interesting the similarities and differences that we find in the region, despite the various circumstances. I would now like to move on to Masum, and to hear about a locally led project in Bangladesh. Masum, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Salma. Today I will basically talk about locally led just energy transition towards 100% RE. If there is no COVID.
Great. We're now coming to another session of Defugo and Friends. Over the last couple of episodes, we've been looking at low-tech techniques, but very exciting techniques for enhancing the productivity of agriculture whilst reducing the damage to the land and also to our natural environment. We're now going to look at some other aspects here on Defugo and Friends, and the focus on today's session is, again, technology, but a technology with a very circular approach that can help support the decarbonization of our economies. We're not giving too much away right now because, and it does sound a bit secretive, but that's because Emma, who's with us here, is going to talk a lot more about it, and then you'll realize what's actually going on. We've got David Coleman back with us. He's the chairman of Defugo Technologies, and I just mentioned Emma. She's Emma Clark. She's CEO of EcoX Global PTE Limited. Now, PTE Limited, I think, means you're somehow, does that mean you're Australian? Singapore-based. Okay, all right. I know, it's one of those things that's hard to work out sometimes. But anyway, they're called EcoX Global. And David, tell us a little bit first, before Emma comes on, about this relationship with EcoX and Defugo Technologies.
Yeah, thank you, Nick. At Defugo, one of the key things that we're very focused on is the idea of toxification in our environment and removing that toxicity, especially from our food supply chain. We were building a new apple facility in America, and one of the great products that we're going to be having produced at that is a range of baby food. Now, with the Defugo technology, I can remove the sugar, I can make it high fiber, I can bring the flavonoids and the polyphenols into it to make it an exceptional baby food. But what I couldn't get away from is the toxicity that's in our water supply. And we use water as part of our process. So I went to Emma and I said, Em, I need to make sure that the water that's going into this baby food has no chemicals in it, no pesticides in it. And I set her that task, and they went away. And not only did they achieve that task, they also developed processes to get rid of forever chemicals like PFASs and PFOSs that are building up in our environment every single day. So it was quite an amazing outcome that came from that little simple task that I thought I'd set. And what we're going to hear today from Emma is the evolution of that technology now into the wastewater space, which is very exciting.
Okay, that's very interesting too, and you may be interested to know that later on in the show, we have another show later, where we're actually going to be looking at wastewater as well, how to recover things like nitrogen and phosphorus and other nutrients back into productivity. So there's a kind of link with the rest of the show that will be coming up later. That's really good. Okay, so it's an exciting concept. Emma, you've been charged with revealing all. So we're going to hear a keynote from Emma about this development with wastewater and what she's actually been achieving with Defugo. So over to you, Emma.
Thank you very much. It's a real pleasure to be at COP27. Several years ago, I decided to go back to my engineering roots and see if I could help aid the expedition of decarbonisation. So it's great to be here and see all the innovation that is around the conference. Now, today, instead of focusing on the detoxification bit in terms of industrial chemicals, I'm actually going to speak about our process that we've developed where we use wastewater and produce green hydrogen. So there's been a lot of talk about hydrogen lately, particularly green hydrogen. Is it economic? Does it use too much energy? Is it a viable decarbonization solution? So I'll try and touch on those topics throughout this discussion. EcoX H2 is actually a collaboration between current technology in Canada and EcoX in Australia. So it's an international team trying to work towards solving global problems. What we've created is a process that solves two key environmental issues, and as such, we obtain greater value. So I'll talk about those two challenges, and I'll also present our solution. Next slide, please. Okay, so what is problem number one? Well, problem number one is inadequately treated ammonia in wastewater. Now, around the world, we produce 359 billion cubic meters of wastewater each year, and we only treat half of that, just half. So you may be wondering why in particular I'm talking about ammonia, and that's because it's toxic to aquatic life. So not only is it toxic to aquatic life, it also encourages algae blooms. So many people would be familiar with the red tides off the coast of Mexico and Florida. And in my home country of Australia, we look with trepidation towards the bleaching of the Great Barrier Reef, also contributed to via ammonia runoff. Now, the last point I wanted to make about ammonia is conventional wastewater treatment processes tend to produce nitrous oxide from ammonia. And nitrous oxides are about 298 times worse than CO2 as a greenhouse gas. So that's problem number one. Let's move to problem number two. Next slide, please. Now, at first, this might seem like an unrelated problem, but please bear with me, and I'll get there in the end. So, problem number two is that heavy transport is a hard industry to decarbonise. And that's because long distances travelled means EV solutions are often difficult to implement. So if you have long periods of downtime for recharging, then obviously your operating costs increase and there's more inefficiencies with the transportation assets. Now, but it's very important that we still focus on decarbonising this sector, because in Western economies, about 18 to 20% of the annual greenhouse gas emissions are due to the transport industry. Next slide, please. So they are the two problems. What is the one solution? Well, our collaboration likes to call the solution the Green Highway. And what we've done is we've created, or we're wanting to drive to create, hydrogen production facilities along highways, and we want to strategically place those at areas of concentrated population. And the reason for that is if you've got an area of concentrated population, you normally have a wastewater treatment plant. And if you have a wastewater treatment plant, our process can remove the ammonia, then convert that ammonia to hydrogen in the place where you need it. Next slide, please. So what are the key benefits of our solution? Well, two key ones are cost of production, which I'll talk more to in several slides' time. And the other one is cost of transport. So if you think about a conventional hydrogen situation, you would normally have a large-scale, centrally located electrolyzer to produce the hydrogen. If you're looking to decarbonize the transportation industry, you would then need to truck that hydrogen to many, many long locations quite often remote locations, and you would have the associated transportation costs and the environmental impacts. So the positive of our process is you're actually producing the hydrogen at the place where you need it. And we're using really, really high-tech wastewater treatment to remove that ammonia. And as a byproduct, we're getting this valuable hydrogen for decarbonization. Next slide, please. I'd like to now talk about some of the other goals that we're looking to achieve with this process. So firstly, we're wanting to convert wastewater treatment plants into energy storage systems. And that's a really exciting concept. We're taking an asset and we're also making it a revenue-generating asset. Now, the next point is that global hydrogen production, we can actually bring it now. We're utilizing existing infrastructure, so our source material, that wastewater, is brought to the central point of treatment already. All that infrastructure is there, so we can take advantage of that. Now, the next point is that we avoid greenhouse gas generation, and as a result, we also have the benefit of greenhouse gas or carbon credits. So we're able to decarbonize an industry that's very hard to abate. Okay, next slide, please. Right, so how are we actually going to deliver this? Well, our technology works well when there are new wastewater treatment systems. Our technology is a very, very effective tertiary treatment process. But more importantly, we can actually use the EcoXH2 solution to retrofit to existing plants. And we're speaking with governments in the Americas and Australia on this concept. The third point there is that our comparisons have shown that the cost to build our process is comparable or cheaper than other denitrification systems. Okay, next slide, please. So on this chart, I wanted to give an idea of the financial side. So here we have a theoretical wastewater treatment plant in the USA. Now, we've chosen a population of 170,000 people. And what you can see is that for an average flow rate and ammonia concentration for a typical wastewater treatment plant, a municipal one for 170,000 people, we are able to achieve 1,200 kilograms of hydrogen per day. Now, to put that into context, a 12-meter bus needs 8 kilograms of hydrogen to drive 100 kilometers. So if you compare that 8 kilograms with the 1,200 produced, you can see that's quite a significant amount of hydrogen to decarbonize a local community and the transportation industry. Now, the last line there shows the revenue generated, and we estimate that for this example, it would be around $3.5 million per annum in terms of hydrogen sales. But that's not the only positive from an economics perspective with the system. We actually produce multiple revenue streams. So we have the hydrogen sales, we create carbon credits, we provide a water treatment service, and we also produce a proprietary green chemical, which is very useful and environmentally friendly in both the medical, with uses in both the medical and food industries. So multiple revenue streams supporting that cost of production of hydrogen. Next slide, please. So while we're talking about cost of production of hydrogen, I have a slide here, a chart that has 3 columns. So if we focus on the one on the left first, the green one, this represents the range of the cost of production of hydrogen at present. Now, the green column on the right shows the future required cost of hydrogen if green hydrogen was to be competitive. Now, all these stats are from Bloomberg NEF. What you can see is the two green columns don't align. So there's work to be done between getting from the cost of green hydrogen at present to the cost of competitive green hydrogen that we need in the future. However, if we now focus on the blue column in the middle, this is the cost of production for the green hydrogen that is produced from our EcoXH2 process. You can see that because we have multiple revenue streams generating value, then we can produce hydrogen at a far lower cost, and we can produce green hydrogen at a competitive cost now. Next slide, please. So that's the business model. Now I'm going to explain a bit about how it works. Next slide, thanks. Right, so the EcoXH2 process is a three-stage process. Phase one is at the loading phase, and that's where the wastewater containing ammonia travels through the treatment column. Now, in that treatment column, there's proprietary media that has been developed by Current Water Technologies. That media removes the ammonia, and the resulting effluent is clean water ready for discharge with ammonia levels less than 1 milligram per litre. Now, the next phase is the regeneration phase. So we clean the column using a brine, we wash the media, and the ammonia follows the brine through to the next phase. That treatment column is then clean and ready to go back to loading service. The final phase is where we produce the hydrogen. So at this point, the ammonia follows the brine into the reactor, the electrolyzer, and we produce nitrogen and hydrogen as a result. So that's a very simplified version of what is a lot of research that's taken place over years, but I hope that gives you some idea of how the system works. Next slide, please. Now, this is a detailed version of what's happening inside the reactor. So what happens in the electrolyzer is the ammonia is split into benign nitrogen and valuable hydrogen. And a positive here is we don't produce the nitrous oxides that I was talking about earlier, so no greenhouse gases. The second point is that we're not producing nitrates and nitrites, which are also toxic to the environment and carcinogenic. So conventional wastewater treatment systems would produce this and then have to remove them, but we jumped that step. Okay, next slide, please. Here you can see a picture of one of our remotely operated ammonia treatment plants in Virginia. Now, it's a smaller sized plant that you can see inside a 20-foot container. And what's great about the concept is the technology is scalable and modular. So we can find a solution that fits all sorts of throughputs and ammonia concentrations. Next slide, please. These are photos of one of our hydrogen production pilot plants. Just 2 months ago, this plant left the Current Water Technologies warehouse to the US military. Next slide, thanks. So we think there are many opportunities to convert waste to hydrogen. I've concentrated on the municipal wastewater treatment plant example, but we're also working with all sorts of industries, such as mining and oil and gas, in terms of cleaning up the ammonia in their water, agriculture, fertilizer, and food processing. So endless opportunities. And I think what's really exciting is to imagine that every municipal wastewater treatment plant could potentially be an energy storage system. And we could use that waste to produce hydrogen. And in fact, we do better than using the waste. We clean wastewater, a valuable environmental plus, and then we produce hydrogen as a byproduct. So we've solved two key valuable and sensitive environmental issues with one solution. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Emma. Take a seat here. We'll have a little chat. We haven't got a long time, but maybe 10 minutes or so. So it used to be with wastewater treatment works that they try and harvest methane, wouldn't they?
Yes.
And use that for energy production. But then methane is a challenge all on its own because it's also a greenhouse gas. Yeah. And if it leaks out and whatever, it creates problems. So you've added another step, in a sense, to get from whatever's in there to basically hydrogen, yeah, as a clean fuel that can be stored as well and then used whenever you want it, yeah?
Yeah. And I think for me, one of our key focuses was instead of just using energy to make hydrogen, we wanted to perform another job that was useful. And we didn't want to use clean water and we didn't want to use methane to make the hydrogen. So it's a valuable environmental and financial solution. Yeah.
I mean, people always talk about costs, and I was just trying to understand your cost curves a little bit, but is it one of those things that, is it cost even? Does it cost a bit more? Therefore, we need to scale it up, and then the costs will come down. Is this where we are?
We're finding that it's very cost efficient, and that's because we have all of those revenue streams. So we're finding the cost is definitely less than half of the revenue that we're calculating. Yeah.
Lastly, when moving away from wastewater treatment, you mentioned agriculture.
Yes.
Because I mean, in the room here right now, we've got some friends who are from Africa, I think, and some parts of Africa do have wastewater treatment works, but some don't. Where could this be applied in agriculture?
In agriculture, well, two places. We're working with fertilizer production facilities, and that's important because the wastewater that comes from those production facilities is quite high in ammonia, so a very good source for hydrogen production. We also need to be careful about collecting runoff from agriculture, and I think before now, we haven't really had such an incentive to collect it, but now if we can have a financial reason to collect it and produce hydrogen that is a valuable product, then there may be more incentive to do that.
David, do you want to comment on this? Yeah.
Yeah, actually, from a Defugo point of view, one of the things I've been very, very interested in is Emma's work with aquaculture and the ability to not only make a healthier animal because of the ability to clean water, but also one of the big issues we have with intensified aquaculture and fish farming is the ammonia that is created around those farms, and that is something that Emma is actively working on.
So you're talking fish farming as well here as well.
That's correct.
Another area. So it's kind of everywhere where ammonia is coming from, basically. Wherever there's sources of ammonia, agriculture, wastewater treatment works, fish farms. Anywhere else where ammonia's hanging around that we could harvest?
We're finding that in produced water in oil and gas industries and mining, so that's another big source of ammonia that we're looking to work with those industries to treat. So that would be a big one.
So this all began as a partnership or a relationship or between Defugo and EcoX Global, yes. And are you still working together? I mean, this one in Virginia, is that together or is that separate?
Look, from a Defugo point of view, as I mentioned when we started, detoxification is just so important for us. And if we don't get the water right, we have no chance of the next crop being clean. So from a Defugo point of view, we're introducing our partners especially in the upstream and downstream side of the Defugo plants, to work with Emma to clean the water that's coming into my plant and clean the water that's going out of my plant. Because that's the recycle regeneration that Defugo needs to make the next generation of food that much cleaner.
And I'd just like to mention to our partners in Canada, Current Water Technologies, they have been a big part in forming the technology behind this. So we've worked together as an international team, which has been really positive and really great. Yeah.
Tell me, I mean, all this work's going on, in a sense, because the world faces multiple crises at the moment. The creativity that's coming from the work you're doing, the work that so many people, it's fueled by the fact that we have a climate crisis, we have a loss of wildlife crisis, we need to get more, we have a resource waste crisis, all these things coming together. And do you think that, I mean, we were discussing earlier about how many people are a little bit concerned that some governments here are thinking about maybe ditching the 1.5 degree target. Does that stifle creativity if the world takes its foot off the accelerator towards a climate-friendly future?
I think that innovation is needed throughout this whole decarbonisation issue. And to drive innovation, you really need those government policies that encourage and discourage bad and good behaviour. And we're seeing it in the green hydrogen space, for example, with the Inflation Reduction Act in the US. Already a lot of technology is being drawn to that country. So I actually feel if countries aren't active in trying to reward innovation, then innovation will go elsewhere, and perhaps it won't be good in the long run for them.
David?
Yeah, look, I totally agree with Emma there. I think one of the big things that governments think innovation is a tax. It's not going to make money, so they're worried about their economy short-term and long-term. I encourage governments to look at technology like what Emma's doing because it's profitable. That is the key to this. We are taking two major problems. Wastewater, which you saw the figures, they're huge. You're fixing that, and you're decarbonising one of the hardest industries to decarbonise, which is heavy transport. Governments need to look at this type of technology and see it not just for its brilliance, but also for the fact that it will provide the long-term green economy they're looking for. I've always been a little sceptical on hydrogen, I have to admit, but this is without a doubt the best business case I've seen for the hydrogen economy that's out there, because we're taking those two big problems and we're fixing it. You eat an elephant one mouthful at a time, and this is definitely a really good mouthful in the hydrogen economy.
Yeah, I mean, the hydrogen economy is many things, but you're saying green hydrogen, which is absolutely key. We know there's a difference between green hydrogen and other kinds of hydrogen. And what we want is green hydrogen, either made through this process or through renewable energy or other processes that might evolve through the creativity of people, because they know that governments are supposed to meet high targets. And, you know, this drives. I mean, renewable energy would not be where it is right now if there hadn't been 15 years ago the sense that targets were coming for governments to decarbonize their economies, and that led leaders like Germany to install a lot of renewable energy. You know, pump prime it with finance at the beginning, then it spilled over into China, and now it's gone all the way around the world. So you have to have that incentive, you have to have leaders in industry and business, but also leading governments willing to say, we're going to incentivize this in some way. And then things move a lot faster because we don't have time.
Absolutely, Nick. And now from a Defugo point of view, if I can have my trucks delivering in a carbon neutral way and the trucks taking my products to market in a carbon neutral way, well, we've just completely decarbonised the supply chain, and that's exciting.
So we're going to have to leave it there. We've run out of time. They're whispering in my ear 1 minute, and that was about 10 seconds ago. Maybe we can just wrap this up and say thank you very much, David, for approaching us to have Defugo and Friends. We welcome that. That was good. These are areas that we don't normally dig deep into in terms of our shows. And I think it's important to give people an exposure to, it's not just, you know, wind turbines, it's not just this, it's not just that. It's all sectors of the economy that need to align with climate action and with the circular economy, which is the next big move up where nothing is waste and everything is used. Okay, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Bye.
Do you want to act on the climate crisis but don't know how? With our app, you can send climate reviews to organizations and leaders. Our team reaches out to the organization to encourage dialogue. Just download We Don't Have Time. Tap the green Create button and choose Type of Review. Give climate love to people doing great stuff. Create a climate idea to suggest a solution. Or send a climate warning to those who hurt the planet. To increase your impact, you can share the review, because when enough people agree with you, organizations and leaders will change. Many even want your opinion, because we have to work together. Do you want to be part of the solution?
Two in 5 plant species are threatened with extinction.
Deforestation problem here is a big issue.
It's been emitting more carbon for the last 10 years than it has been storing. And this is a big, big shock.
I think it's very important to be crystal clear that so far we are losing the game.
But there is hope. We can use the nature to heal our planet.
Welcome everyone to the Exponential Climate Action Summit 5, Nature in the Race to Zero.
You can't get to where you want to get with 1.5 degrees unless nature plays its full role.
This is the question of a generation.
The lessons that we've learned from Silicon Valley are really about taking solutions that are proven, technology that works today, and figuring out how to scale those solutions up to the world.
Kathleen, thank you for being here. Tell us just a little bit about what it means for Earth Day today as it relates to Ukraine.
Environmental crimes are now occurring every minute in Ukraine.
Welcome to another session of We Can Do It. This session has the apt title of Water and Gender, unique but really interesting topics we're going to cover in this hour coming up now. We will start by talking to experts on water, wastewater and also rainwater. And we'll continue on to talk to expert on gender and also the connections with gender and climate action. We will also discuss how women are disproportionately affected by climate change and how we need to protect women's place in the decision-making processes when it comes to climate change. But I'll start off by welcoming my first guest here, Brett Jenks, CEO of RARE. Wonderful to see you here, Brett.
Thanks for having me.
So please start out by telling us, what does RARE do?
So RARE is a global conservation organization. We've worked in about 60 developing nations over the past 30 years, and we specialize in applying behavioral science to local problems to accelerate change.
So let's start addressing a bit about the tension between individual climate action and also large-scale system change, because we really need to look at both perspectives at the same time, right? And what tensions do we see here?
I have a friend and a board member named Professor Elke Weber from Princeton. And she's famous for identifying the single action bias. And it's this idea that humans are really attracted to one solution, one action. This debate between individual behavior change and systems change is really a false dichotomy. It's a perfect example of a single action bias. The answer is we need to do both. You can't change systems without individual behavior change, and systems change enables and accelerates individual change. So they're two sides of the same coin.
However, some organizations say that focusing on individual changes might be a distraction, a sort of not giving the enough amount of pressure on the politicians, for instance, if we just look at the individual.
So I live in the United States. I think the United States is a perfect example of just this scenario. We started thinking about individual behavior change a few years ago as sort of a new entrant into the climate space in the United States, having worked abroad for the past 30 years. And we were told by many of the major advocacy organizations, please don't focus on individual behavior change because you will, precisely as you've said, you're going to distract all of our constituents from political action, voting. To which we said, listen, you get to vote once every 2 years. You can write to a senator or a member of Congress a couple of times and maybe they'll read it. What are you doing with the rest of those 4 years? And the fact is we went out and did a bunch of research and we know Americans, and this is much like every other country on earth, Americans are really alarmed, they're really concerned. Yale, Tony Lacerowitz at Yale has really demonstrated that for everyone. We found that Americans also really want to do something. What's fascinating is really three things. One, they don't know what to do. When asked, most people said, well, I could recycle. Recycling is important, but it's not a top 25 solution. People also said I should use less plastic. Using less plastic is a great thing to do, but it's not going to significantly reduce your household greenhouse gas emissions. The other thing that we found was that Americans not only didn't know what to do, but they didn't know how many of their friends and family were actually also wanting to do something and expecting them to do something. And that led us to a conclusion that there's a real opportunity to empower a lot of people to begin making change, to enable systems change, and to accelerate system change. I'll just say one last thing. What's particularly interesting about the case in the United States is all of a sudden we were surprised by the Inflation Reduction Act. So now we have a scenario where there's $390 billion, or good reasons, to think about adopting some of these behaviors. But when you ask the folks who are going to spend that money, they know they're going to need a lot of help with the last mile of delivery to make it easier for people to recognize, A, everyone's doing it, and B, it's not that hard to weatherize, to electrify, to drive an electric vehicle, to install solar panels, the things that everyone will soon be doing.
Thank you very much. So how do you give incentive and help people, for instance, with the installation of solar PVs and also to purchase or maybe lease electrical vehicles?
So right now in the United States, about 5% of families have solar panels on their rooftop. And so some, the naysayers would say, well, it's only 5%, it'll never move. What's interesting is the cost of solar panel and the effectiveness of these solar panels has increased dramatically in the last 10 years. The cost has decreased, the efficacy has increased, if you understand my meaning. And so the question now is, how do you move from 5% of the country to, let's say, 20%? Well, the people who were the first to adopt solar panels are probably very different from the next group that's going to adopt them. The next group has a whole lot of economic incentives, so they're going to be slightly different in orientation. We need to be thinking in really creative and innovative ways about how to create the social norms, how to create the social expectations, how to create the sense that this is not only fashionable, it's ethical, it's moral, it's fashionable, it's cool, and regardless of what you think, everybody's doing it. Because we know people really change for three reasons. We change when we see other people changing. So if someone has a solar panel on their rooftop in your neighborhood, you're way more likely to do so yourself. We know that people change when they think other people expect them to change, because we're humans, and we're all, as adult as we are, we're still somewhat in high school. I like to say we're lemmings with hands. We simply follow the leaders. We follow the tribe. The third reason people change is when people have a sense that change is accelerating. We are at that moment right now worldwide. You see it at COP with the tens of thousands of people here. Things are changing quickly, momentum is building, and as people recognize that, it's self-reinforcing.
Excellent, thank you very much, Brett. So you recently launched the Climate Culture Index. Could you please tell us about this?
We're really excited about this. The Climate Culture Index was an idea of Eric Tulin, who's a researcher and a scientist at our Center for Behavior and the Environment, and then another researcher, Rahim Rakimov. They both work at RARE at the center. And they said, look, if we're going to think about behaviors like adopting a plant-rich diet, eating less meat, eating more veggies, or installing solar panels on your roof, really basic behaviors that happen to be the right behaviors. They're the most significant way that families or individuals can reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Then how are we going to accelerate that? Well, you can spend a lot of money on marketing, but you have to find those people, you have to know they're thinking about it, and then you have to present the ad to them at the right time in the right place. There's also a way we believe to leverage social norms, this momentum building, and that's a little more complicated. And so what we wanted to do was create a sort of an index that would let us understand the state of the adoption of each of those behaviors. So we know how many people purchased them recently. What we don't know is how many people think other people expect them to do it. What we don't know is how many people are seeing other people doing it. What we don't know is how are people feeling about the difficulty of learning enough to feel confident to make these purchases. So those are some of the leading indicators, and to our knowledge, that index doesn't exist anywhere in the world. So you have a lot of people calling for change, but we don't necessarily know how to identify when change is coming or what is holding that change back. So what we're hoping is that journalists will get very interested over time in the idea that the difference between a lag indicator and a lead indicator, just to be wonky about it. The lag indicator is number of households with solar panels. The lead indicator would be number of families who are starting to believe that their neighbors are going to judge them if they don't have solar panels, just to make it overly simplistic.
And there is, of course, a lot of research on this. It's all, well, nudging is one of the epitaphs of this, of course. But what would you say are the key insights, the key findings from your research here when it comes to climate action?
So it's really interesting. We've only done the baseline, so we have sort of a snapshot of where America is today. We think, by the way, this tool could be really useful in a lot of other countries, but for now we're pilot testing it in the United States. The first insight that jumped out was really interesting, and it's, forgive me, but just follow the logic here. We measured one, how many Americans believe that other people should be driving electric vehicles, for example. And then we also measured how many Americans believe that other people expect them to drive electric vehicles. And the difference in several of these behaviors was 30 percentage points, meaning in many cases something like 30% of Americans, only 30% of Americans believe that their fellow Americans expect them to do something. But 60% of Americans believe everyone should do this. It's overly intellectualized, it's a little difficult, but when you start talking to marketers and advertisers and creative change agents, you can call it, from in an academic stance, pluralistic ignorance. We just want to call it a normative bubble, but we probably need a better name. And it's essentially the notion that everyone expects us to do it and we don't know it. And once we really know it, if everyone expects you to dress a certain way, to present a certain way, to, think of the shoes we wear, the cars we drive, the watches we wear, the ties, the dresses, what have you, we all tend to follow particular patterns. We just don't know yet. These patterns are coming, and they're coming fast.
So how do we speed up this? I mean, it's basically peer pressure, isn't it? And to take people from believing that recycling is enough and that sort of they're doing their job into really, really transitioning their lifestyles. How do we speed this up? Because
so here's what this
we're in a hurry, right?
Speeding it up is the most important thing we can do, we believe. And the way this happens is you have to make things observable. When people see charging stations, they not only ask themselves, well, if there's a charging station, maybe I should have an electric vehicle. But they start to gain confidence that when they are low on battery, they're going to be able to solve that problem. When people see other people ordering healthy meals, they tend to follow. When the first person orders a salad, everyone else pretty much orders a healthier meal for the most part. So it's social proof. Seeing people do things creates an expectation that you're going to do it. Social proof leads to social pressure. Essentially, that's the high-level answer for how we're going to make this change. But I'll tell you where you get into the really fun stuff. What would it look like if all of a sudden showrunners and producers in Hollywood were simply normalizing these behaviors by making sure the getaway car is electric, or that a family that you know and love sits down for dinner and they all order a plant-rich diet? They don't need to make a joke about it. They don't even need to talk about it. They just need to show it, number one. Number two, what if the social media platforms that are in 3 billion of our hands every day were able to buy into the idea that the change is coming and that they have a singular role in accelerating it by, for example, just letting people know that other people are interested in this. That's really what we're working on behind the scenes.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Brett Jenks. This is fantastic and very promising. It sounds like we can go into a phase where we will have multiple tipping points, and then I mean tipping points for the good, not like icebergs melting, but tipping points for human behavior.
Tipping points for tipping points. I love that. Well said.
Well, thanks very much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. Cheers.
And now I have the pleasure to invite two panelists here with me on Zoom. I will grab a chair so I could be comfortable for this, this conversation here. And with us on Zoom, we have Niranjali Emerisinghe, who is Executive Director at ActionAid United States. And we also have with us Shelley Porges, who's co-founder and managing partner Beyond the Billion. And there you are, wonderful to see you. I hope you're doing well today and that you can hear me loud and clear.
Absolutely. Great
So,
to be here. Thank you.
Terrific.
Great to be here.
Terrific. So Niranjali, would you like to start by telling us what you work with and how you work in this field?
Sure. So I'll introduce myself. I'm Niranjali Emerisinghe. I'm the Executive Director of ActionAid USA. And ActionAid as a whole is an international nonprofit organization operating in over 40 countries. And what we're working toward is a world that is free from poverty and injustice. And as you can imagine, climate change is a huge threat for communities that are facing injustice and live in poverty. We work alongside communities, in particular with women and with young people, to shift power so that they are at the heart of decision-making that affects them. And specifically in the context of climate change, we work on humanitarian responses to climate-induced disasters. We work to support calls for climate justice, for rich countries to pay up for mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, as well as those most responsible to take the greatest amount of action on reducing emissions. And we also work with communities on programming that is about supporting climate resilient livelihoods and for people to adapt to shocks. And we have a lot of women-led efforts in that context.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Fascinating work and important work. So Shelley, tell us about what you do.
Thank you so much. Well, I am the co-founder and managing partner of Beyond the Billion, launched as the $1 Billion Fund for Women. When we launched, women were receiving only 2.2% of all venture capital. Today, we're happy to say it's more, though 2022 is proving to be a challenging year for all investors and for all companies seeking investments. That said, you know, what's notable is that in our first 2 years our partner funds, now numbering well over 100, in our first 2 years, over $638 million was invested in almost 800 female-founded companies, many of whom are investing in female-founded companies that also impact climate with their initiatives. So, in fact, Crunchbase counts 151 women-founded companies identified as what they call green tech solutions. We know that there are many more than that, actually, based on what we see just in our portfolio. And we know that many have not yet been identified, depending on how they self-describe. Not everybody takes credit, if you want to call it that, for impacting the climate with what they do. And happy to be here today to talk about some of the solutions that our funds are investing in.
Well, thank you very much, Shelley, indeed. Well, actually, in Sweden, where I'm from, only 1% of venture capital goes to companies started by women. So it's actually even worse than the numbers that you just stated. So both of you, let's just start up with a broader question here. Why are women more affected by climate change?
Shelley, do you want to go first on this?
Yes, please.
Please go ahead. Because our focus isn't how women are being impacted per se, although we do know that female founders are impacted by global economics, and of course we know that there are going to be fewer. Climate is one of the biggest impacts on our global economy, obviously for better and for worse, depending on how we respond to it. So in our case, we like to think that as we respond to it with innovative solutions that are, led by women or co-founded, through companies that are co-founded by women, we're seeing, really potentially positive impacts, not just in wealth, but in actually achieving things. We don't, focus on, Niranjali, what you focus on, which is the actual communities per se, but we do see, and happy to talk about some of the solutions that are, like I mentioned, some of the companies that are being invested in are having on the climate. So why don't you go ahead with that?
All right, I'll take it. So I'll back up and I'll just lay the groundwork for this, because I think the starting point is we are all affected, right? Everyone is affected by climate change, but there's a spectrum whereby some are less affected and some are more affected. And the injustice of the crisis that we face is that those who are most impacted by climate change are often those who are least responsible for it. And depending on your vulnerability, you will be more or less affected. That kind of splits into a few different areas. So one is geography, right? What we're seeing is that the vast majority of climate impacts are taking place in developing countries, in the global south. And historically, they have less responsibility for causing this crisis. So if you live in the global south, you are more vulnerable at this point to the impacts of climate change. On top of that, if you have a livelihood that is more susceptible to climate-related weather events, you are more vulnerable. If there are socioeconomic factors or cultural factors that lead toward discrimination for your particular group, then you will be more vulnerable. As you can imagine, in many countries, women do fall into this category of a group that is discriminated against. Globally, there's a stat that is really powerful in illustrating this, that 80% of displaced people, climate-induced, when we talk about climate-induced displacement, are women. 80% are women. So you can see just on a global level how impacted women are. Just kind of zooming into countries specifically, there's a report that ActionAid launched today that is focused on women confronting loss and damage in Africa. And it really shows the link between climate change and how women are affected. So, for example, in Kenya, our partners were saying that the drought that's taking place in the Horn of Africa is far more severe than it has been in previous years. So the agricultural livelihoods of many women in the area are deeply impacted. As a result of that food insecurity, what will often happen is girls stop going to school because there's not enough food and there's not enough money. And they will also, in extreme cases, be sold off for marriage because they are considered it's a form of wealth for the community if you can marry off your girls. So you can see how that impacts girls. And then for women, it can also be more difficult to access food in the wake of a crisis because they simply don't have the same kind of access that men and boys might have. In Zambia, an example of women being even more affected as a result of the climate crisis is in the wake of farming that is affected by climate change, there's a loss of income. And when there's a loss of income, there's often an increase in gender-based violence. And that gender-based violence is largely targeted at women. So for something that is seemingly an environmental crisis, right? The underlying vulnerabilities in society, socioeconomic and cultural vulnerabilities can really make a devastating impact on the lives of women and girls.
Thank you very much, Niranjali. I'm sure you all have seen the image of the world leaders in the first picture that was released from the COP. There was one woman in the picture. The rest of all the people in the picture were men. So how do we safeguard and assure and enhance the role of women in the climate decision processes at hand? So Shelley, from your perspective, and after that I'd like for you to share some good examples that you were starting to mention before.
Happy to do that. Yeah, happy to do that. Well, first of all, thanks for asking that question. Let me just be clear here. Women are at the table. Women are innovating solutions. Women are taking action, whether we're invited to or not. And I think that is why supporting the innovators who are going ahead and doing what needs to be done, whether they're male or female, but many of them are female, is so critical, right? What we do know, we don't have time, but what we do have are these innovators, and and many of them are facing the future. They're finding solutions. They are founding financially successful companies. I want to highlight that for those investors in the audience listening in here. And yes, they're also female. Where does the fuel for these companies come from? Well, I mentioned that our funds had in the first 2 years invested over 638 million into almost 800 companies. What I didn't add, and let me add right now, is that a subset of those 479 of those deals went on to raise another $4 billion. Talk about catalytic capital. When women lead, there's catalytic capital going on because of the networking that goes on, because of the follow-on impacts, and because they're successful. Women outperform female fund managers and female founders outperform others in terms of both earlier exits, higher valuations per dollar invested. So what's not to like for an investor, right? And I think, happy to then highlight some of those. And I should add that in our portfolio, again, 80% of our fund managers, over 110 funds now, 80% of our fund managers are women, people of color, or both. No surprise, perhaps. We do have 20% of amazing men who recognize this is an opportunity both to advance the world and to, find returns, create alpha, as we like to say in the investment world. And I'd love to give you just a couple of 2 or 3 examples of that. First of all, imagine if we could improve the batteries in a Tesla car by 70%. Imagine if we could increase their capacity for that. You talked about seeing the chargers on the road. Well, if you had an improved capacity of 70%, guess what? You need fewer chargers too. But as important as chargers obviously are, that was mentioned earlier in the previous panel. So the company called Cadenza Innovations by CEO Christina Lampe Önerud, and we were talking about Sweden. She's a Swedish woman who started this company in 2012 and was seed funded with a $5 million investment by one of our partner funds, Golden Seeds. Christina is a Swedish inventor and entrepreneur. She's also a PhD in inorganic chemistry. Never heard of that. I always knew about organic chemistry. In 2005, she founded another battery company named Boston Power, which she sold in 2012. And after she did that, she founded Cadenza together with her husband. She's a member of the Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences and a really amazing innovator who's bringing growth stage, now in a growth stage company, providing patented technology platform she calls the Supercell, that enables a new generation of safe, high-performing, low-cost lithium-ion batteries and energy storage solutions. Now, another example is, what if you could provide electricity and cooling with one solution, sub-Saharan Africa? Now, that's what Coolbox, founded in 2018 by Ayula Dominic and Deborah Gale, is doing. The company provides accessible storage, electricity storage, and cold storage solutions to businesses. The lead investor in the seed round was our VC partner, Arua Capital Management, based in Lagos, Nigeria. Coolbox's initial product was an outdoor camping refrigerator aimed at European campers. However, the France-based and Africa-focused startup shifted its focus in 2020 to a new market, business owners in off-grid locations in Africa and emerging markets, beginning with Nigeria. Their refrigerators use Africa's abundant supply of sun to generate refrigeration for up to 4 days in the absence of other power. And last but certainly not least, what if we could feed the world with 1/3 of the water, land, and other resources it takes to do so today? Our premier partner in Southeast Asia, Gobi Partners, pledged and then invested its entire $50 million pledge, as promised, into women-founded companies in a mere 2 years. In Southeast Asia, 50 million is like 150 million in the developed countries. One of the most exciting companies it has backed is Malaysia-based Aerodyne. Aerodyne was co-founded by Kamarul Mohammed and Azita Azizan, and it's the largest drone-as-a-service company in the world, addressing some of the most intractable problems, including precision agriculture, allowing for less resources to be used as we increase food production for the world. So I could go on, but at least half of our 100+ funds are investing in better solutions for our planet, even as they reap the rewards of gender diversity investments. And all are investing in the most underutilized resource of all, and that is women. Not as a gender lens fund, but as serious investors and as a mainstream part of their portfolios. So I will leave it at that. Just as a few of the many varied examples, we are a global company. We are in every continent except Antarctica, and we hope that Antarctica stays there long enough for when there is a VC firm to have a partner there. But anyway, I will stop there.
Well, thank you very much, Shelley. Those are really, really impressive examples and very promising indeed. So Niranjali, when you listen to Shelley's fantastic list here, what are your thoughts of what will happen if we can really tap into and unleash the power of female entrepreneurship here?
Well, I'll start by saying I agree with Shelley. Yes, there are definitely women at the table. We do need more, and we need more at all levels. Right? It's not enough to have a couple of women at the top. We need women at all levels of management, all levels of implementation when it comes to climate. And one of the things we do need to get comfortable with is the idea of sharing power, which does have roots in feminism, right? And this is that who controls the money, who controls the decision making, who controls allocation, all of those things, right? We have to get more comfortable with sharing power. And often that can mean in countries a more decentralized approach to things. So when we talk about like, how do you protect women's place in decision making, part of that is also getting comfortable with that idea of power sharing, decentralized approaches, where it might not be about having the one big centralized idea, right? But you have multiple ideas. You've got multiple things going on at multiple levels, and you allow communities and women within those communities to come forward and bring forward the solutions that work for them. And this is what connects to your question about unleashing power, right? Because if we want to respond to the climate crisis in a way that is actually suitable and durable for the communities that are affected most, we need solutions that are generated from those communities themselves. There may be times when, yes, some outside innovation or outside knowledge needs to be paired with what's happening locally. But our experience working with communities on the ground is that the women in those communities or the young people in those communities often have incredible solutions, and they're the ones that will last. Right? So the extent to which we can get money flowing to those communities, whether it's through grant-based finance. In a lot of cases, we find it needs to be grant-based finance, and then there is going to be a time when entrepreneurship can have a role, and we can have microfinancing flowing into those communities. That is essential. And I'm reminded of some of the examples that we see in Africa and South Asia. Most of the farming, right, most of the food that supports those regions, it's grown in local farms, right? But there's this massive push to industrialize. And many of our communities are saying, why? Industrialization hasn't worked particularly well for local farmers in other parts of the world. It's highly emissions intensive. There are more sustainable models like agroecology that we could be working with, right? And if we actually did that in all our communities, imagine the power of that kind of system change in agriculture and food production. That's where the power lies, right? When we have these multiple interventions that are following more sustainable and resilient, climate resilient models, you can really develop something that is both good for the planet and good for the people who are most affected by the climate crisis.
And
well, thank you very much, Niranjali. And Shelley, please reflect. I hear you're starting already.
Yeah.
Excellent.
No, I think what Niranjali said is critical, because, and I do actually think that it's not either or. So we absolutely need to, focus on local communities, local producers, et cetera. Having said that, we know that, one of the things we'd like to do is share the knowledge between the communities. Mm-hmm. And we want to make sure what we see are some of the innovators that we see emerging. And I want to highlight one of our great partners, Cartier. For those of you who are not familiar, Cartier runs one of the largest women's business plan competitions in the world and has been doing so for 15 years. And it's called the Cartier Women's Initiative Awards. And what we see is innovators coming out of communities with transportation solutions, with agriculture solutions, with all the solutions that we need, coming out of the communities, as you pointed out, and featured, and then growing those companies. Mm. And not just for the sake of industrializing them, but for the sake of sharing the knowledge, sharing the learning where else it could be used. So what Cartier does, it is a grant competition, and gives out millions of dollars of non-dilutive grants every year. The regions of the competition, I was a judge for over a decade. I was the longest jury member they've had, very proud of the work that we did. I was the president of the North American jury, but we had juries in every region. Now they have, I think they're up to 9 regions. They've broken because they're getting so much more uptake from women innovators around the globe. And we're seeing, bamboo bicycles in Africa where, metal and all that might not be, the next best resource or whatever. So many different solutions that are then being supported, to your point, by grants. Top winner in these competitions in the region gets $100,000, which we know for most parts of the world goes a very long way. Second place gets 60 and third place 30. So I don't think that these, what we're talking about here is either. We need to pay attention, especially to the women who are, who are solving the problems that have been created elsewhere, and then amplifying that and growing them as we can and sharing those solutions.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Shelley. There is a hashtag, a movement called She Changes Climate. And I think that's a wonderful campaign, a wonderful hashtag. But we also have another hashtag here at We Don't Have Time in our studio. You can see it right on the screen here. We Can Do It is the hashtag and the campaign that we recently launched. And the purpose is to raise awareness of all the fossil subsidies that goes into fossil fuel industries and activities, and to refocus that we should reallocate all that money into working towards solving the climate crisis. And behind me you see here Rosie flexing her biceps here, and this is the sort of the cool picture that lots of leaders already have taken here outside in the picture. They had their picture taken outside of the studio here. So Niranjali and Shelley, will be look at women and climate change here. This is a lot of power that needs to be unleashed and addressed. So would you like to sign our campaign? And maybe you need to read the statements first, but at least would you like to
100%
flex with Rosie here and flex with me to
absolutely
get the message across that we can do it?
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I've been working out for these many years, right?
To flex the muscles, right?
Flex the muscles, indeed.
So, Niranjali, I couldn't hear you.
Oh, I said flex. Yeah. Are you asking us to flex on screen?
Yes, please.
Is that the idea? All right. Okay, we can flex on screen.
Terrific. So it's really, really important what you do, and I'd like for everybody watching to really take into the picture all of the power that there is in female leaders in terms of starting companies, and also in all sorts of organizations, NGOs all over the world that really, really can harness and unleash the power of women, because we are roughly half of the population, and we can really, really, really have more power to speed up the climate transition here. So thank you so much, Shelley, for joining us. And also thank you very, very much, Anjali, for joining us here at the Climate Studio for We Don't Have Time. And yes, I'm happy that you also joined in the campaign. So please spread the word here that we can do it and keep up with your fantastic work. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful to be here.
Yeah.
Terrific.
Keep up the good work.
So now let's turn to one of our hubs. We have 3 hubs here connected with us in the studio in Sharm El-Sheikh. We have a hub in Stockholm, we have a hub in Nairobi, and we have a hub in Washington, D.C. And we are connected with Washington, D.C., I hope. Let's see if I can see Simon on my screen in front of me. If not, there might be a little bit of a lag. There you are, you're behind me. All right, now you're in front of me. Excellent, it's easy to communicate this way. So Simon Bergbohm, what are your reflections? What do you have for us in Washington, D.C., please?
Good morning, Katarina, and thank you for having me on again. I've enjoyed the broadcast so far. It's been obviously very, very important topics, gender and water. And I've also really enjoyed the conversation about education and the importance of creating awareness for the climate crisis. Because I think it's easy to forget when, like you and me working in the climate space, that not everyone knows as much about the climate crisis and think about it on a daily basis. So I think it's really good to have these conversations about how we can create more awareness. Because I do think that no one wants our world to burn, or at least very few people, maybe some in the fossil fuel industry, who knows. But I think in general, people want to solve the climate crisis. So I think by really focusing on how to educate people and create this awareness, I think we're going to see big differences. So I really enjoyed watching Brett Jenks on earlier, who works for RARE, which is a big organization that works with behavioral science to create behavioral climate change. And it was interesting, he said, people change when they have a sense that change is accelerating. And I think that's really, really true. And I think that's also one of the missions of We Don't Have Time, is to really encourage people to not just do good climate action, but to also communicate it. Because when we do good climate action and also communicate it, that's when we can really encourage others to follow. So even if, of course, it's great that companies do good climate action, but I think since we don't have time, it doesn't matter if you do good climate action if you're not really communicating it too, because we need exponential change. And I think the only way to get that is by doing good climate action and communicating it. So I'm looking forward to seeing more good climate initiatives in the broadcast. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Trade Water, which I think is coming on pretty soon. And I've been working with them a little bit in the past, and I know that they have some really cool solutions for carbon offsets. So I'm looking forward to hearing that.
Well, thank you so much, Simon. You will be coming back fairly shortly during the day, or at least tomorrow. Thanks very much for your reflections from Washington, D.C. There's a lot of noise here. I'm not sure you hear it over the broadcast here, but we are surrounded by other pavilions, and sometimes they have very lively activities that might interfere with the sound that we're picking up here. So we do apologize for that. But it's a fantastic venue, the COP. Outside of the studio, we have glass walls. We see people from all over the world walking around, connecting, indigenous people with wonderful, beautiful headdresses, for instance, that are connecting with people from the north. And I'm very happy to see, compared to Glasgow, I see more representation from indigenous peoples here, and also more women in the corridors and the halls here, and definitely more youth, which really makes me very happy. So now we're continuing to talk, or pivoting back to water, and we're going to have a panel discussion about the essential drop to net zero, unpacking freshwater's role in climate change mitigation. And there has been a report published, and I'm very happy to introduce my first guest here. It's Malin Lundberg Ingemansson, and you're just like me, you're Swedish, and you're program manager at Stockholm International Water Institute. Yes, so welcome to our studio, Malin.
Is this on? Yes, this is on. Hello, thanks
it
so
is
much.
On.
Thanks
Good
so
to
much
see
for
you
having
here.
me.
Good to see you. And with us, we assume we should have Noreen Farsha Anisha, who's doctoral candidate at Oregon State University. See if we can get her up on the screen here.
Hello.
There
it's a
you
pleasure.
are. Yes, and we also have Jonathan Muruki, who's Interim Manager Restore Africa Program. That should be on the other image. Jonathan Muriuki. All right. Well, let's. So far we have Noreen and we have Malin, and see if we can get Jonathan also up on Zoom shortly. There has been a report, and it's been co-authored by Malin and also, if I understand it correctly, by Noreen. Is that correct? Yes.
Right, exactly.
So Malin, could you please start by introducing the report, the findings?
Sure. So I am the chief editor of the report, and we have invited researchers to lead the different chapters of the report, and Noreen is leading the freshwater ecosystems chapter. And going back a little bit, I think maybe we all know that the climate crisis is really a water crisis, and that any of us, wherever we are on the globe, we will experience climate change through water first, I would think. And in climate change adaptation, in adapting to climate change, water is one of the fundamental factors, and it's always mentioned that water is really important. But when it comes to mitigating climate change, to reduce the global warming, water has rarely been mentioned. It's really not a factor that is weighed in. So in COP24 in Katowice in Poland, this was in 2018, then colleagues of mine from CIWI, together with colleagues from Stockholm Resilience Center and from PIC, Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, they identified this knowledge gap, and they said that this is something we need to do something about. And that's the start of this report that is now finally out.
And for those watching, how could you access the report?
You can go into CIWI's website, so that is Stockholm International Water Institute's website, and it will be displayed there, so you can find it there.
Thank you very much, Malin. So Noreen, based on the report, what key actions should be taken?
Thank you. So the chapter that I particularly led was on freshwater ecosystems, which means rivers, lakes, wetlands, and how they're weighed in for climate change mitigation. The thing is, historically speaking, they're not, as Malin mentioned, they're not talked a lot when it comes to climate change mitigation. They're talked about a lot when it comes to climate change adaptation. But while compiling and writing this chapter, we realized that they do emit greenhouse gases, but they also do have the potential to sequester a lot of carbon and play a very important role in climate change mitigation. So when we looked deep into it and think about how freshwater ecosystems can be integrated in the NDCs and the national policies for climate change mitigation, some of the key measures that we came up with or we could formulate were definitely taking a systems level approach, because water is so essential for life. We use it for almost everything. There is agricultural need, there is industrial need, there is a residential need. Our life, it's so integral part of our lives. So, there needs to be a systems level approach, which is like leave nothing behind, including the roles of different genders in integrating the measures that promote carbon sequestration or emission reduction through freshwater ecosystems. Another key measure would be to first understand our freshwater ecosystems good enough, because there's a lot of knowledge gap. Particularly, I can give an example of the rivers. Like rivers do emit greenhouse gases, but we don't have a clear account of how much greenhouse gases rivers emit across the world in different ecoregions, under different climate conditions, under different basin management conditions. So we need to investigate those first to understand how our rivers emit greenhouse gases and how we can actually minimize it. Same thing for wetlands. We don't have a clear account of the total aerial coverage of wetlands around the world. There's still a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity regarding that. So we have to bridge those gaps. We have to understand our freshwater ecosystems and give more attention to them in understanding how they can, to understand how they can be managed more efficiently so that they can play a critical role in climate change mitigation. These are the two findings that I would like to highlight at this point.
Thank you very much. Let's see if we can connect back with Nairobi to see if we can bring Jonathan Muriuki on board, Interim Manager Restore Africa Program. Actually, there's a error in my script here. It's a Juliana that's supposed to join us, not a Jonathan. Well, these things happen. We have so many speakers. So there's Juliana. I see you behind me. So terrific, Juliana. So please introduce yourself and what you work with in terms of water.
Thank you very much. My name is Juliana Katimwa. I work with an indigenous women-led organization called Nasaru Women as a director and founder at the same time. I am also a member of the Indigenous Women Council Kenya. I am a champion for resilience, a member in East Africa. I'm glad to be here to speak on issues of women and water. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Juliana. I'm not sure if you were able to listen in on the first part of the panel here about the findings from the report, but just if you have not, or if you have, your reflections on the topic at hand here, the connection with fresh water and water in climate change and the challenges that we're facing.
Yeah. As I said earlier, I work with indigenous women of Kajiado County who are purely pastoralists. And I want to say water is a very crucial when it comes to livestock and at the same time to improve food security. And women being the primary users of water, because being a patriarchal society, women are left to perform household and fetching water for household use. And so we are the primary users of water. So lack of access to that water really impacts our life in so many ways. So as an organization, what we are doing, we are first trying to ensure that these women are not left out when it comes to policy formulation, which touches on water. We try to encourage them to be part of the conversation on climate change and at least try to give out views on how they can also be part of the conversation and give solutions on matters of climate change. So we are trying to encourage these women to participate from the grassroots level, to be part of the committees that manage water at the community level. And then we also push at the national level for these women to be able to push for policies that will make water more accessible to them. After doing that, we also try to encourage them to at least to work on water management at the same time and be part of natural resource management.
Well, thank you very much, Juliana. Malin and also Noreen, when you listen to Juliana here and hear her perspective from Restore Africa, what are your reflections and how can we collaborate? I mean, you have these findings from your report, and Juliana has her extensive experience from her point of view and her position in geography here. So how do we move on and speed up the work here together? What are your thoughts, Malin? I'm turning here. You're right, actually right here, not in front of me.
What we really need to do is to address these complexities that there is. There is several crises going on at the same time and several challenges that we meet. And by addressing the complexities, we can do that in integrated approaches. And that means that we need to work across sectors, at multiple levels, but also with multiple stakeholders at the same time. So when the measures that we suggest in the report, the solutions that we identify, and also the major risks, when we communicate them to countries or to communities, we also say with that we need to work in an integrated manner and making sure that all stakeholders in a society is represented so that we don't miss an important aspect when we make decisions on how to move forward.
Would you like to add, Noreen, or would you like to add, any of you? Valentina? Juliana?
I think what Malene said kind of covered everything. This is what we discussed in the chapter that I particularly wrote as well, that to minimize trade-offs while we implement the measures that can help us mitigate climate change through freshwater ecosystems. It is very important that it involves the stakeholders in multiple levels and also in multiple sectors. And women play a very, very important role especially in rural parts of the underdeveloped and developing world. I myself come from Bangladesh, and I've worked with the women in the rural areas of Bangladesh, and I know, like, including women as stakeholders and including their voice is very important to minimize those trade-offs as we move forward in integrating freshwater ecosystems. So I kind of totally agree with what Malene just said.
Thank you very much. Let's now, would you like to comment, Juliana?
Thank you. I want to add by saying that water is a determinant when it comes to adaptation mitigation, community adaptation and mitigation in so many ways. And water also has a relationship with the land and land rights. And you find that in patriarchal society, as women, we don't own land, and we become not parcel of land planning and how land is supposed to be used and how we can be able to have freedom to decide where to do a borehole, where to do a water pan, where to put water reservoirs. And so it has a very big nexus between land, right, water, and climate change. So we are advocating for initiatives of how we can assess this very important commodity by trying to encourage women to do a lot of roof water harvesting for clean water for drinking, and also doing a lot of running water harvesting so that we can also be able to get water to do a little bit of irrigation, being a pastoralist community where we are trying to complement pastoralism now that we are not doing away with it, but we are trying to complement pastoralism by introducing a little bit of agriculture, which will become very difficult when water is not accessible. So we are trying to come up with initiatives of how we can help these women have water within their visibility so that they can be able to do a lot of things within their homestead to improve food security. Another thing I want to add is that when water is not accessible easily, women will not get an opportunity to engage in other income generating activities. They will use a lot of time searching for water, and they will not get an opportunity to participate in conversation on how to have this water accessible to them, to push for governments to allocate a lot of finances on water harvesting. So it's a very important conversation that we need to bring women on board to be part of those decisions from the policy formulation, reform, and implementation for us to have a success when it comes to water harvesting and accessing clean water for drinking.
Thank you very much indeed, Juliana. So to distinguish here, why is it so important to focus on fresh water as opposed to salt water? I mean, the obvious answer would be the drinking aspect, of course, and the watering of the crops. But what other distinctions are important to focus on here between the saltwater focus and the freshwater?
Actually, and this took me, I'm a forester by training, so I don't have the water background, but it took me by surprise to learn that fresh water, it only takes up, I think it's 4% of the entire water that is on Earth. So it's really sparse resources that we have. And with climate change, it's already a high demand for water now, for fresh water now. And with climate change, that will increase even more. And at the same time, many of the solutions that we have to mitigate climate change also need water. We need water for the forests to grow and to store and sequester carbon. We need water to cool down the energy systems that when we are producing energy and so on. So there are so many different parts of society that wants the water. And that is why whatever we do when we take decisions in climate action, we need to have this water perspective in the back of our heads in order to not stand there with one sector losing or not having enough water.
Here in Sharm El-Sheikh, what I've understood, lots of the water is fresh water comes from desalinated seawater. So how important would an aspect like this process of some countries are landlocked, of course, there is no ocean to tap into, so to speak. But Malin, how about the desalinification of ocean water? How important is this as we move further on?
This is not the topic that I have so much experience in, but all these technical solutions, they are highly, highly important for us to have a sustainable future. And they go very much hand in hand with all the nature-based solutions that we have. So we cannot have one without the other. And many times the nature-based solutions are supporting the technical solutions. So on a broader sense, it is, I would say, very, very important. But I have no numbers to give you on exactly how important that would be.
That's fine. So would anybody else like to add on the desalination question? It's a difficult word. Juliana or Noreen? The technical aspects of getting more fresh water from the oceans.
If I'm to add, I think both saltwater and freshwater are are very important, if not equally important, but very, very important. But as you mentioned yourself, that some countries are landlocked, and there are many, many countries who are landlocked. So desalinification might not be an option for them. But also you have to remember that desalinification or desalinization, I think that's the right word, desalinization requires energy. And, while we make sure that we have enough water for our future, we cannot do maladaptation, if you know what I mean. Like, we cannot be consuming more energy. Or if it requires us to consume more energy or emit greenhouse gases in the process of desalinization, then it is counteractive to our climate change journey, right? So, we have to protect our freshwater ecosystems, our freshwater supply, and also make sure that, as we adapt to the changing climate, we also not do maladaptation that has the chance to emit more greenhouse gases, so that, we protect our freshwater systems in a way that we also, use them for our climate change mitigation. So it's kind of hitting that particular sweet spot, that particular balance. Desalinization might not be applicable for every country, for every community, and that still has the water insecurity looming, particularly for landlocked countries. That means they have to source fresh water trees, and we probably don't want to move toward that future.
Thank you, Noreen. Juliana, any comments from you, please?
Yes, I'm not an expert also when it comes to issue of how to have to access that, to be able to access that clean water. But I think as a developing country, and Kenya being one of them, it's a conversation, it's a noble conversation that we really need to have and see how we can be able to ensure that our communities have clean access, clean and fresh water for that matter. So it's a conversation that I think the country or the nation or the other countries need to take to another level to ensure that we can be able to access clean and fresh water. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. I'm turning that back to Malin here. You are physically present here at the COP. So what have you picked up so far when it comes to water, and what are your hopes for the outcome of COP related to water issues?
So this is the second COP where we have a water pavilion. Last year in Glasgow was the first water pavilion. And I can see not only that, but water is much more in the discussion now than it has been in previous years. So for every year, the attention to water is growing. And that is probably going hand in hand with how the world looks now, with all the disasters that has been over the year, with droughts and floods and forest fires and so on. So it's of course pays more attention to water in one way or the other, and also with the other droughts that is causing famines in parts of the world and so on. Another thing I picked up is that also the interest in nature-based solutions is getting stronger and stronger, and the realization that there is so much power in nature, and how important it is to work with nature to have steady progress. This is not something we can do without also having nature, like really caring for the health of our ecosystems.
Well, thank you very much, Malin. We are present here in the Nature Pavilion. This is where we're broadcasting from, so we are focusing a lot on nature-based solutions in this entire venue. So I'm very happy that we have an excellent, stable connection with Nairobi. So let's see if we can get any more reflections from your team there, our team in our hub in Nairobi, from what you just heard in this conversation.
Hi, Katerina. This is Robert, moderating from Nairobi. The same conversation, as you heard from Julian, that freshwater is something that is very precious in Kenya, and something that we need to think of modalities to be able to preserve and conserve our ecosystems on that line. And of course, you raised the question about desalinization, and for Kenya, we have a very not really necessarily short strip of the coast that would give us access to that water, but there is always that question of what is the trade-off for the processing of that water, because as we say it's very energy intensive, and we wouldn't want to be able to invest a lot in that area and end up emitting a much more carbon instead of us trying to go carbon neutral. So I think it gives us an opportunity to think through processes which we can, thinking of growing the freshwater system as well as green energy system, because then it would mean that we can be able to access even saline water, but also in a very sustainable way. But also from here, I had gotten a question from one of the students, and I think it has been covered partly, but maybe it's also something I would want to get reflections from the panelists on, is on how does it look for women to be represented in this conversation. So I don't know, maybe Katarina, we could get some reflections from the panelists on that. The student was wondering, how does it look like for women to be in these particular spaces when decisions are made around water? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And before we leave, Juliana, I'd like to also gather your hopes and aspirations from what might come out of the COP when it comes to water.
My inspiration, I think I'm a champion of women's rights, and water, as I have said earlier, it's a very precious commodity. It's something we can't do without. It determines how we live, it determines how we adapt to climate change and mitigate climate change. So it's a conversation. Water is supposed to be a conversation that will never supposed to end soon, until we get solutions to enable us adapt and mitigate climate change, especially women, because inequality is still widespread in so many countries or developing countries. And so we feel sometimes we are left out when it comes to water conversations and gender, or water conversation on women or natural resource management. So to me, it's a conversation that I feel like we should further more. Okay.
Well, excellent. Thank you so much, Juliana, and thank you so much, Malin, for joining us here, and also Noreen from via Zoom. This is really, really crucial what you do, because without water we're doomed, and we really need to keep up the focus and just
Thank you
not
for
give
having
up
us.
and make sure that this is really stays in. This is the second year we have a water pavilion here, and we'll make sure it's not gonna. Well, let's hope it's not going to be the last.
I think it won't be. Thanks
You
so
think it won't?
much.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Well, thanks so much. And as you can see behind me here, we have Rosie, who's flexing her muscles. I'm going to lean over so you can really see her big, strong arm here. And this is a campaign that we launched, and as you can see, it's all over the backdrop here. And this is the theme for this this session. And if you're curious to what this entire campaign is all about, you can go in and check at wecandoit.tech. And of course, there is also links from our webpage, the wedon'thavetime.org page and platform that you can access the campaign. And we are now in all over the world, in many, many countries. The last I saw, we had 45 countries and counting that are joining, and roughly 500 world leaders already that have signed up, and reaching about 37 million people already this campaign. And what it is, it's a way of spearheading the fossil subsidies and looking at them and trying to make sure that we get rid of them and that we can assign all this money to fixing the climate problem instead of making it worse, which of course all the subsidies are doing. So let's now turn to Washington, D.C. That's according to the person in my ear, yes, speaking to me, saying that we should go to Washington. All right, so terrific. So with me here, I have Shannon Hayter and also Simon Nicholson. And there's a lot of hoopla around the adjacent pavilions here, so I hope you can hear me. And Shannon, you are Dean of the School of International Service, American University, Washington, and also Washington, D.C., and you are very happy to have you here. And you're a former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of Programs at the Joint United Nations Program of HIV/AIDS, UNAIDS. Correct?
Correct.
And Simon Nicholson, Director of the Center for Environment, Community and Equity at American University. And your work focuses on global environmental governance, global food politics, and the politics of emerging technologies, including climate engineering and carbon removal technologies. And I'm very delighted to have both of you with us here on Zoom. So I'd like to start with you, Dean. Can you tell our audience about SIS, or do you pronounce it SIS or SIS, and particularly your engagement for climate, please?
Yeah, absolutely. It's such a pleasure to be here partnering with you all. And yeah, we pronounce it SIS, American University's School of International Service. And we're really proud of that service name. So we're the Foreign Policy, International Studies, International Relations School, but we were really founded on a mission to wage peace back in 1957. A mission that says, to have positive impact on humanity, it's not just about an absence of war or an absence of conflict, but it's actually taking steps and actions on cutting edge topics to make a difference. And so we're thrilled to have that mission. We're thrilled to have students in where we can help build and support the leaders of today and tomorrow. Topically for environment, it means we're able to address a lot of not just cutting edge, but really interdisciplinary issues. We look at climate-induced migration. We look at the interface between climate and agriculture and food security. We look at climate impacts on trade and the economy and the needs of communities as far away as Bangalore, India, and close as our own Tampa, Florida, that has some of these problems. And as Simon will talk about, we really look at some of the opportunities and challenges about some of the big solutions, removing carbon dioxide, et cetera. And the last part of that service that we think is really applied here is it builds on this sort of scholar practice ideal, which means we're all about action. And we want all of our students to both learn from our community, our professors, our alumni who are both studying and researching and doing, so that they come out and are part of this worldwide community with a toolkit of ways to take action that matters and action that's going to change the future for all of us.
Well, thank you very much, Dean. Simon, could you tell us about the new center that you just launched, and what is the purpose of it, and also why did the American University launch it?
Yeah, happy to. So the new Center for Environment, Community and Equity is designed as a cross-campus collaborative opportunity. It's an umbrella for all of the existing environmental work that we have on our campus. We have more than 80 full-time faculty across the campus who do some sort of environment or sustainability work. And the new center is designed to bring them together to catalyze new forms of research and action, and to elevate the profile of American University in the world. Importantly, the title of the new center has community and equity in it. And so what you'll glean from that is that we're trying to work out, first of all, what it means to be a university that's working closely with communities, however we define that, and to take the lead from communities about the kinds of work that we need to do. So this is not the old university model of research which we throw out into the world and hope it makes some difference. We're working directly with community partners to work out what is needed. And then that equity dimension won't surprise you. We can't talk about climate or any other environmental challenge now without centering equity in the conversation. And so this is a justice-oriented effort.
Well, thank you very much, Simon. Dean, on November 17th, CIS and CEC, you're hosting the We Don't Have Time COP27 Hub. Can you please tell us more about this event and the focus of it, please?
Yeah, absolutely. We are excited that we'll have an opportunity to come to you live from our SIS building on American University. It's a building that's actually Gold LEED certified, which is environmentally sound. It was, I think, the leading green building on our campus, and our American University campus has now become a carbon neutral, very consistently green campus, I think. So we're excited about where we're coming to you from. But importantly, it's a chance to bring together and allow many of our big brains and experts on climate, our professors, to come to you and comment on what's been happening at COP27 and how that fits into making action happen on the areas they talk about. We see it as an opportunity to galvanize a lot of our students on campus to show up in person and join your worldwide audience that way. And I think we have a number of guests coming together that can reflect on the COP and its next steps, including the president of our university, President Sylvia Burwell, who in her past life, before she joined us, was President Obama's Secretary of Health and Human Services. So she also brings that high-level policy impact, interface between climate and health from her past life to her commitments here. So I'm looking forward to hearing from her as well.
Well, thank you very much, Shannon. So, Simon, what are you looking forward to the most of this Forward Together broadcast on the 17th?
Well, two things. I mean, we are joining you right at the end of the COP, so this will be on Thursday, and so it will be a chance to look back across the 2 weeks of the COP and also to look forward, of course. And the second thing is that the theme for our engagement with you is, again, it won't surprise you, climate justice. And so we're bringing people together to talk in different ways around that theme. We'll have guests from off campus, including the Reverend Yearwood, who's with the Hip Hop Caucus, a well-known climate activist group in the United States. We'll have people, one of the nice things about being in Washington, D.C. is that we can tap our networks and reach out to embassies. And so we'll have ambassadors joining us from across the city to speak about their views on the COP. And then we'll have themed panels on things like what is the notion of food and equity and how that relates to climate action? And how do we think about adaptation and resilience in the context of what's needed around the loss and damage provisions that are being discussed right where you are in Sharm El-Sheikh over these couple of weeks. So very excited to be hosting this event.
Well, excellent. And how about you, Dean Shannon? What are you the most excited about for this event?
Well, I think I'm excited by a few things. So I'm actually only 4 months into my role of dean. So I'm looking forward to this as an event to really see our American University community in action for climate issues. And so seeing our faculty in action, reacting in real time as to what's happening in COP27 and where we can go from here. I'm looking forward to getting a big on-campus presence that activates our students and makes what's happening across the world in Egypt that is so critical to all of us live and important and real about mobilizing worldwide high-level political action. And I'm looking forward to our chance to live stream with the rest of the world on this. The timing of this is actually also very unique to the US, I think, because the following week is one of our national holidays that tends to be a family holiday where a lot of people go home and sit around their big dining room tables and eat with their family. And so I hope that everybody from our SIS community who comes away from the Thursday event has an interesting, important, impactful topic to take home to their personal family and community, to be a little provocative, be a little brainstorming, and be a little action oriented.
Terrific. So I'm not sure you heard me introduce the campaign that you can see is on top of your beautiful faces here on the screen. We Can Do It. But it's a campaign that we just launched this week here at COP27. It's a way of shedding light on the fossil subsidies and how they should be put to use for climate action. And as you can see in the other image here, this is just a screenshot from our platform, wecandoit.tech. And we have already 500 world leaders that have signed, roughly about 45 countries. And the net worth of the companies that have signed up is roughly about 85 billion in turnover. So these are big numbers. So from your perspective from the academic world, do you think we can do it if we really reallocate the money and also roll up our sleeves like Rosie here behind me? What do you say?
Well, we don't have a choice. So, the line that I always use on hope, I think is maybe useful here. I'm borrowing from somebody named David Orr. He says, if you consider the environmental situation and you're optimistic, you don't know enough. But if you're pessimistic, then you're ineffective. And so what we need to do is reach for hope, which is somewhere in the middle. It's about making sure that we're bringing our best into this most difficult of situations, which is what climate change is all about. And so when we look at something like fossil fuel subsidies and the enormous profits that fossil fuel companies are currently making, the only way the world is going to turn it around is to enlist those massive amounts of money and capital in finding solutions. And so, we don't have time as an amazing group for launching this sort of campaign. Thanks for having us be a part of it.
Yeah. And I would just say, yeah, of course, I think we can do it. But that is not an automatic thing, which is why a campaign like this is so important. I know for a fact, I have no doubt we will be able to develop more and more technologies that are helpful in this fight. I know for a fact there's money out there that can be spent on this. And, to me, one of the benefits of a campaign like this and what I would hope to get out of it is, frankly, it all comes down to political will. Do we have the political will from our leaders? Are they listening to our community members, to our young people who say you must have this political will? And are they going to be responsive and make the, somewhat challenging decisions sometimes that take a heavy lift, take a hard work to show that political will in action so the rest of our innovations can really have impact?
Well, excellent input. And I hope you will go into the website after this, if maybe you have already, and signed up and spread the word, because this is really important. We need optimism and we need power, and we definitely need academia. So thank you very much, and we're looking forward to hearing more about what comes out of your event on the 17th. Thanks very much, Shannon, and thank you very much, Simon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now we're back here in Sharm El-Sheikh at COP27. We have a wonderful speaker that's just entering the stage here. It's Tim Brown, CEO of Tradewater. So please take a seat. And you provide strategic direction for the firm in all business areas, and you're developing new programs to further your mission and expand your impact. And you're also working to open new markets and facilitate your international expansion. And you work with, you bring to the Tradewater's experience 36 years experience, and you work with carbon programs, environmental policy, hazardous waste cleanups, and also pollution prevention. So you have really been in this field of sustainable development even longer than I have, actually. And I thought I was old in the game. So please tell us a bit about Tradewater and also the type of climate work you do.
Sure, and thanks for having me here. Tradewater is a mission-based company. We're also a certified B Corporation, and our reason for being is to collect, control, and destroy greenhouse gases. We're trying to do that at the highest scale that we can, as fast as we can, and it is our belief that this is the best thing we can do to prevent the climate crisis. What we do is we focus on, well, I should say that everybody knows that CO2, carbon dioxide, is the big culprit in climate change, but there's actually other gases that are not carbon dioxide or non-CO2 gases, as we call them, that are really very important and that have to be that have to be addressed right now. So we focus on two forms of those gases: old ozone-depleting substances, which include refrigerants and halons, which are a fire suppressant, and also methane. So what we do is we find these gases, which are incredibly potent. For example, refrigerants are 10,900 times as potent as CO2. We find them, we control them, we aggregate them, and then we destroy them. In the case of methane, we're working to find abandoned and orphaned oil and gas wells and make sure that those leaking wells get plugged so that the methane no longer leaks into the atmosphere. And we're doing this work in the United States, as well as 11 other countries around the world. Our staff are located in the US, but also Costa Rica and South Africa and Chile, and soon to be in Thailand and the Middle East.
Fascinating, but the question arises, why this focus on methane and the refrigerator gases? They're two very disparate types of gases, and how can you focus on both, and why these gases?
So we focus on these gases because not very many people are, and again, this is the best contribution that we can think of to make. These gases are distributed, they're uncontrolled, they're hard to find, and not every organization wants to take them on. But that's what we're very well suited to do. We have a model that we refer to as small-scale aggregation, where we look for these very small sources that in and of themselves don't seem like much, but when you aggregate them up and considering the potency of those gases, they actually are quite impactful. Also there's the volume of them is just astounding. For example, on refrigerants, a recent study from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology showed that there's 9 billion metric tons of CO2 equivalent from old chlorofluorocarbon refrigerants alone. There's an additional 5 billion tons from HCFCs, which was the next generation of refrigerants. And in terms of abandoned oil and gas, and abandoned and orphaned oil and gas wells, in the United States alone, there's over 2 million of those sources of greenhouse gases that are not controlled. So whereas other companies and organizations are going to do a really good job on building renewable energy and working on policy advocacy to address CO2-related gases, these uncontrolled non-CO2 gases end up being a big part of the problem. I would also just say that many of these gases are referred to as short-lived climate pollutants, meaning that they have a huge impact in the short term. So if we really want to increase our ambition and get after these gases, we got to do it now. And so that's what we're geared up to do.
Well, good for you. This is fantastic work you're doing. So how can you round up all these old refrigerators? How do you go about it?
Well, they're hard to find. There are stockpiles of old refrigerants that haven't been used yet. And I should say that many of these, a big victory in the environmental world has been the Montreal Protocol, which banned the production of ozone-depleting substances, which these old refrigerants are. But they didn't ban the use, and they didn't have an end-of-life strategy associated with the protocol. So there's a lot of these gases that were made a long time ago that have not been deployed, that are in cylinders and cans that are stockpiled and distributed broadly around the world. They're also in appliances, and once they're in appliances like refrigerators and air conditioners and chillers in buildings, they're really very difficult to get out. So what we do is we establish networks to go find these gases, either stockpiles or from removal from appliances, and collect them and destroy them. And we've been doing that in the US, in Honduras, in the Dominican Republic, in Chile, in Thailand, and in Saudi Arabia. So we're starting to realize, oh, in Ghana, I should say, we're realizing that these gases are distributed all around the world. So the real challenge is trying to find them, collect them, control them, destroy them.
So how are they destroyed?
We use incineration technology or plasma arc technology, which uses high heat to destroy the gases. The Montreal Protocol lays out the eligible destruction technologies, so we must use the technologies that are approved by the Montreal Protocol. And they also establish a destruction rate of efficiency of 99.99%. So these gases are ultimately destroyed. A wonderful thing about these projects is that they are permanent. Once they're destroyed, they're destroyed. Also, they're additional. There's no mandate to collect and destroy these gases. So anything that we do is above and beyond business as usual.
That's a huge task you're taking on here. Very impressive.
Oh.
Let's turn back to the abandoned gas fields and the leaking of methane. How do you handle those?
So that's an interesting project type because they are also distributed and they are stranded and orphaned. So these are oil and gas wells that we're focusing on now that the operator, the original developer and operator, ditched. They became insolvent or otherwise abandoned those projects. So they're the responsibility of no one. There is no responsible party for these wells, and they're often on farmers' lands and in rural areas. Not necessarily that they aren't like active oil and gas wells that we're talking about. We're talking about really old, abandoned, orphaned projects that we find. We use databases to identify where they may be, and then we go in the field with detection equipment in order to determine if these oil and gas wells are leaking. And if they are, we do measurements to determine the flow of gas that's coming off of those wells, as well as the concentration of methane. And that establishes the baseline of the climate benefit that gets created by the project. And then we go ahead and plug it, working with contractors that do this all the time, plugging abandoned oil and gas wells.
Terrific. So for all of the viewers watching this that might want to support see more of your work, how do you partner up with you?
Well, you know, the ability for us to do our work and for really any of it to get up to scale, no matter who's doing it, we need to find those individuals and organizations that value the climate benefit that comes from the work. We often get asked, and people often comment like, I want to do something about climate change, I just don't know what to do. I don't know, I mean, I can look at improving how I live my life and account for my own emissions, but what is it that I should support? And so, obviously, we create climate benefits in the form of carbon offset credits that are utilized by companies, but also by individuals. We provide credits both in the compliance market and the voluntary market. But what would be great is to get people to join us in this work by supporting these kinds of projects and acquiring these credits. I would say we're also interested in finding refrigerants. So anybody that knows where these gases are, we'd be delighted to hear from you and see what we can do about it. We've been able to do about 6 million metric tons of impact so far since we started this work. And in 2023, we believe we will get to 3 million tons alone and grow it from there. So we do need to find those people who are appreciative of the importance of this work and will join us in helping to collect, control, and destroy these gases.
Well, best of luck. This is fantastic work you're doing. And I must admit, I had not heard of you before this, and I'm definitely going to look in more into what you've done. So this is really, really, really cool.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us here at our Climate Hub in Sharm El-Sheikh.
It's been my pleasure.
What great work they do, Tradewater, huh? So now we're going to our hub in Stockholm to see what reflections they have from today's content. So over to Stockholm. Hello, Stockholm. How are you today?
Hello, Egypt. Hello, Katarina. We're doing really well here in Stockholm. Another great of good content and good discussion. Water on the focus today. Gender is on the focus today. So we have been reflecting on the content that have been shared today, and also obviously relating it to a bit of the discussions that are in Sweden at the moment and on the agenda. And what I'm going to touch about a little bit is gender, actually, and also the importance, not just gender, but also diversity. When we look at it today, we look at the climate-driven businesses and startup, and we had earlier on some examples. I think it was 4 examples of female-led startups, which are really like fighting climate change. And what we do see that a lot of businesses today in Sweden are focusing a lot on the environmental side of sustainability, climate, and they're doing really well. We know that Sweden are in the forefront of doing well on these issues. But when we look at the social side of it, meaning gender, and looking at the management teams, it doesn't really at all reflect the same sustainability. Many management teams are actually just males. And we actually know, like from a report that has come out from Albright in 2022, that the Swedish companies, they're actually it breaks a trend. So when more women take on CEO roles actually in Europe, Swedish owners are actually more hesitant to do so, which actually places Sweden on place 13 of 27 in Europe when it comes to CEOs and women being CEO. So actually both Bulgaria, Croatia and Slovakia, they actually have more than double the amount of women in CEO position than Sweden. So this is obviously a trend that we definitely need to look at and need to break. And that also comes to diversity. It's the same issue here. So when we look at diversity and we look at women being in management team or leading positions, we do know that companies that have like at least 30% of women in leading position actually have more, like they actually do a lot more profit, like even 6 to 10% more profit. So that means that if we have more diversity and more women and men, a good balance in the company, it does also reflect the target, and it reflects the society much more than if you just have, you know, just males or just women, which is obviously going to be enabling you to create get better products, and also really listen in to what your target group needs, and also understanding every aspect that you need to do to fight climate change. So that is the reflections from Stockholm this afternoon.
Well, excellent reflections, and it's being Swedish, it's depressing to hear about the percentage of female CEOs, I'd say. We really have to ramp up this game. Indeed we do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do. So yes, we can do it. So would you like to add anything else from Stockholm from your side? For instance, on the water conversation here?
So on the water conversation, it's obviously interesting as well. And what we talked a little bit about actually was some projects that we're doing in Sweden when it comes to restoring dead seas, and also we talked to researchers actually about doing these kind of projects. But what he then said was, we need to really put the focus and actually not just like really try to fix what we've already broken, but actually put our focus into what's already still living. So like not just break something and trying to fix it later, but really looking at the resources that we have. Water is obviously a resource we cannot be without, and it impacts everything. So we need to put more focus on what's already still there, and not just like try to fix it when we've already when it's already dead.
Well, thank you so much, Åsa, from the Stockholm Hub. Great reflections, as always. And now we're going back here to Sharm El-Sheikh. Thanks again, and take care for now.
Thank you.
And here in Sharm, we're going to take a break. In roughly about 30 minutes, we will be listening in on a segment hosted by my dear co-host Nick Nuttall, and together with Rang Sells. So stay tuned, but we're going to take a 30-minute break. So see you soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Including Maria Nuutinen, who leads FAO's peatlands work. So I think we all know how we really can't solve the climate crisis without the world's peatlands. Not only with the world's peatlands, but we certainly can't leave them out of the equation. We've already heard that peatlands are only 3% of the global land area, but that they contain a huge carbon stock in their peat soil that's really, twice as much as all of the trees on the planet, so critical piece of the puzzle. And 15% of the world's peatlands are already drained, and between 5 and 10% are degraded and emitting 5% of the total greenhouse gas emissions currently. And some of the numbers will be refined in the Global Peatlands Assessment that Diana mentioned, which will be released in a couple of days. So we also know that losing peatlands threatens ecosystem services and adaptive capacity, and here you really see this kind of vicious cycle of increased fire frequency, land degradation, increased carbon loss for your water, and biodiversity loss, and how the drainage of peatlands and the continued emissions really just augment that cycle over time. And so this is an interesting analysis by FAO and the Greifswald Meyer Center, really showing the occurrence of wetlands in climate commitments. And the cutoff date for this analysis, I should say, was September of this year. And so there have been NDC submissions since then. And basically what's shown here is that the orange is where peatlands are mentioned in the NDCs. In blue, it's where they're not mentioned, and then the gray is where it's not applicable. But again, the caveat that just because a country isn't orange here doesn't mean that it's not undergoing climate action that focuses on peatlands, like we heard from the Peru case, and it also may be forthcoming in NDC submissions. So Diana really nicely introduced the Global Peatlands Initiative, and FAO is very happy to be a partner on that. And one of the areas that we're working on is supporting the inclusion of peatlands into NDCs, prior and during NDC enhancement processes, but also, other national policies, strategies, maps, and monitoring efforts, as well as providing practical and resources for countries' planning and implementation. Also a call for the closer collaboration with the focal points from the Ramsar Convention, Yarker, and it was, the team was at the COP14 last week, really talking to the wetland specialist about the importance of connecting to the climate community. And we're here this week talking about the importance of the climate community reaching out to the wetland specialists to really make this work together. So we have the launch. It's finally online as of today. I'll share the link at the end of the presentation. But the launch of a new guiding report about peatlands in climate planning, and it includes, very key elements and very practical steps that countries can consider to enhance climate action from peatlands and to mobilize finance. This involved 35 contributors and 11 organizations involved. And based on broad expert consultation over the last year, something like 210 participants representing 163 organizations from 89 countries. So really quite an effort. And this will also be followed by a webinar with Wetlands International on the findings. So a few of the sort of components for sustainable peatlands management that are highlighted in this report are really, maintaining, highlighting these sort of essential elements, maintaining water levels at or near the surface for most of the year, maintaining the integrity of the peat body, and the wetland plant species that form the peat, and really focusing on the priority strategies of immediate conservation and protection of intact peatlands, and restoration and re-wetting of peatlands as rapidly as possible. And then also, though, understanding that if countries aren't totally ready for these steps immediately, some adaptive management to decrease the intensity of activities on peatlands, but that really should be transitioning into restoration very soon. Also really focused on the monitoring aspect, and this, FAO's really sort of bread and butter is national forest monitoring, and peatland monitoring is included in that, and really trying to understand and support how countries can monitor change in peatlands, and doing this in support of the enhanced transparency framework to help justify investments and mobilize climate finance, support adaptive management, and provide early warning and taking early action, especially when we're thinking about disaster risk reduction and that sort of vicious cycle that I was showing earlier, that monitoring is absolutely critical, important for that. So some of the take-home messages, we know, we cannot achieve the Paris Agreement goals without action on peatlands. Not only on peatlands, we need to do a lot more than that, but they need to be included. There's still minimal inclusion of peatlands in NDCs, although we've heard some wonderful examples today, and that really looking for those key finance options and tools to leverage finance and support for peatland conservation, protection, and restoration, and that their wealth of experience is available, and a lot of that is highlighted in the report below. So please, you can, this link, you can jot it down. You can also contact us at this link, peatlands@fao.org, and we can share the report with you that is online as of today. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amy, for that presentation. And I think we have to recognize this is a very important guide on peatlands and climate planning that was launched here. It's very important synthesis on the status of peatlands and other wetlands in NDCs that you launched last week at the 14th COP of the Convention on Wetlands. And I really want to acknowledge that it provides direction, it provides status assessment, it provides tools that directly respond to resolutions adopted by the Convention on Wetlands. And so explicitly calling for inclusion of peatlands action in NDCs and for leveraging synergies across MEA frameworks. So thank you very much for that. Since we are slightly behind schedule, we won't take any questions now. We'll try to do that later. And with that, Hanna Kekkonen, I invite you to the podium. Please go ahead.
Yes. Hello, my name is Hanna Kekkonen and I'm Luke Natural Resource Institute of Finland. And I'm here to tell you about examples of implementing climate-friendly cultivation methods of agricultural peat soils, such as polyculture in Finland. Next two first slides will be just background to set the importance of rewetting practices in context, as we have heard already today. So we already know that about 1/10 of our agricultural soils are organic soils in Finland, and they locate mostly in northern parts of Finland, and their total climate effect is about 8 million tons of carbon dioxide every year. We also know that most efficient way to reduce those emissions is raising the water table, as you have heard and you can see from this picture, the current emission factors for different kind of agricultural land use, but also an estimate of polyculture's emissions based on our latest review. We also know that as emissions from peat soils are the key source of agricultural greenhouse gases in our country, we will not get to our carbon neutrality targets without rewetting some of existing peat-based fields. So, in Finland, we have going a governmental Catch the Carbon funding program, and this program is funding also a project where we have started piloting the implementation of polyculture in Finland. In this project, we are piloting suitable plants to grow in our climatic area, piloting rewetting methods for different sites, as every field has different hydrological conditions and layer of peat and drainage system. We are piloting new value chains for new biomasses, where we also try to involve companies who can use polyculturally produced biomasses, piloting new cultivation methods like harvesting, but also verify the environmental and socio-economical impacts of rewetting. In big picture, we try to find out if polyculture could become a new way to have income and emission reductions at the same time. So in this picture, you can see a visualization of one existing value chain which we have achieved in this project. There's a farmer who produces reed canary grass for company, who composts it to growing media and sells it further. And you can see the farmer's review behind this QR code. We also are working with other biomasses, and down here are some of samples of suitable plants and suitable uses for them. As a result of this project, we will have better understanding how polyculture could technically be implemented, but also calculations about economics for farmers. For now, we know that we need working markets, but also support farmers with different kind of funding instruments, so that farmers are encouraged to make the necessary transition from conventional farming to polyculture. With this project, we want to show for others that be curious, try something new. At start, neither we did know much. We don't know if polyculture will come as a common cultivation practice in Finland or not. But I keep telling myself that once someone came to Finland bringing the first sack of potatoes by aiming, this is what we should eat now. So we all have here today what we have to do, so let's just do this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hanna, for a very concrete example on sectoral collaboration in Finland. At this point, I'd like to invite Dr. Wong Sok on the topic of financing solutions from the ASEAN region. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. ASEAN Secretary, have a great pleasure to present to you all today about the plan to action I think all of you have well known an interest in peatland. Peatland must be quite important to all of you. But ASEAN region, it's quite uniqueness that peatland is not only for the peat soil itself, but as highlighted by Ibu Santi early, it's about transboundary haze. So ASEAN region is a unique region that brings us together on this ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze. This is one of the key documents to guide our action. With that, we have a number of plans. That the way Jenka just mentioned, that we have a number of plans. We have the roadmap, the ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze-free roadmap, and also we have ASEAN peatland management strategy and so on. All of these key documents to guide our action. And also with that, today, in order to make that more really impact, we want to present to you about the financing solution that we try to bring all that key players, including the community, who really, you know, in the core of the business for their daily livelihood as well. So this, I'm not really going into detail. As you can see, 90% of the transboundary smoke haze in Southeast Asia, it's Southern Asian, it's from the peatland, while the fire from northern part of the ASEAN, it's from the slash and burn and agriculture practice. I think this because of we still rely on the primary sector, quite important. And of course, the forest fire or smoke haze happened because of the seasonal dry season happened in the northern part and southern part of the sub-region. I mean, the northern part, which is we said about the Cambodia, Laos, Thailand, Myanmar, and so on, while the southern part is Indonesia and so on. So as you can see here, the seasonal differences in the smoke haze situation in Southeast Asia. So this is the impact. I would not go to detail all that impact. I mean, that's significant impact. As you can see, the impact to the land itself, to the people, and also to the carbon sort of issue, emission and sequestration, and also premature death in relation to different sort of respiratory disease, and of course, economic impact from the tourists and also the transportation and so on and so forth, and the tourist sector. So with that, ASEAN have working with partner and with the ASEAN member state to develop this 10-year investment framework, aiming to provide the platform to build partnership and help generate resources for priority need and opportunity for peatland, forest, land and haze management, as well as build investment portfolio for haze-free ASEAN for up 2030. So this is the way we try to put our plan to practice, to guide our resource mobilization and so on. This will involve a range of stakeholders in ASEAN, including the government agency, development assistance agency, education, research institution, and the CSO, NGO, and so on. So all of this really provide initial target with the 1.5 billion to be leveraged to support ASEAN peatland management strategy and the roadmap till 2030. Right now, the two documents is under the review, and the new, the ASEAN peatland management strategy and roadmap, it's complete the review, and now it's in the process of formulation, new strategy for the APMS as well as the roadmap. So this work together as a three document, the plan, drive to the action. So that may scale up the stepwise for the mechanism. So this is the guiding document that I talked earlier. It's starting from the ASEAN Economic Community Blueprint 2025, and also the ASEAN Haze-Free Roadmap and the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy, among other. So this, I think with that, I don't want to elaborate, yes, because this is the key issue that contribute to a number of international commitment, SDG and so on, as similar other speakers have already highlighted, so I will not go into detail. That's for sure. The peatland is contribute to the international commitment and also to the ASEAN agreement on transboundary haze. So this is about the way how the commitment, what are the commitment of the our ASEAN member state with the UNDC. I just would like to flash because in the interest of time. So some countries go to 20% of the GHG emissions, some countries go to 41%, or up to the 60%, or 75% as well. So the minimum at least 20% because of the economic scale and so on. So just for your reference. So what about investment haze-free in ASEAN region? It's deliver on UN SDG. This is the way we try to transform agricultural waste to green product and so on and so forth. So I just want you to know this sort of important contribution to the SDG. And with that, I think this is the way we guide to the success. I mean, propose initial transformational strategy. The strategy one, strengthen regional, national, local capacity for fire prevention, prediction, monitoring, and control and recovery. So this is the way we try to address the transboundary haze issue. So I will now read all that detail. You can read that also on the strategic aid about scaling up sustainable financing option for haze-free region. That is one of the things that to provide this platform. And you can see this timeline proposed. We have a next step process is very clear about the roundtable discussion that with all the potential partner and donor funding agency, or that we can have also bilateral or focal group discussion, multilateral. And also we have the way we discuss and work with the ASEAN member state with the different sort of institutions to discuss about what is the key investment, who should be involved as part of resource mobilization strategy and investment. And then with that, we also hope that to establish a partnership and regional multi-stakeholder platform where we can keep them informed and also engage to mobilize resource, but also to contribute where it's possible, and strengthen the linkages with the implementation of the NDC under this Paris Agreement. And if you need to have more information, this is the reference that from the Measurable Sustainable Land Management in Southeast Asia under the support of MASA. And Global Environmental Center, GEC, it's one of our key players in this matter. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wongseok, for this example, which is, it's a very interesting example in how it connects climate change and air quality issues, human health as a driver behind the regional transboundary agreement, and at the same time providing the framework through which very ambitious climate action and also biodiversity action can be taken. So hopefully we can come back to you on that a little bit later. It's a great pleasure to invite Jacques Koyok to give the last brief presentation in this session, and before we go into a bit of discussion. And Jacques, thank you again for offering an indigenous people's perspective, which is absolutely crucial in this context.
Thank you so much for introducing me, and good evening. And my name is Jacques Koyok. I'm an indigenous Tamuan people from Malaysia, and here I'd like to show a little bit of indigenous role in action of indigenous people in protection of peatland. This is the indigenous people in Malaysia, and work together with the GAC. Peatland has formed, of course, has formed for 1,000 years. I think it's silly to have to. I heard so many idea people that want to create a peatland. I think this is not really peatland. Peatland is takes about 1,000 years to form. You cannot create a peatland. It's just not like a normal forest. And of course, we know how important the peatland. I'm not going to repeat that again in my slide, but you can read it in my slide. But here, this is the picture in my land. This is the picture in Kuala Langat North Forest Reserve. This is the land of my territory. This is the land of the Tamuan people. So many of my ancestors was buried here in this land. And I'm so proud of it because the one I'm wearing now is the clothes from the forest. It was made by my chief for my village, and I'm so proud to wear it for this COP27. And of course, global stewardship Finland by indigenous community, or as people know about IPLCAs, have been steward of the land for thousands of years. Our activity, the active engagement in preventing and reversing forest and peatland degradation is very essential. The report on state of indigenous people and the local community land and territory confirm that IPLCs are vital custodians of the world remaining natural landscapes. About 91% of IP land globally are in good or moderate ecological condition. IPLC are steward of some of the most important peatland thrown globally. Indigenous people culture and knowledge conservation are very important as well because we live on the land. And this is a picture of my relative, my nephew in the purple. And I hope people were inspired by our works and in protecting the forest, and at the same time we live our culture. And this is peatland is not just for environment, but it's for the living being as well, for the people who live in the forest. And sadly, our government tried to deforested area in order to make a development project, and that is very alarming for us, for indigenous people, also for the health of our world. And we managed to stop it. This is one of a success story that we done in Malaysia together with the Global Environment Center and the community and the forest. So we managed to stop the government to destroy this forest and to save this peat forest left in Malaysia. Malaysia, especially in Selangor state, we have very less area where the peatland still in a very good condition. And we indigenous people try best we can to protect it. This is the part of my work as well as an artist. I try to use the material from the forest as a message to tell the people how important the peat forest for indigenous people. That's true. At the same time, I can send the message how crucial the peat forest for world health and our environment, for example. And this is one of painting that show how peat forests been destroyed because of palm oil plantation, and this has happened throughout in Asia. I'm not gonna sugarcoating and everything. This has happened around Malaysia as well as Indonesia, in Asia basically. So we need to stop that. Thank you so much, and you can read the rest of the text here.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jacques, and also very interesting work that's being done, locally led, activism, information sharing, community support, partnership building, which, there's a need for attention to this topic because as we have started to finally come to realize, indigenous land under indigenous stewardship often is in much, much better shape and provides the full range of services to the climate, to biodiversity, and to people. So thank you for those words. We do have a little bit of time for discussion. And I'd like to offer the opportunity for people in the room to perhaps ask questions if you have any. So those of you who may have a burning question, yes, I see a hand and I will take that question straight away. Please go ahead, please introduce yourself, and perhaps also if there's a specific panelist you direct your question to.
Oh, it's working? Oh, perfect. Hi everyone, my name is Christiana, I work for Climate Catalyst. Thank you so much, this was a great panel. I have a question for Hannah. Because I've been looking into Finland as well, obviously, yeah, a lot of peatlands in Finland are drained because of forestry. And I love the work that you're doing on polludiculture. I was wondering whether you have any examples of like bringing the forestry industry on board to shift and transition to new business models, because unfortunately we've been seeing, as you know, the forestry industry opposing some legislations in Europe on a nature restoration law, for example. So do you have any positive examples or any plans to engage with the forestry industry on this?
Thank you. I'm sorry to say that I'm not an expert about forestry things, so I'm working with agricultural soils only. But I think that, yes, we have experts working also in Luke that who are involved on projects with and cooperating with industries in Finland. But I'm sorry to say that I can't answer perfectly to you.
If I may, are there lessons from your work with the agriculture sector that are particularly relevant to share in this context that may be sort of more broadly applicable? And perhaps that's a question I can put to the whole panel. We're talking about a multitude of sectors that have different kinds of impacts on peatlands or draw different benefits from them. What have your experiences been that are particularly relevant? What's those critical points to bear in mind? Your work on agriculture was very interesting, I thought, so maybe you can share a few points about that. So whether you can reflect on experiences from your work with the agricultural sector that perhaps speaks to the point raised. What are those success factors?
So I mean that if we have like companies also in agricultural sector that who have been involved, yes. Some of the not many of big companies have been interested about polyculture yet, but some of them have seen the importance of re-wetting also, because for example, milk footprint, there are really big milk industries in Finland, and they of course are calculating the footprints of their products, and they can already see that the footprint coming from soil use and especially cultivation on peat soils actually raises the footprint of their products so much that of course they want to encourage those farmers to do some climate friendly acts on the peat soils, and re-wetting of course, or raising at least the water table could reduce also like the footprint of produced milk liter or produced meat kilo. So for example, that is happening in Finland.
Thank you. Again, I look to the floor. There are no more immediate questions, at least, so I can maybe go to one here. And perhaps, Dr. Wongso, can I come back to you just briefly because of this example, which is very interesting. It's regional in nature, for one thing. In laying the foundation for this work, you have the transboundary agreement, but there must be an enormous planning element to moving this forward. And I think if you can reflect even further on how you create the really enabling conditions for finance, the investment that's required, whether it's from public resources or from other private funds. So are there further thoughts you can share? Because I think that might be relevant to other regions, other countries as well.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it's my slide already presents something, but I mean it's not been enough time to elaborate in detail. I think it's in fact, I think there are two sort of important elements that you may need to consider. One thing, I think it's from the policy sort of backup. That's the most important in ASEAN, which is ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze, but also the key guiding document on the roadmap itself, as well as the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy. So all those things identify the key priority need of the region, including financial aspect. And those financial aspects is not really about, to manage the peatland itself, but also share those sort of resources with the key player in the peatland, particularly the community, also the private sector as well. So that is the key sort of backup legal sort of reference. Second important element I would like to highlight, it's about the process. ASEAN is really mindful with the process. We would like to have this proper consultation process, meaningful engagement. So with that, the way we try to identify and prioritize, it's not to benefit only one side of the coin, but all the people, I mean, part of all inclusive in that aspect. So that's the way we also mindful different sort of vulnerable group from that community as well. And with that, I think the private sector, small scale farmer also share part of that solution as well. So these the two key characteristics of the process of investment framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. We are running very low on time, but I do want to come back to you with one question, Shaq. You spoke about your work. We've heard about working across industry sectors and so on. Many of these sectors, of course, are the ones driving change in the land. So what mechanisms are available, what mechanisms of support are in place for communities to really engage in an active way and contribute to carbon management, if you wish, or to help shape it?
Thank you for the question. Yes, Malaysia, we have a trouble of engage. I think Malaysia government have a trouble in engaging with the indigenous people. I think we need to address that the problem, because without the engagement with the community, or those who live in a peatland, then we have the real problem of protecting the forest. And of course, we know the fact that many agencies, many corporate parties are really looking to the land for them to make money. But in Malaysia, the protection of the peatland, the protection of indigenous people is become very hard for community who really in a small minority. We don't have the proper right that really protect the land of our territory, and that's become a real problem here. And we basically have to use many support from many agencies, especially from non-government organizations and also public. And I have to go to many places to promote and try to fight for our right, try to save the forest, basically on my own. And I receive so many threats and so many, from this company, and try to silence my voice, silence for indigenous voice. And I find it quite hard to talk about it.
Thank you, Shaq. And now we really are low on time. Amy, any last thoughts having heard all of this?
I think, thanks. I think just one thing that I've been thinking about during this discussion is thinking about the importance of the entry point as adaptation and resilience when thinking about peatlands management, and sort of the unrecognized tool often of the national adaptation plans, which indeed bring in a lot of these cross-sectoral elements and engaging, including sort of the water sector, the forestry sector, the agriculture sector, as well as a lot of local engagement in terms of thinking about locally led adaptation options. So thinking of this as an entry point for promoting climate action on peatlands as well. Thanks.
Wonderful place to end the panel discussion. A very important reminder. Also a reminder that the NDCs may incorporate both mitigation and adaptation actions as well. And this is indeed what peatlands and other wetlands offer us, the multiple benefits. So on that, I hope you have drawn a lot of good examples from this discussion in terms of planning, how it needs to be founded in real data, how it needs to be built on working across sectors, really co-owned and co-created with stakeholders. And of course, how good planning and a conducive policy climate or a policy framework is the basis for financing that is absolutely critical for action. So with that, it is all from us here. Thank you so much to the panelists, and I would like to invite now Faisal Parish, Director of the Global Environment Center, to give the closing remarks in this side event. Faisal, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. So I have a little task to summarize an hour and a half of discussion and give some key points for us to take away from this room to our work in the future. So we've heard 7 different presentations spanning all across the world, from Indonesia with 24 million hectares of peatlands, where a lot of challenges and problems came with the fires, and the Indonesian government rose to the challenge and have developed one of the world's largest, most successful peatland rewetting and rehabilitation program. More needs to be done. From DRC, which has 10% of the world's tropical forests, and 11 million hectares of peatlands, where fortunately the peatlands are in better condition, and the country is really looking how to conserve those, and that's a good model for those who have intact the peatlands. And then we heard from Peru, which is trying to integrate peatlands into its key plans. So we've heard on this panel, I won't summarize all of the things from the panel, but there's new information, there's new guidance from FAO, there's new experience in Finland on polluter, an example that really works. In the ASEAN region, the governments are working together, 10 countries across the region, to mobilize resources, mobilize stakeholders, work together. And last but not least, we heard from Shak Koyok the importance of indigenous people. In fact, the latest publication that came out earlier this year have shown that there are more peatlands protected in indigenous lands than all of the nationally formal protected area of the world combined. There's about 50% more peatlands protected in those indigenous lands. And very often we neglect to consider indigenous and local people as the key stewards of peatlands around the world. So moving forward from this, we have to work, how can we empower and the stewards of the land? How do we encourage them to move forward, to maintain that role? How can we better channel some of these climate resources that we're all talking about to support and empower the indigenous community who are living within these key areas? So I think we have a very limited time moving forward. We have 8 years left till 2030, that key date by which time all emissions are meant to peak and be dropping off. We're meant to have resolved all of the key issues. Are we going to get there? We must stop and re-wet and restore peatlands in that coming 8 years. By 2050, we're meant to be carbon neutral. Are we really? That means all drained agriculture on peatlands and forestry on peatlands need to change to some other practice. We need to enhance the protection of existing peat in regions where peatlands is threatened, such as in Southeast Asia, Congo, Amazon Basin, as well as in temperate and boreal regions. We need to consider peatlands in our climate adaptation strategies, such as the impact of climate change on peatlands, permafrost peatlands, coastal peatlands, and integrate peatlands as a positive measure that we can do to reduce flooding, to provide water supply, and other benefits, economic benefits from peatland systems. We must find new economically viable peatland management options to come with a new dynamic and transform the way forward, and we have to mobilize resources. I think Jane mentioned it earlier in an earlier session, $300 billion is needed globally for peatland restoration and management, and we need to organize that quickly. So with that, I'd like to thank all of the speakers on the 2 panels, the organizations, Wetlands International, FAO, UNEP, Ramsar Convention, IFAD, GMC, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, Global Environment Center, for facilitating and supporting the organization of this side event. I'd like to thank the moderators, speakers, and our audience for being here today, both here in this room and online. I'd like to thank all of you here and online in advance for the work that you're going to do to take the message from this meeting back to your colleagues, back to the negotiation, back to your countries to try and move us forward. And we need to set some very clear targets, what we're going to do in the next year before we come back to the next meeting in COP28, and hopefully we have further progress as we've made in the last year. And finally, please remember to listen to the indigenous people and local communities and support their empowerment. Thank you very much. Everyone, don't leave the room. There's more work to do. There's refreshment and drinks, and you have only a few minutes to please take from that. At the back of the room, please help yourself. And the next session, I think, is going to start in another 10 minutes. So keep quietly at the back of the room if you're still consuming the resources. Thank you.
Do you want to act on the climate crisis but don't know how? With our app, you can send climate reviews to organizations and leaders. Our team reaches out to the organization to encourage dialogue. Just download We Don't Have Time. Tap the green Create button and choose Type of Review. Give climate love to people doing great stuff. Create a climate idea to suggest a solution. Or send a climate warning to those who hurt the planet. To increase your impact, you can share the review, because when enough people agree with you, organizations and leaders will change. Many even want your opinion, because we have to work together. Do you want to be part of the solution?
Two in 5 plant species are threatened with extinction.
Deforestation problem here is a big issue.
It's been emitting more carbon for the last 10 years than it has been storing. And this is a big, big shock.
I think it's very important to be crystal clear that so far we are losing the game.
But there is hope. We can use the nature to heal our planet.
Welcome everyone to the Exponential Climate Action Summit 5, Nature in the Race to Zero.
You can't get to where you want to get with 1.5 degrees unless nature plays its full role.
This is the question of a generation.
The lessons that we've learned from Silicon Valley are really about taking solutions that are proven, technology that works today, and figuring out how to scale those solutions up to the world.
Kathleen, thank you for being here. Tell us just a little bit about what it means for Earth Day today as it relates to Ukraine.
Environmental crimes are now occurring every minute in Ukraine.
Today is the 58th day of Russian military aggression in Ukraine. It's 58 days of horror, of tears, of losses of people all over Ukraine. All this has major damages to infrastructure, but also to the nature.
When we're talking about the environment, we're talking about livelihood, we're talking about clean air, we're talking about clean water, safe urban areas, public health, food systems.
There is no peace building without restoration or preservation of the environment.
In a good sense, we hope that many countries all over the world, including my own country, would aim to reduce dependence on fossil fuels as much as possible.
1% of GDP redirected toward the best solutions would be enough to lower global temperature.
As much as we want to engineer geological solutions, man-made solutions to sequester carbon or to utilize carbon, we have the best engineered design ever, trees.
Forest restoration is the climate solution that is immediately scalable.
We have planted, I think, 721,000 trees all over the world.
Within just over 20 years, that forest is now a closed canopy forest. Colobus monkeys have moved back into the site.
Regenerative agriculture has that promise to not only feed the world,
but to really mitigate the climate crisis that we're in.
Instead of asking the question, what we have to give up, I would ask the question, what do we have to do to get our lives better than we see today?
And you may say to yourself, oh, well, what can my voice do? But small holdings can have outsized influences.
Doing right for the planet is actually good investment acumen.
We bring together the leading innovators, transformers, and disruptors taking action in line with the 1.5 ambition.
It became the second most watched film in Netflix history. In fact, now you see the climate movement embracing a slogan, just look up.
I'm from an apparel brand that has managed to transform from linear to circular.
And by using our technology in connection with the local villagers and sending them messages and so on, the survival rate of the saplings increased from 40% and double up to 80%.
We every year sell heat exchangers that reduce energy use by around 50 gigawatts, and it also corresponds to 25 million tons of CO2 reductions every year.
When you see a climate action happen, go to We Don't Have Time, give them climate love, because that will have others want to do the same.
This year, we also commemorate 50 years since the first UN conference on the human environment was held in Stockholm.
We think that the next decade is decisive, and the first immediate step is Stockholm Plus 50.
I was just on the Stockholm Plus 50 leadership dialogues, and I called out to leaders once again. We need action.
The issue is, are we willing to take that into the voting booth, into the boardroom, into how we invest, into how we live?
Welcome to our next session, and before we start, I would like to ask the audience a question, which I'm not going to answer, but the question is it fair that only rich people should be able to buy eggs in the future? Now, keep this question in your head for a while. This session is going to cover critical natural resources that are essential to agriculture. That's a bit of a clue to the egg question, and also essential to industry. Resources that normally come from fossil fuels, think fertilizers, or mines, and these are then shipped around the globe with high carbon footprints. An important slice of these resources we need are highly available domestically, but end up being washed away down our river systems from water treatment works and out to sea and the oceans. So this session is also about protecting our oceans, our marine environment. Because if we can harvest these materials, we can take the pressure off our seas and oceans. We can contribute to reducing the impact of climate change on the marine environment and the damage caused by endless flows of pollution from the land to the sea. Complex it may be, but this is the principle of the circular economy, where all wastes are harvested and reused, and in doing so we deal with multiple threats and restore the balance of our precious planet. I'm now going to introduce Per Larssons, who's the Director of Sustainability for Rank Cells Group. But Per, you're also now co-chair of the International Chamber of Commerce Working Group on Circular Economy. That's what, 40 million companies in 140 countries. That's an impressive number. What will your mission be at the ICC?
Yes, 45 million companies across the globe. We see that the circularity and the circular dimensions are increasing in the debate. And we see a potential that business will and must and can contribute. And of course, we see huge barriers of trade when it comes to resources. ICC was founded after the First World War on the theme that we should avoid future wars going forward. And then it was the transport of goods. Now we're talking about resources. We talk about that on an element level. And unfortunately, I will say that there are too many threats. It means that we have not the possibility to to use the resources because there's a waste thinking instead of a resource thinking in society.
Super, Per. And also today you're going to be our expert on the circular transformation in that role. And I'd like to talk about the challenge we see with wastewater, or as I guess, the possibilities you see with the challenge, but in a sense also the opportunities. Maybe talk about your role with the Ministry of Industry in Sweden and related things.
Yes, between year 2020 and 2022, I had an appointment by the former Minister of Industry from Sweden. And in that capacity, I together collected people that are working on wastewater treatment plants, but all the other stakeholders, Alfa Laval, WWF, Farmers Association in Sweden, and so forth. Mm-hmm. And what we have come with agreement about is how today's wastewater treatment plant has the potential to become resource plants. But now, to be honest, in Europe, you're not allowed to use the resources, or it's very hard for the wastewater treatment plant to invest in production of resources. And of course, we're now on a global summit, and we need to understand that it's just 1/6 of the world that has wastewater treatment plants. But we believe we should not do the same mistake in the other 5/6 of the world. We should then make sure that we have resource plant implemented and create circular loops of nutrients, of energy, so forth. I know that we have some people in Sweden that have really worked on the details.
Super, exactly. That's great. So wastewater treatment plants being converted into resource plants of tomorrow. So a recommendation here that's very important for our topic today. And what we're going to do first here is go over to Sweden and to our Stockholm. If you want to take it, yeah? Where we will meet some new guests. Are we linking up with Stockholm now? We have representatives from WWF. We have Swedish Water. Ah, there they are. And Easy Mining, who've all been part of this initiative and many, many others. Hello, everybody. You can wave if you like.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Hi, Pat.
Okay, super. So let's go to Anders Finsen first, environmental expert at Svenskt Vatten. Badly pronounced by me, but in English it's Swedish Water, which works very nicely. Why is it important, Anders, for your organization to change how you operate?
Yes, because if we could start with our vision for climate neutrality, the Swedish water and wastewater sector's vision is to be climate neutral to the year 2030. And to transform to be more circular, that is one of the most important tools to be able to be climate neutral in 2030. So that in its own capacity is so very important. And at the same time, the water sector will contribute to a more resilient society due to less dependency on fossil fuel and on mineral fertilizer. So we could really have a win-win-win situation here. And if we look into the water and wastewater sector, it's quite amazing to see how big the mass flow are of different kinds of resources. Just looking into a small country as Sweden, we collect to the Swedish cities and villages more than 1 billion tons of water every year. And that is several times more than the big Swedish mining industry and construction industry together. So we handle huge amounts of resources in the water and wastewater sector worldwide, I would like to say. And however, we do have really some good news for decision makers and for the sustainable society. The sector is on the move and our ambition is high. And so we could see really strong trends. Today's wastewater will be tomorrow's resource. Today's treatment plant is to be converted to a resource treatment plant where we could recover and recycle phosphorus, nitrogen, but also biogas, heat, and the reuse of different water qualities, not at least to the industry, to put off some pressure on the drinking water plants. So today's wastewater is tomorrow's resource for industry and agriculture. So that is really an opportunity to be taken now. Thank you very much, Nick.
Super, super. Now let's go to Mats Johansson. He's program manager with WWF Sweden. What role, Mats, is WWF playing in this journey?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm a program manager for something called Baltic Stewardship Initiative, which is a kind of new and unique platform where we put together all the actors along the food chain. That's from the farmer through food companies to food retailers. And we also have companies like Ragn-Sells and Easy Mining and Yara, and we also have organizations like Swedish Water Association, etc. We're doing this together with the Swedish Farmers Association and a number of Swedish companies. And what's new with this initiative is that we are really trying to solve two nutrient-related problems, two parts of the nutrient challenge. That is, one, reduce the eutrophication connected to our food production that is coming from the food system, and that's mainly caused by producing agricultural products. That is mainly the farmer's responsibility. And the other aspect is that we want to, what we may speak more about here today, are the recirculation of nutrients. And how do we get back the nutrients that once ended up in the food back to where it belongs, in the farmland, replacing fossil-based fertilizers, etc. So that's what we do. And I do have a number of ideas of where we could move on to, but one take-home message is that we tend to keep working within the water and wastewater sector, or the waste sector, etc. And then we develop technologies and innovations and say, everything's fixed, just do it. And then we forgot to speak with the farmers. Our project starts with the farmer. We see the farmers as the nutrient steward. So we must speak to them, work together with them, and then possibly we could close the loops.
Okay,
thank you.
Super, Mats. Over to Anna Lundbom, who's Marketing and Product Sales Manager at Easy Mining. So what's your role in this story, Anna?
Well, in this story, Easy Mining is the technology provider, as you talked about there, Mats, or providing some of the technologies that is needed to create these circular loops for nitrogen and for phosphorus. And I think it's very important what both Anders and Mats have highlighted, that in order to create these circular loops, we have to cooperate, absolutely. We have to talk to the farmers, we have to talk to the wastewater treatment plants, and we have to talk to the fertilizer producers, because we have to include the whole value chain if we want to be really circular.
Great. So a couple of follow-up questions. We don't have a lot of time, but you know, obviously policy is important. Policy supports innovation. Are you seeing, have you talked to the new government in Sweden? Are they behind what you're doing, do you think? And if so, when do you think all the water treatment works in Sweden are going to be resource treatment works?
So would you like to start with me or Anna, maybe?
Anybody, anybody.
What we do know is that we have had just 2 weeks ago the new proposal from the European Commission regarding the recovery of residual products from wastewater treatment plants, and the first impression of that part of the article is that of the directive this article looks good. It gives a lot of possibilities, and it's not. And the European Commission will be able to go back and set a really scientifically based targets in a few years. So that's a good start from the European Commission side. In Sweden, we are still waiting for a reaction from the. We have. The three of us been in different groups and together in an expert group providing the government with certain legal instruments which we really would like to have in place. And some of them we would like to have the Swedish government to be even more active in the European affairs on phasing out persistent substances, chemical hazardous substances like PFAS, because that's a really a hindrance in the circular economy. We would like to enable the market of recovered phosphorus and nitrogen. And among these parts could be, we would like to have a compulsory minimum ratio of all fertilizers put on the European market, that you have to have a certain percentage, 1, 2, 3, or 5%, even more in the future, of the mineral fertilizer set on the European market has to be recovered phosphorus and nitrogen from different sources.
I have to hurry you here a bit, Anders, because we've got 2 minutes left. Now, there are 2 other guests. But what you're saying is you're pushing on this, right? And you want to bring this to the attention of the new government, see if you can get some buy-in on it, yes?
Yeah, that's correct.
Exactly. Okay. Any other comments from the other 2 on this subject? We just got 2 minutes to go.
Well, can I start?
You can start and I can follow.
I just want to add that it's very interesting, this innovation of new development, or want to change our wastewater treatment plants to resource plants. It's an innovation, but we do need to transform our wastewater systems. That's and I believe that we are on our way in Sweden with examples in some cities in the south Sweden with more than 1,000 inhabitants having source separating systems that will help us even take one step further in getting the possibility to get the resources out of the wastewater. And this we need to do, so we need to work upstream and at the same time in the end of the system with the resource treatment plants. So that's kind of what I think is important to push for.
Anna, quickly.
I think we see different things pushing towards this now. You mentioned the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive from the EU that is under revision, but we also see ongoing actions to actually produce the fertilizers that we need in a local or national point of view. And there again, the wastewater treatment plants really can be resource plants that are super important. And I mean, it's very important that this shift happens in Sweden, in Europe, but we also see it on the global market. I mean, we have so much interest coming from other countries around, outside the EU for really recovering and recycling the nutrients that exist in our society, what we call waste today. So, I mean, the most important thing is to get the mind shift that we see what we call today as waste as resources that they are. And the politicians and policy makers really have to make sure that we can use recycled, good quality nutrients. And you have to require that these nutrients or resources are recovered and that we use the recovered. As you say, we have to create the demand and we have to create an incentive of actually taking these technologies to the markets.
Okay. Well, look, thanks very much. I'll just say one last thing. We had a show on earlier where there was also a lady talking about getting hydrogen from wastewater. And I'm sure that's something that you're all aware of. Seems to be another possibility of local storage of an energy product. Maybe you jump from methane to hydrogen and it's not just methane, but there's another step. Seems like there's always another step somewhere, which is always good news because it keeps you guys busy and gives us something to talk about on the show. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. And we are now going to turn our attention to the European Environment Agency. In July, the European Environment Agency came up with a report with the focus that water treatment plants should produce more resources. Very similar to what we've just heard. And almost the same recommendation as Per Larssons and others gave to the Swedish Minister of Industry in the previous government. So what we'd like to do now is come in to listen to Dr. Caroline Worley, or Worley, because she's English. I can now say it in an English name rather than in a sort of quasi-Nordic or German fashion. Caroline is an environmental specialist with the European Environment Agency, and she can tell us what is happening in Europe with this whole issue of resource treatment plants rather than water treatment plants. Hello, Caroline, coming in on the magic of Zoom.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the introduction, and thanks for the very interesting talks I've heard that are already going on. So I work on chemicals in and emissions to water, the agency. And what I'm going to do is give you a very short introduction to sewage and urban wastewater treatment in Europe. You've already heard some interesting things that are going on, and you're going to hear some more later on, so it's great. And I'm just giving you this slide to start off with as a taster, as a sneak preview. I hope I've got time to tell you about it at the end. Just to basically understand that it's a very exciting time to be working in this area right now. So next slide, please. Thanks. So I think there's loads of exciting stuff going on, but we must remember the primary reason to treat sewage is to protect human and environmental health. And that goal mustn't be, we mustn't lose sight of that very important activity that is the primary reason we treat sewage. And what you can see in this slide, I hope, is the levels of treatment in 2018 for plants reporting under the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, which is the European Union legislation. And from the green and blue colours, you can see that most countries treat their wastewater to secondary or even more stringent treatment. And by more stringent treatment, we mean it's got higher standards for nutrients, particularly nitrogen and phosphorus. And what we can see is that 82% of sewage is treated to the required level in Europe or in the EU. And there's just another little flag beyond the what are we doing sewage treatment for? The other one is that options for sewage treatment need to be local. We just heard about some of the solutions need to be local. Exactly. What's appropriate for a large city in a rich area, it's flat, that might not be the right solution from a rural area or where people are rather dispersed and they're living in mountains. So we have to think about what's the local situation before we can say what treatment options might be available. Next slide, please. Okay, so we just heard that the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive, the 1991 directive, it's now under revision. So the European Commission published a proposal in October with very wide-ranging proposals, and I'm just going to give you a couple of highlights here. So next slide, please. Okay, so for water pollution, the proposals addressing areas found still to represent pollution problems in the EU, and things like stormwater overflows, where we've got intense rainfall just washes everything without any treatment into our surface waters. So there's various solutions around that. And then in terms of resources, you've heard some ideas already, but some of the Commission proposals are around reaching energy neutrality of treatment, better use of sludge and treated water, for example. So this would apply to the EU 27 member states and other people that want to follow that legislation. This is very expensive treatment, but that's the direction of travel to meet the goals that we need to under the European Green Deal. Next slide, please. So what's happening, you heard it before, but what's happening is we're moving the conversation to think about urban wastewater treatment plants as being resource hubs, not just waste management or at the end of the line, someone's got to do something with it over there. No, it's integral to a circular economy. And before we even go to that point, something we can all do, we can start with today, is become more water efficient. Moving water around, abstracting it, moving it to us, then taking it away and treating it, that all takes energy. We can do that in our local scale and at bigger scale in our offices, in our schools and colleges. And being more water efficient is also going to help us address the key challenge of water availability, which is getting really quite challenging under climate change. You're going to hear about other sorts of talks that are talking about how to recover nutrients, wastewater heat, biogas from treatment, and how greenhouse gas losses during treatment can be reduced. But changes to more sustainable practice need action, and it's not just from water managers. We need planners, we need chemicals makers, and many others to contribute to making our wastewater more usable. And as individuals, we can think carefully about what we're flushing down the sink. So, because then if you chuck down chemicals or harmful substances, those then have to be taken out to make that water safe, and that takes energy and so forth. Let's move to the next slide, please. So this one, returning to this option about thinking about smaller scale and decentralized treatment. Why? Because typically, big sewage networks and plants are very expensive, and they involve a lot of greenhouse gases embedded in steel and concrete pipes and plants. But there are other less intensive ways to treat the sewage safely. Decentralized techniques such as reed beds, they can safely treat sewage to quite a high standard. And that such techniques can be used at house, street, and up to sort of smaller urban areas. And they can give access to sanitation where you haven't got access to, plants at the moment. And these sorts of techniques can have multiple benefits: flood alleviation, green space, and improvements in local biodiversity. So then back to the final slide, please. Here we are, circular as we are. Applying circular economy principles leads to local treatment and recycling of water, nutrients, energy. And this top example in the Netherlands is on a brownfield site near Amsterdam. And they're hoping to scale it up to 8,000 people, a town, a new area. And you can find many similar projects worldwide. But in Europe, we've got commitments for net zero emissions at municipal, regional, and country level. And these commitments are driving innovation. Anders and the others have talked about Scandinavia, but here are examples from Scotland and from Bulgaria. So just to summarize, treatment of urban wastewater is well developed in much of Europe, and our ambitions have now increased beyond health and water quality to tackle climate change and work towards a circular economy. There's now a legislative proposal to formalize these ambitions throughout the European Union. Thanks for listening.
So Caroline, thank you very much indeed. We're trying to keep a tight ship today in terms of timing, but so I brought up on stage Jan Schwad, the CEO of Easy Mining. Just stay with us a little bit, but maybe Jan, I think what we're hearing from Caroline, just to say, is that, well, wastewater is far more interesting than most people think, right? I think that's the first thing to remember, and there's lots of things going on it. We didn't solve all the problems all those years ago. There's new problems emerging, but also new opportunities emerging as we understand the technology and the various drivers of what's happening in our oceans and our atmosphere. How do you think Easy Mining is contributing to the solutions here? What are you focusing on?
Yeah, I think first of all it's a great consensus that it should turn to resource plants, and it shouldn't remain what it used to be. And it was great actually to see that Sofia was on the picture, and it's not only Copenhagen. We work at Copenhagen, they've been Energy Plus for a number of years, and it's a few progressive location, but there is not a systematic use. But I think the recovery of nutrients is, of course, where we started, and where we started to recover phosphorus, went into nitrogen, and then I think you can go on like this. And it's, of course, very important to go with something that the farmers want. If you want a nutrient, you cannot dump something on it. I think that's the other really important point. That's the conclusion of this discussion, is that to really become resource plants, you need to have a detoxification step. You cannot let it be like it is. You have to have a detoxification so you can reuse it. Otherwise, you accumulate the poisons in step by step in circles and circles. So that's a requirement for a circular economy, actually.
So I know we're going to start boiling down, Caroline, we're going to start boiling down a bit into phosphorus and nitrogen in particular. But what you actually set up in your presentation was there's lots of other issues that we need to think about with wastewater and opportunities. One of them being just low levels of heat, right, which could be harvested and brought back into our economies. This story doesn't end, does it, with just phosphorus and nitrogen? It's a huge topic of great fascination.
That's correct. I mean, wastewater heat, some plants are recovering that, and they're able to use, and this can be used, I think in the Scandinavian, some of the Scandinavian examples are using that in local heating projects. So you can, because it's quite warm. This sewage that comes through the pipes is quite warm, and they have been able to recover heat, both to help in local processing and actually in the plant. And then when there's excess amounts, they've used that as community heating projects, for example. And there's often water companies or organisations have land, so they've got solar and they've got wind opportunities. There's biogas from the sludge from the sewage processing. So there's got a lot of dimensions, and it's about what is appropriate for the local market and what can be used by the local, what can be used by the market, as we've heard, and what, you know, the local community. Because if it's a small project, maybe those nutrients can be used on gardens and parks. But if it's a big, you know, 100,000 plus plant, then the resources you've got there are a completely different scale. Yeah. So this is where you have to match what what the source to the opportunities available.
Good, Caroline. Thank you very much indeed. Jan, just a quick comment, and we're going to then move on to the phosphorus story.
I think it all starts with this mindset that it is resource plants. Yeah. And the legislators also thinks it's going to be a resource plant. So they allow the use of the products coming from wastewater, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, super. All right, thanks, Caroline, for being with us. Jan, and we're going to get you back in a couple of moments. But now we're going to go to Dr. Will Brownlee, who's a freshwater scientist at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology, coming in by the magic of Zoom, I think from Scotland. And he's one of the key authors of a scientific publication, a recent scientific publication, called Our Phosphorus Future, which is absolutely fascinating. And Will's going to basically set up for us why phosphorus is so important, why it's so critical to us all, and in a sense, what we can do about it. So, Will, over to you. Great to see you.
Hi, Nick, and thanks for a really interesting talk just previously, Caroline. So, currently, we have a global phosphorus emergency. It's threatening food security. It's destroying our water quality. This is a significant, urgent global crisis. Impacts are not only planet changing, they're also contributing to the climate crisis, the current food crisis, and the current financial crisis. But when I mention phosphorus in the pub, I get, what is phosphorus? So to me, this makes phosphorus, the emergency, even more scary, because people don't know that it's happening. And currently, you know, it's being blatantly ignored in policy circles. You know, there's no global policy on phosphorus. There's no UN resolution on phosphorus. It's hardly mentioned in the SDGs. The few national policies on phosphorus that do exist are highly fragmented and deal with only part of the problem. So currently, for me, I feel our politicians are either completely unaware of the issues, or if they are aware, they feel that they are not a priority, or that they don't have the capacity to deal with them. So for this, phosphorus is not in the spotlight. It's nowhere near the spotlight. So I'm going to tell you now why this needs to change. And it's not all doom and gloom. Addressing phosphorus sustainability is an incredible opportunity. It can help fix multiple global issues simultaneously. So first, what is phosphorus? Why should we care? Phosphorus is essential for food security because it is an essential part of fertilizer. And in a way, the way that we farm at the moment, most of the phosphorus we use comes from phosphate rock. However, 4 countries have 80% of the planet's phosphate rock reserves. 70% is in Morocco and Western Sahara alone. Therefore, food production for most of us, for most countries, relies on phosphorus imports. However, reserves aren't relative to production. China contains 5% of global reserves. In 2021, China produced 40% of global phosphates. 17% came from Morocco, 10% came from the US, 6% came from Russia. However, since 2020, things have gone crazy. Phosphorus commodity prices have spiked by over 400%. So, you know, part of this was the pandemic, the trade wars, the Russian-Ukraine conflict, of course, escalating fuel prices. It's all made this possible. And at the moment, China's not exporting fertilizers. Russia is not exporting fertilizers. Trade restrictions threaten about 20% of the global fertilizer trade. That's around 50% of fertilizer supply for 24 countries. So in 2009, it was estimated 1 in 7 farmers couldn't access enough phosphorus fertilizer to grow enough crops. The situation now is, of course, much worse, and it's contributing to the food crisis. In May 2022, the president of the World Farmers Association said in an online talk, whether in North America or Oceania, even in the Ukraine and Russia, the main talk amongst farmers is fertilizer, the availability and the price. So where do we see this going in the future? Well, if Russia, China, and US keep mining at their current rates, based on the reserves as reported in 2021, which will probably change, but at the moment, if they carry on mining at current rates, their phosphorus reserves will be used up in the next 45 years. So is the future Morocco as the gatekeeper of the global food production? That is a huge challenge and responsibility for one country to carry. So that's having enough phosphorus. It's essential for food security. At the other end of the scale, too much phosphorus is a threat to water security. So just as it boosts crop growth, excess phosphorus in our rivers and our lakes and seas boosts algal growth, which can rapidly escalate into huge toxic algal blooms. And these are known to kill aquatic life, cause mass mortalities of fish, destroy aquaculture and fisheries, poison drinking water supplies, and most of this pollution comes from fertilizer overuse and poor sanitation. And it's mainly due to poor phosphorus management, stakeholder negligence, and government inaction. And if these emissions are not reduced, impacts will be irreversible. In some cases, they already are. Biodiversity loss in freshwaters is higher than in any other planetary domain. And between 1970 to 2014, freshwater fauna declined by 83%. So currently over 25% of all freshwater species are threatened with extinction. And it's not just our freshwaters that are being harmed. The Baltic Sea, Chesapeake Bay, the Gulf of Mexico, all considered marine dead zones due mainly to nutrient pollution. Even the Great Barrier Reef is being destroyed by phosphorus pollution. And it's not just the environment, people are being impacted by this. Half of the world's population is reliant on aquaculture for 20% of their animal protein intake. And aquaculture is being severely impacted by phosphorus pollution again. And algal blooms are also poisoning our drinking waters. Even rich countries with water treatment are being impacted. In 2014, in the US, in Ohio, 500,000 people were ordered not to drink or even touch their water because of toxins from harmful algal blooms in Lake Erie. And those same algal blooms you can see from space on Lake Erie each year. And the phosphorus pollution on Lake Erie is getting worse with climate change.
Will, can I just come to you from COP27? I'm just getting a whispering in my ear that we're a bit over time. So I want to come back to you. I think you've set up why phosphorus is so important. And I think you've also set up the inefficient use of phosphorus into our marine environments, but also our freshwater environments, is a major challenge in other ways. So I'm sure that we're going to get logically to the point that we must, for security reasons of our phosphorus for farming, but also for taking the heat, as it were, the stress off our marine environment and freshwaters, that we need to recover this phosphorus, yeah? And I think that's probably where you're heading. But I suppose we've got an audience out there that now has learned those facts. Let me ask you a question. If we recover the phosphorus we need from, say, water treatment works by resource treatment plants, if we could do that, and that's clearly now possible because of some of the great work that's happening in the Nordic region and elsewhere, what would we do about the other phosphorus that we don't have? Because we'll get maybe 40% or something in Europe if we maximize this. Can we get it by more, say, regenerative farming techniques or something like that? Or are we always going to need phosphorus provided to the farmer?
So I think you're asking, can we do without phosphate rock?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, what I was going to is the next point, is that there is a report that we've worked on, you've mentioned, the Our Phosphorus Future Report. 500 scientists signed a Helsinki Declaration calling for action on that. 100 scientists committed to writing that report. And in that report, we talk about solutions. And you can get that report. It's on www.opfglobal.com. Within that report, we talk about phosphate rock, our need for phosphate rock. I don't think there's going to be a point where we will be able to exist without phosphate rock, but what we may be not talking about is improvements to efficiency here. We can replace some by recycling phosphorus, and in fact, the report lists 10 solutions to get there. So if I've got time,
give us say the top 5 or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. So we increase the use of recycled phosphorus in our fertilizer. We avoid excess use of fertilizers. That's tightening up our efficiency. We optimize livestock diet, so they only consume the phosphorus they need to grow. There's savings to be made there. We improve global reporting and assessments of phosphorus emissions from different sectors. We implement integrated approaches to restore our polluted water bodies. And we ensure all farmers have sufficient access. And that might be access to recycled phosphorus, not just fertilizers made from phosphate rock. And the other thing that we're really not talking about COP27 enough is that shift to diets. You know, a shift to a healthy, nutritious diet with a low phosphorus footprint is synonymous with a drop in meat consumption in many of the more richer nations. I mean, when we're coming down to it, we're talking about an increase in phosphorus recycling, improving use efficiency and reducing phosphorus losses. In the report, we talk about a 50-50-50 goal, which is a 50% reduction in phosphorus pollution and a 50% increase in the recycling of phosphorus loss. But really, what we need to do is we need to skip from those short-term measures to the long-term transformative change. And that means nations need to commit to real-time assessment of their phosphorus vulnerability. We need to accelerate a global transition to a circular economy, and we need to accelerate intergovernmental cooperation as a catalyst to change. You know, some countries are already doing that, but we need to plant those green shoots of progress across different countries.
Super, Will. Thank you so much indeed. I'm sorry this was a bit of a marathon presentation, but we have to keep time here. We ran a little bit over at the beginning, and that was a very excellent presentation. Thank you very much for being with us, and great blessings with your work.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks, Will.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Per, come on, join us up here just for your comments on this briefly. I mean, what is your thoughts on what Will just said?
I think that what Will mentioned in the end was that eutrophication that is now ongoing, and we thought that we have solved the problem with phosphorus and collecting the phosphorus, but due to that we have a high temperature increase. We will have much more eutrophication going forward. That means that huge emissions of methane will occur, and it's not been calculated. So we here at the COP, we talk about phosphorus, but to be honest, it's about the climate change. So we need to get it out. The challenge is that we're not allowed to use it in every market. Why? Because it's not the quality that is the determining factor. It is the origin. And here in my hand, if I can zoom in here, I have a small jar with phosphorus that is of the highest quality you can find on the market. And the second best, I would say, is the Russian. But this one is almost totally pure, but we're not allowed to use it.
Right.
And so legislation is a really big challenge going forward.
Yeah. We're going to get to this, and this also needs to be part of our wrap-up, really. It's about whether you're allowed to use that phosphorus, which is very pure, in all markets, because it seems to make sense that if it is pure, why would you not use it, right? Rather than ship it with a huge carbon footprint. Even if politically there was no problems in the world, it's still a big carbon footprint from one place to the other. Pep, stay with us. I'm going to ask Jan here to come back. So phosphorus is important. We understand it's important. Jan Svard from Easy Mining, you have a solution to make sure that the phosphorus is not wasted. And I know that there are other solutions as well, but please describe your solution.
Absolutely, and I think there is a slide to it.
Okay, fine.
And
Per, do you want to come back a little bit towards me, or maybe Per, you can take the floor, and we'll see you in a moment. Perfect.
Yeah, and here it comes. So, and just you know, attaching to the last ones, phosphorus is also produced in very high temperatures and with very energy-intensive chemicals and so on. So recovery in itself is really a greenhouse gas saver.
A much calmer process than the
much
process for the
lower
virgin.
Temperatures, everything like that.
Okay.
But then, of course, also what you need to do is to have a process that not only recover the phosphorus, because if it's a resource plant that it comes from, then it also contains iron and aluminum and sand and things like that. And you need to have a good mass balance, as we chemists are talking about. You need to, you know, have the output should preferably be at least as high as the input. And that's what our head of research today and one of the founders really thought about when starting up this work. So we use an ash which contains around 9% of phosphorus. In a mine, it actually contains maybe 2%. The rest is put on a big pile somewhere or pumped into the Atlantic Oceans outside Morocco. But here you actually use an ash as a starting. You put in an acid into this one that's combined with the iron. So you get an iron chloride that you then can use as catching phosphorus in a wastewater treatment plant. There's also aluminum in there, which you catch with caustic soda that you then sell as a chemical and replace aluminum and so on, imports from Africa or long distances with high energy, you know. And then you have a sand in there, a silica with a lot of silica in it. And the sand itself is, we've proven, can be used to replace cement in concrete. So basically, you know, a cement that's carbon dioxide neutral. That is the combination. But then, of course, you also need to add lime more in there. And the lime is what attaches to the phosphorus, and you get something called calcium phosphate, which is one of the most common and biggest ways of having a phosphorus product. Phosphorus always combines with something. It doesn't sit on itself. It combines with something.
And the ash comes from sewage sludge, does it?
Comes from sewage sludge.
Yeah, okay.
That's why I have all these different components into it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, so this is, you know, very resource efficient. And in the end, you get a product that where you've taken away the heavy metals that was in there in the beginning. You have separated out all the different parts. So you really, it's a chemical separation in the process to you get very well-defined products that then can replace virgin products for all these different parts. That's the short story.
The short story. Let me just ask you one quick question. You've tested this phosphorus, or the phosphorus has been tested on animals, hasn't it?
Absolutely.
And with no health impacts whatsoever. In fact, they're happy chickens or whatever.
It's been tested on, not by us, to be honest, by university and farmers association and so on together with us in a way, but we didn't participate in the service. Objective study. And the pigs and the chicken were healthy, felt good, and they grew, and they were ready, you know, in the same time. So it really works, and it's, you know, basically positive health effects. There is no cadmium in this one because we've separated anything like this out.
Good. It seems absolutely absurd that the governments are not running to beat down your doors and grab this stuff and use it. Thanks, Jan. Yeah, so now we're going to go to some country representatives who are, in a sense, on the cutting edge of this work with easy mining. From Austria, we have Arabelle Long, who's a project leader with Wien Energie GmbH. I think this is right. And then we have, from Belgium, we have Sam Geerts, Manager of Process Engineering at Aquafin. Hello. And from Deutschland, we have Christoph Ontied, who's Chairman of the Shareholders Meeting, Phosphorgewinnung, Zebkopau. It's quite hard for us British to do that, you know, even though I live in Berlin, I've got no excuses. But anyway, let's have a little chat for 12 minutes about this. Can you tell us, maybe just briefly, each of you, about this issue of phosphorus coming out of wastewaters? Are you all involved in such things at different levels in your own countries? Maybe we can have ladies first.
Yeah, thank you for the invitation. In Vienna, we are mostly concerned because we incinerate our sewage sludge automatically. So we've been doing this for 30 years. But the ash currently is deposited in a landfill. So all the phosphorus that is stored in those ashes is currently lost. So what we're trying to do in Vienna is recover that phosphorus from the ash, and not just phosphorus, but other components too, as Jan mentioned, like iron, for example, to really get also other resources and make a zero waste concept as far as possible.
Okay. Sam, you're in Belgium. what's happening there with this story?
Good evening. Thanks for the invitation. In Belgium, so at Aquafin, currently we are in the phase of permit application for a new mono incinerator at next to a metallurgic facility in the Port of Ghent. Mono incineration, as in, let's not dilute our sludge with other types of waste / resources. Let's call it resource from now on. So then afterwards, we end up with high pressure steam, which we can deliver to the metallurgic facility. But more importantly, we end up with ashes from mono incineration. So the plan is to go on and as wastewater treatment is a clear point of concentration in the global mass balance for this phosphorus, we see it as an obligation that in this wastewater treatment sector, we do our thing. So we plan on investigating the market. There's an official request for information that has been launched recently. So to end up either in existing chemical infrastructure to purify those ashes and to come up with a phosphorus-rich product, or to go to a new technology, new installation, and to go for that detoxification step, as also Jan recently mentioned. So that's what we are doing currently.
Okay. And in Germany, Christoph, where are you with this activity?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. We are in a partnership with Easy Mining. This Phosphorgewinnung Schkopau is the company we try to build the first large plant for phosphorus recycling from sewage sludge incineration ash in Germany with this ash to phos process from Easy Mining, and we are still in the phase that we end the planning and looking forward in the next year starting up the building of the plant. And we are a lot of challenges to do until this, but we are very confident that we'll overcome these challenges and start building the plant starting end of next year, perhaps.
Okay, great. So you can tell I'm British, so I'm not in the European Union anymore, but you all are. So is there one position in the European Union on this, this bringing the phosphorus back from the ash and then using it for various agricultural or other processes? Is there a unified position in all countries? We heard that in Sweden it's a bit complex with national policy. What about in Germany, in Österreich, in Belgium? Where do the governments stand on what you do with this phosphorus when you get it out? Anybody want to start there? Maybe you can start first, Christoph, seeing as you went last.
Yeah, thanks. In Europe, I can't see a solution over Europe. Unfortunately, there is not one, but in Germany, we started 2017. There is a new sewage sludge ordinance, which says that the municipal sewage sludge has to be back from agriculture until 29. So from 29 on, it's not allowed then to put sewage sludge on agriculture, but latest from 29 on, it has to be incinerated, and in addition, the phosphorus has to be recovered. So we are just now in 22 and looking forward to build next year the first plant that we are ready to start in the next years. So to give this regulation 29 and to fulfill it.
So in Germany, it's allowed, and you're a kind of front runner before 2029. You've already seen the future, and you're moving early, if I get that right. Let's go to Austria. How is it for you, Arabelle? I mean, will the Austrian government let you take this phosphorus and use it in agriculture now, or do you have to wait for some ordinance?
Well, technically, we could already do it, one by EU law, because we have a new fertilizer product regulation. But also we could apply nationally for national certification for those products, which is a possibility in Austria. But then you can only use those products in Austria, which is sort of a bit of a limitation. So if you want to produce EU products, then you need, of course, EU certification. And this is also what we are finally going to aim for. As in terms of requirements for recycling, Austria will have a requirement starting 2030 to actually recover phosphorus from sewage sludge. And so by that time, we have to recycle, but technically it would already be possible today, though without any regulations to incentivize it, it would be currently not be financially
attractive
for us, because we are not mandated to do it, and it costs more than production by raw phosphate rock.
Okay, and Sam, briefly for you in Belgium?
Yeah, in Belgium, there isn't even a clear line within Belgium. Let's say that for, just to give you an example, direct spreading of sewage sludge on land is prohibited in the northern part of Belgium, and it's still allowed in the southern part of Belgium. Still, if we manage, so we're in the northern part of Belgium, to be clear, if we manage to certify it, as Arabelle said, if we manage to certify it locally, we can use it within Flanders, so there's not such a problem. Yet again, the purification step is needed, because to get that end of waste status, even locally at our Flemish government, I must say the certification rules are quite strict, which is a good thing in itself. But then we need dedicated technology. So to end up with a cleaner product to be able to do so.
Is there any member state of the European Union lobbying Brussels hard to try and get some kind of common position on this story? Because it seems to be, you're all working very hard, and so are Easy Mining and friends of ours in Sweden, Rank Cells and whatever, to try and move this thing forward technologically and also to test the materials with universities to make sure everyone's happy. Is there a member state that could carry the flag and get this thing moved faster, or are we all going to have to wait another 10 years for some kind of unified position? How do you, Christoph, you're nodding your head or shaking your head, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I doubt there will be no unified position in the next 10 years. What I see is that especially the southern countries of Europe, there is a big lobby for agriculture use of sewage sludge, and I can't see that there is a total opinion that incineration is the best way getting off the sewage from the agriculture. I can't see it, unfortunately.
Okay, I think we're going to have to come to an end there, but thank you very much for all your different perspectives. It's a very busy show, this. We've got lots of guests. We have to keep a tight ship. But that was very fascinating, and thank you, and I hope the audience learned a lot more there. I'm going to ask Jan Svard to come back and join me. So, Jan, listening to those three countries, what are you left with in terms of your reflections?
Yeah, so just one more explanation, that to be allowed to use this as a fertilizer on land, that's 16th of July this year, after many years of across EU. If you want it, use it for the most valuable and where all the purity really comes through in animal feed. We are not close yet. So this is, of course, very important. Then I think, you know, first of all, these are companies that are, you know, Gelsenwasser and City of Vienna and Aquafin in Belgium, that are progressive, and they want to do it legally required or not. So they are pushing ahead. Then, of course, you know, the law that is in Germany, which is from 17, says that you have to recover phosphorus. And then Austria going the same way, and then Aquafin Belgium doesn't have the same pressure, but they, you know, for parts of it, there is nowhere to go unless you incinerate, and then you should recover the phosphorus as well. So you have a really scattered picture across EU and across the world, to be honest, and many different wills. And in Sweden, you know, I have to say, investigations has been going on for 19 years without a conclusion. So amazing, it is, I don't know, is it 9 environmental ministers who has looked at this or not looked at it and didn't come to a conclusion.
Crazy, isn't it? Yeah. But I suppose everything has its moment in time, right? And you need the solution. You need the science fully behind you. And it's clear from what Will Brownlee said, the scientists say, look, recovery is part of this story. You've got the answers technologically, process-wise. They're starting to move in some parts of Europe. Maybe now's the time when those ministers have to think, okay, this is the moment.
And of course, it's painful, painful experience for many of these countries. Germany, before the war with Ukraine, they imported 55% of the phosphorus from Russia. Europe, imports 25%. So, of course, if that is stopped, that's quite a painful, and that's one of the drivers for the Germans to take the legislation early.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, we will be, I think, my dear friend Per Larssons will be organizing something in Germany soon. So, Per, come back and join us here. This gets back to your, this gets back to the question of,
the egg question.
Yes, the egg question. The egg question.
Yeah. Here at the COP, what I hear, what I listen to, are sessions about how can we make sure that the agriculture produce enough with food. And there is only one way. We need to make sure that the nutrients are brought back. And we talk about now that ordinary fertilizers can be accepted if they're recycled, but there is huge potential for organic farming, and of course a fantastic potential for feed phosphates. And if we can't do that, we have extremely hard to produce food that people can afford. And that's, I think, is the conclusion. The future, if we don't do changes and start to recycle, we will face huge problems. And when it comes to today's wastewater treatment plants that will become tomorrow's resource plants, I would say that every mining we can do in our wastewater treatment plants are good for the environment, extremely good for current business, and reduce the cost for the society. And thirdly, of course, it will make sure that we, for future generations, will have food on our planet. So the momentum is here. Let's do it.
Absolutely, absolutely. Good. Exactly, Per. Stay with us. Come back and take a seat there, and we'll come back to you very soon. All right. We're now going to move to the nitrogen story, which is another part of the wastewater stream. At the UN's Stockholm Plus 50 meeting, we were very grateful to have Professor Mark Sutton, who's director of the International Nitrogen Management System and director of UKRI GCRF, South Asian Nitrogen Hub. He's also in the same basic organization that Will's in. So in fact, these centers in the UK doing this work are really on the cutting edge, and I think that's worth noting. Let's listen to Mark talk from June 2022 about nitrogen.
So we've heard a lot about phosphorus, and if you're a member of the audience or a member of Parliament, I hope you understand a little bit more why it's important and why it's important for environment and food production. But we also need nitrogen to grow our food. But today, most comes from synthetic nitrogen fertilizer, as we heard earlier, that's made from fossil fuels. Worldwide, these fertilizers have increased by an astonishing and amazing 800% since the 1960s, not shortly just before the 1972 conference here in Stockholm, in fact. Worldwide, the use of synthetic fertilizers is set to increase by over 50% by 2030 or 2050, according to the United Nations. This has huge implications for addressing climate change, unless we can use these fertilizers more efficiently and reduce how much is wasted into our environment. And while returning these losses back into agriculture rather than into our seas, our oceans, our atmosphere, as well as promoting, of course, a diversity of agricultural systems. International efforts is where we're going right now, because international efforts are underway to tackle this challenge. And I'm very pleased to hopefully welcome, by the magic of Zoom, yes, he's here, Professor Mark Sutton. He's a scientist right in the center of these international efforts to bring sense to worldwide efforts to manage up the benefits and significantly manage down and out the serious impacts of nitrogen. Mark is a director of the International Nitrogen Management System and director of the UK Research Innovation Global Challenges Research Fund, South Asian Nitrogen Hub, wow, that's a hell of an introduction, and is based at the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology. Mark, it's really a pleasure to see you. You have the floor.
Yeah, well, good morning, Nick, and good morning, everybody. So I want to tell you why we should really be caring about nitrogen. If you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, you'll find that nitrogen is almost invisible. We say that nitrogen is everywhere and invisible across the Sustainable Development Goals. Does that mean there's no problem? I think entirely the opposite. It's a problem that's been fragmented in the past. It means that we've dealt with little pieces of the puzzle. So as scientists, we love to specialize. I worked for many years just on one molecule, ammonia. But there's ammonia as a nitrogen form, nitrates going into your water courses, nitrous oxide as a greenhouse gas. Nitrous oxide is also depleting the stratospheric ozone layer. So we just have this flurry of different nitrogen problems, many of which are getting a little bit of attention, but we're not getting that big picture. How important is nitrogen? Well, let's ask the question, how important is carbon dioxide? I don't think I need to convince anybody listening on this call that we've got an issue with carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, rather simple. You burn stuff, make CO2, climate impact. Of course, there is more complexity than that, but I can give the narrative in about 5 seconds. With nitrogen, I need much more than 5 seconds to tell you about these multiple diverse impacts. So what are we doing? We're working with the United Nations Environment Programme, the Global Environment Facility, on this international nitrogen management system. It means developing a science support system for nitrogen policy internationally. It means working with the member states of the United Nations. And one of the most impossible challenges they gave us was develop a policy home for nitrogen. How do you do that when it's fragmented? What we're doing is getting all those different conventions talking together. You've got the Air Convention, the Water Convention, the Climate Convention, Biodiversity Conventions. They should be coming together. Really recently, we've just had agreed in the United Nations Environment Assembly a second resolution on sustainable nitrogen management. It's 5/2, and among its statements, it says to accelerate action to significantly reduce nitrogen waste by 2030. In fact, we put on the table with the government of Sri Lanka and other countries an ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030. The alignment there is clearly with the Sustainable Development Goals. And the question would be, would it really be possible to halve nitrogen waste by 2030? And I think the answer is technically yes. You need all the technical measures available. We need to consider our consumption patterns, our food choices as well. But yes, you could get there. In practice, will we do it? I think we will fail. We will fail just as we will fail to deliver on most of our Sustainable Development Goals. Does that mean we should not stop trying? Well, of course not. We need to keep trying. And I think that ambition to halve nitrogen waste by 2030 is getting countries thinking. And what we've seen at the UN Environment Assembly is now countries beginning to take this seriously. So why take it seriously? I've mentioned air pollution, water pollution, climate change, biodiversity destruction. Of course, we know nitrogen is used for food and fertilizer, food security. In the past, people have sometimes been afraid to say managing your nitrogen is going to be a threat to food security. Well, we're saying completely the opposite, because in the world system, we're wasting something like 80% of those nitrogen resources which we're putting into our planet, those nitrogen compounds. 80% is lost to that water and air pollution, etc. So if we managed it better, managed it with fewer losses, with less waste, those resources would be going further. Now, in the world overall, we've got something like 200 million tons nitrogen wasted. If we halve nitrogen waste and put $1 per kilogram nitrogen on it, that's a $100 billion per year saving. Now, with the current fertilizer crisis with Ukraine, etc., prices are something like triple. So that's $300 billion worth of saving. That's really something to motivate our action. We've been working with other parts of the UN and coming with a whole suite of measures, better fertilizers, better manure management. We've heard about the wastewater, all those measures available. But at the top of it, We've got to convince people that they want to change. This is not a barrier for food security. This is something that can help us deliver food better with less resources. So with that, I'm very happy to answer some questions, and let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, Mark, a question that we didn't really discuss, but it just comes to my mind when I'm listening to you talk, because we've got a problem with CO2 because we burn fossil fuels, and we know the fossil fuel industries work very hard to slow the transitions down to dealing with CO2 because it's not in their business interest to not, use CO2, not use fossil fuels. It's not in their business model. It strikes me it's a bit similar with fertilizers, because if most of the fertilizers now are synthetic fertilizers coming in from fossil fuels, it's also not in the business interest of the fossil fuel industry to recognize that we could actually recycle huge amounts of this nitrogen. So do you feel sometimes that on one side you've got, governments and experts coming who want to deal with the nitrogen crisis, but there might be another side that has no interest in you doing that?
Yeah, there are risks of that, but I think the important thing to note is that business is itself a diverse ecosystem. Yeah. The old competitors will eventually become dinosaurs and go extinct as new, more effective competitors come through. That's also going to be needing, government nudges, regulation, incentives, etc., to get things developing. But this whole conversation about recycling resources, about taking nitrogen from wastewater or even combustion systems and turning it back into new products, that's really transforming things. We need government investment to get that moving. And ultimately, it's going to be for the existing companies to move and embrace that circularity. And I'm very happy to say that there's many fertilizer companies out there who recognize this challenge as part of the long-term gain, that we're going to have to change to look for a less wasteful system, and that there are huge business opportunities on the way.
Okay, Mark, that's super. Now, Mark, I want you to tell us about the colors of nitrogen. I know right now we have the colors of hydrogen, which we've got green hydrogen and blue hydrogen, and we got another color, I think, as well. But you've also got, so it's a theme, right? So it's getting quite popular, this. But you've got you've got the colors of nitrogen. So why is this important?
Yeah, I think it's just great to get people thinking and talking about these things. So the industry itself has already started talking about blue ammonia, and they're comparing it with brown or black ammonia. So the brown or black ammonia exists in Haber-Bosch, lots of fossil fuel going into producing it, 2% of world energy, so we call it black or brown. And they're saying blue ammonia is an ammonia produced with CO2 recapture. But better than blue ammonia would then be green ammonia, and that's ammonia produced entirely with renewable energy sources. So the hydrogen to go with the nitrogen, make ammonia coming from renewable energy sources. So those are three colors already on the table. And what I'm suggesting is we need another color, at least one more, which is white ammonia, because the white ammonia is not about producing new ammonia. It's about recycling that which we've got already. So combine all your colors together, and of course you get white. That recovered, recycled nitrogen, we're saying, should be called white ammonia.
Okay, so basically, you're a white ammonia man, but you could be persuaded to consider some green ammonia as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, cool. But the other colors we have to put back in our paint box. Mark, that's absolutely brilliant. We've hit our limits of time. Thank you so much for finding your time to be with us. And I hand back to Per Larssons. Thanks very much indeed.
Well, that's amazing, because I will be handing to Per Larssons in 2 seconds, because I'm going to ask him a question. But I have to laugh at that last segment about the colors of nitrogen, because we always joke that if we had, like the Chancellor of Germany on the We Don't Have Time show, and they expect us really tough questions about politics, we'd say, what's your favorite color? And you can do it with nitrogen, because asking what your favorite color is very relevant, right? Anyway, I enjoyed that very much. I was smiling. Per, let's get more serious, though. Not just colors, but there are practical examples, right, of where nitrogen is in the water. Some very close to home in the Nordic region. Where, for example?
Let us move now to Oslo. What we see is that, and this is a recent report now from the 25 mayors surrounding Oslo, they see a huge challenge that the levels of nitrogen are really growing very fast. And what we see is a risk that it will create toxic and toxic environments. And of course, then you have a very hard time to live in the Oslo Bay going forward. So these 25 mayors are really dedicated to come up with a solution. How can we make sure that we don't toxify, not detoxify, toxify the Oslo Bay? So that is one example. But I would say that around the planet, we see the same thing. And eutrophication is the combination of phosphorus and nitrogen. And of course, with a growing temperature, we will have face the same challenge. And then food production, fish production need to move out from our coastal areas around the planet. So it's a huge challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we get climate change as well, temperatures rise, that, you know, means all that nutrients, wasted nutrients in the water, in the oceans, then can bloom the algae even faster.
Exactly, and what we see is that the amount of laughing gas that are emitted from the wastewater treatment plants, when they now need to take out more nitrogen, are also increasing. So suddenly we have a double effect of the climate issue if we don't have another solution in place.
Super, Per. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in a few moments. We're going to a bumper. Okay, so now we're going to go back to Stockholm, where we're going to talk to Anna Jarnhammar, who's the Executive Vice President of IVL, the Swedish Environmental Research Institute. So tell us how big is this problem of nitrogen removal from today's water treatment plants, as we call them, rather than resource treatment plants? What is the challenge here? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. And I think listening to some of the discussions earlier, we are focusing on the white nitrogen then, have we learned. And we are working a lot with wastewater treatment, and we want to have the wastewater treatment plant as a production facility, and also to produce the benefits then, to recover energy, biogas, but also, of course, recover the nutrients. And how have we been able to do this? Sweden is quite a small country. Of course, the nitrogen emissions to the Baltic Sea is, of course, a problem, as we heard before. So this has been a big issue in Sweden to really treat the wastewater in Sweden. And we since 15 years, we have been working also in a large-scale pilot facility to really scale up the solutions, because there is no use to just do it on laboratory scale. So now we are doing it in large scale, and then we are also testing new technologies that are now implemented in many of the municipalities in Sweden. And for not just staying in Sweden, we also now are working in India, because we see that Sweden is quite a small country. So in order to solve this problem with the wastewater treatment, we really need to work internationally. So we are at the moment now working in Mumbai to really clean the 26 million city of Mumbai. We are working in a holistic perspective, so we are using life cycle assessment to really evaluate different technologies to see how they are performing and if they are worth scaling up. And if we do the life cycle assessment, we can definitely see that the energy use for wastewater treatment is gives the biggest impact and the largest CO2 emissions. Luckily, here in Sweden, we have quite good energy systems, so we don't have much CO2 emissions from the electricity needed in the wastewater treatment plants. But we see that nitrogenous dioxide emissions, these are the ones really giving a big impact, and also the cleaning of the nitrogen from the wastewater. This gives a lot of energy impact to the wastewater treatment plant. So this is really something we need to work on. And we started, you can say 10 years ago, to really see how we could measure this, the nitrous dioxide, to see how we can minimize these emissions. We had to develop the whole measurement system for this. And then you can start to adapt control strategies. And we have actually, from the start, we have from a 10% emissions from the nitrous dioxide, we have now less than 0.2%. So this is a really good development here in Sweden. Coming then to how can we then reuse the nitrogen? We did a study of current technologies. They are really in a high TRL level, so it's really hard to estimate. So there is more need of development and also to try these new technologies in larger scales. But we can see, as we heard before, from the nutrients from the nitrogen that comes from conventional sources like fossil fuels, and together with the cleaning of the nitrogen, if you put these two emissions together, the CO2 emissions together, all technologies that we evaluated have a lower impact on the climate impact of CO2 emissions from these processes. So it looks really good and promising. So this is really the way to go to recover the nitrogen from the wastewater treatment. Of course, if you could do source separation in the beginning instead of cleaning it when it goes out from the pipes from the wastewater treatments, then you would have a much higher concentration, and that would be very, very good, of course. But then we have to have the new systems in our buildings and in our infrastructure. But that would be, then we would have a better concentration, and we could have a better, less energy use for really recovering the nitrogen. So with that, I would just like to say that we are working intensively with this, and nitrogen will definitely be something that we will be working on for the nearest 10 years or 5 to 10 years. Thank you so much.
Good, super, Anna. Thank you very much indeed. Stay with us. So back to Anna Lundbom from Easy Mining. Welcome back. Look, can you explain how to produce this white nitrogen that Professor Sutton was speaking about from the UK? Is it possible to produce white nitrogen? Do you have any plants up and running? And that's the second question. Over to you, Anna.
Thank you, Nick. Yes, it is possible to produce this white nitrogen. I will start repeating some of what we've heard already. Repetition is good for remembering. But what we see today is that our society is dependent on nitrogen. But it has a linear life cycle today, as we've heard, which is a problem. We spend a lot of resources when producing the nitrogen. And it's also production, as we've heard, that emits a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, since it's dependent on natural gas. After using it in the society, much of it ends up in the wastewater treatment plants, where we again spend a lot of resources, but this time to remove it. The technologies that exist today most of them release the removed nitrogen to the atmosphere, wasting all of these resources that we once have spent to produce the nitrogen product. And many of the technologies today for removing nitrogen also have significant emissions of nitrous oxide, which we heard Anna was talking about. We have to start implementing processes that recover the nitrogen that we remove. Technologies that either keep or convert the nitrogen in a form that we can use again in the society, creating these circular loops. And that is what we are doing with the Aqua2N process. In Aqua2N, we chemically remove the nitrogen from liquid waste streams with a high concentration of ammonium nitrogen.
Can we get the next slide through, please? That's the next slide.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, there we go.
In the process, which we have validated this year in the EU Life-funded project, We Fertilize. And this is where we have the plant, the demo plant, running at the biophos wastewater treatment plant in Denmark. Anyway, in this process and in this plant, we remove 95 to 99% of the ammonium nitrogen from the wastewater treatment plant, or from the sludge liquor. And we convert it to an ammonia sulfate, which is used as the fertilizer in the agriculture. And we do this by using less energy than today is used for first producing and then removing nitrogen, and we do it without nitrous oxide emissions. In a wastewater treatment plant, as I mentioned, the Aqua2N process is applicable on the sludge liquor. This is only 0.5 to 1.5% of the water flow in the wastewater treatment plant. However, this flow is 15 to 30% of the nitrogen load in the wastewater treatment plant. So by applying the Aqua2N process, we actually remove and recover 15 to 30% of the nitrogen in a wastewater treatment plant. And we do this without releasing any nitrous oxide, as I said. This allows the wastewater treatment plant to either connect more people to the existing plant, since nitrogen many times is the limiting factor, or lowering the nitrogen in the effluent going out from the plant, at the same time as they decrease their nitrous oxide emissions by at least 15 to 30%, and also supply the agriculture with white nitrogen. To recover as much nitrogen as possible from our society, we need many different technologies, Aqua2N being one of them. We all have to work together in order to close these circular loops. Politicians, you have to make sure that we are allowed to use this white nitrogen that is of good quality, and also require that we in the society recover it and that we reuse the recycled nitrogen. We have to create the demand. The industry will follow you. If we are serious about creating a sustainable society, we have to start to reuse the resources that we already have produced over and over again. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna. Okay, so now we're going to go to Denmark and John Burr, who's CEO of Biofos Copenhagen Wastewater Company. Hi, John. You've heard from Anna. So she's making a nice white nitrogen fertilizer. Are you doing something similar with your plants in Denmark, or is this where it's coming from?
Well, actually, we are having this demonstration plant at our one of our.
Okay. My script here was a bit unclear, John. Sorry, I do apologize. So it's your plant that's producing this white stuff?
Yes, we are.
Super.
Yes. Well, first of all, thank you for having me the opportunity of giving some perspectives on the nitrogen and wastewater treatment plants. My name is John Christiansen, and I'm CEO of Biofos, actually the largest wastewater company in Denmark, called Biofos. We process approximately 25% of all wastewater in Denmark. One of the biggest challenges of any wastewater treatment plants anywhere in the world is actually removal of nitrogen. And the EU has set some fixed requirements for the discharge of nitrogen from treatment plants. And the method used today by all treatment plants around the world to remove nitrogen is, and I'm not a chemist, but so please bear with me, is nitrogen absorbing bacteria that are brought to life by adding oxygen. And as you all know, production of oxygen is very energy intensive, regardless of whether it is aeration from the surface or, as newer treatment plants use nowadays, aeration from the bottom of the basins. So with the current energy crisis and the high energy prices, it has become visible to all wastewater people in the world how expensive it is. It actually is to remove nitrogen with aeration in this traditional way. But actually, the high energy consumption is not the only disadvantage of the traditional method of removal of nitrogen. No, actually, the biggest disadvantage is that large amounts of nitrous oxides, also known as laughing gas, are released at the same time. A huge challenge because the amount is difficult to measure and because the amount of nitrous oxides is very, very large. In fact, many treatment plants in the world don't even know their emissions of nitrous oxides, simply because, as far as I know, there's only 1 or 2 products in the market that can measure the amount online. So, and also nitrous oxides is a very dangerous greenhouse gas. It is actually a 290 times more harmful greenhouse gas than ordinary carbon oxide. So Houston, we have a problem. All wastewater treatment plants in the world uses large amounts of energy to remove nitrogen, while at the same time releasing huge amounts of nitrogen oxides into the atmosphere. And wastewater treatment people also must realize that if we do good for the environment through good effluent quality from our treatment plants, we must do it in the balance. Effluent quality concerning nitrogen and emissions of greenhouse gases are unfortunately each other's opposites. So we have to choose between good effluent quality versus emissions of greenhouse gases.
Okay.
Therefore, it is very essential for me to say to you that we have to invent a new method to remove nitrogen, a method that can be scaled to all treatment plants in the world, regardless of size, and which removes nitrogen without emitting unnecessary amounts of nitrous oxides, and which is much more energy efficient than the current traditional methods at the moment. So thank you for your time. Yep. We don't have time to waste. We must all act now and at all levels, including reducing the large amounts of emissions of nitrous oxides from treatment plants throughout the world.
Super. Thank you very much indeed, John. We're going to have Jan Schwad just come and join me here on stage again. We're running out of time a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, so we can't ask too many questions right now. But I think I wanted to maybe just come to this point again. We seem to have a problem. Jan, you can come tightly on my side here like that. Oh, not with a cable that long. Oh, yeah, we can move the chair across. Well done. Through the magic of the cable. Is it again the same problem that we have with recovered phosphorus, that there are no standards for reusing the nitrogen? Is it the same problem again that we're all facing, that you create a solution that's energy efficient, leads to less pollution in the oceans, and yet the governments haven't woken up to it yet? Is this what we got, Jan or Anna?
Well, partly, but not fully.
Okay.
I think this methodology we can start at least with our solution.
Aha.
Because we have an intermediate product that's okay since July 14 this year. So here, actually, we are ready to go.
Okay, thank God. I thought it was going to be the same problem. What about, you mentioned Mumbai, Anna, that you're working in Mumbai in India. Is this the sort of idea that you could take to a large city like Mumbai?
I think they first have to actually implement a wastewater treatment plant.
Ah, so, they don't even have one yet.
No, exactly. Oh, they have, but it's really not working. So the first step is actually to really capture all the wastewater that is, running through the city.
Okay. Okay.
But then I think we can definitely. They do have money to invest. They are investing in this in the municipality of Mumbai. So there is money.
Okay.
And money is needed for the technology.
Exactly, exactly. How much nitrogen can we produce in the European Union from harvesting from wastewater and not releasing it to the oceans? What's the potential?
I mean, it is a significant potential. And I think this is the beauty of the technology that we have, that it's scalable. You can multiply it. You know, in theory, only in Europe is 12,000 plants that can apply this technology. Then it will be significant, of course. But it's not only to produce the white ammonia, but I think also, as John Buur Christensen correctly says, it's really the emissions of N2O. Or
well, the emissions,
that
yes.
is, of course, is a big issue.
Yeah.
You know, Mark Sutton, all his numbers are mind-blowing, but he has statistics saying that 2% of the total greenhouse gas emissions is from production of the fertilizers. Another 5% of the total carbon dioxide equivalents is from emissions of N2O. So 7% of global carbon dioxide equivalents, that's a significant number. And that really needs to be worked on here.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think sometimes governments, have wrapped their head around the circularity of all this. I mean, we've got the circularity of nonsense, and then we've got the circularity of creativity here. You could reduce, synthetic fertilizers. I'm sure the fossil fuel industry would be upset by that, but we can do that. And then we can reduce nitrous oxide, whatever, laughing gas emissions from the water treatment plants. So it's a win-win-win all the way around, and we don't end up releasing nitrogen and phosphorus out to the coastal waters and then out to the oceans. It doesn't make sense not to take up these ideas. All right, I'm going to have to leave it there, guys, because we're moving ahead so fast. Maureen? Okay. We'll hold it. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye. Okay, we've been talking about the sea, but let's go a little bit more closely to it. This story of nitrogen, this story of phosphorus, this story of pollution into the oceans also links us to another area of our, you might say, industrial processes, some of our agricultural processes. How do we produce more fish within planetary boundaries? Let's kickstart this session with what we're calling a keynote, but we can make it a Q&A as well. This time from, Mina. Somebody has not given you a full name here, so I'm very embarrassed by that. So you're going to come up right now anyway and tell us what you're called. Grab your microphone. Why does somebody just put Mina? There is a last name to this lady. Mina what?
Hi, good evening. My name is Mina Epps, and I am from IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature.
And you're head of ocean at the Center for Conservation Action.
Absolutely.
Okay, fantastic. Mina, oceans and seas were critical, right? Absolutely, for climate action, but they're under a great deal of stress, including algal blooms, deoxygenated regions or dead zones, overfishing. The list is very long. What's going on? And is there some way of giving us a glimpse in say, under 10 minutes or so of what's going on, but also what we can do about it? Thanks.
Great. So, yeah, thanks again. Lovely to be here in Sharm El-Sheikh. And we're actually here as well because It's been a long journey, but it wasn't actually until the last COP when really the role of the ocean, the important role of the ocean in both climate change adaptation and mitigation was officially recognized and got into kind of the Glasgow Pact. The NGO community and others has been working since, you know, COP15 in Copenhagen to started talking about blue carbon and, you know, the ocean space. So we are moving forward slowly. And you think, why are the oceans so important for the climate change? Well, we know that the ocean is absolutely crucial for regulating our climate. As Antonio Gutierrez said, it is our life support system, you know, in terms of producing oxygen, regulating climate, producing food security, transporting our food, all the goods and services that are brought. And what's also often highlighted is the ocean's fantastic service of absorbing the CO2 from the atmosphere. But we don't want the ocean to absorb more CO2. It's had enough. And the ocean is becoming more sour, warmer, and ultimately breathless. So the importance of the ocean bringing us all these benefits as well, but it is in a terrible state in the sense of looking at the major pressures and threats to the ocean. It is pollution, overfishing, and habitat destruction, as well as climate change. This is all being exacerbated by climate change. And we often talk about ocean warming, and then later about ocean acidification, basically from absorbing all the CO2. And then about deoxygenation. The average level of dissolved oxygen in the ocean is decreasing. And as well, we also have something called marine heat waves. Fairly a new concept or phenomena in the scientific world. And a marine heat wave is basically same as what we have on land, but is basically a higher temperature than average over a longer period of time. And it kind of move, and it can hit the coast. So why is this important? We can predict them. And that's really important. For example, if you're in the aquaculture business and you want to put out your seedling, if a marine heat wave is coming, that would ruin it. So you might plan or adapt. And the sad thing is, when it comes to the ocean, a lot of the time it's about adapting. Marine heat waves have become 10 times more intense and have increased 50% in frequency. Now, what implication does that have? It actually increases also the extreme weather events. It contributes to biodiversity loss, habitat destruction, etc. But it has a real implication for biodiversity as well and the ecosystem functioning as a whole. So we need to have a healthy and thriving ocean. Now, if we go back again to deoxygenation, like what causes this? So we know that, for example, if you have the hypernutrification or basically coming into the ocean from land-based sources, so land-based pollution, will then actually, you know, causing the algal bloom, which consume all the oxygen. So you end up having all these anoxic or hyperoxic events or zones in the ocean. That doesn't just happen in the coastal areas from nutrient pollution. There is also climate change-derived deoxygenation. And how do they then interact with each other? It's a very, very dangerous, you know, cocktail. So we like to call them the climate change multi-stressors. And to give some example, like one, whether it's a marine heat wave or a hyperoxic event, it has happened that it's wiped up 95% of a kelp ecosystem outside the coast of Tasmania. You can have coral biodiversity outside of Panama being wiped up 75% in one go. Large fish kills. And this is all over the world. So for a human being, it might not seem to be a lot if the average oxygen level decreases by 2, 3, or 4%. But it's significant. And there's a lot of regional differences. In some areas, it could be 30 or 40%. So at the COP in Madrid, which they call the Blue COP, which was held in Madrid, was in 2019, we released a report which was called Deoxygenation. It was 67 scientists, and they wrote 28 different chapters. And one that I think that people can relate to more is that the impact on fisheries that has. So just like you anyone would do, you would move or you would migrate to more favorable condition, to more oxygen-rich waters or nutrient-rich. So what we're seeing is really around the equator, which is where the fish is important for food security, the biomass is actually decreasing. And there are some alarming reports saying it could be up to 30 or 70%, depending on which model you apply. So there is that kind of shift away from the equator. But so the climate change impacts fish in terms of both the geographical distribution, species composition, etc. And fisheries are already really under a lot of stress from overfishing. So what we need to do is really to look at, you know, adaptive management. We need to management. We've saturated our fisheries in terms of wild capture in the 90s already. But what we're seeing is that aquaculture is picking up, and that's growing and is one of the most rapid growing food sectors. And what we've heard here all today is to talk about, I've been to so many panels talking about sustainable blue economy. And everybody's looking to the ocean for solutions. And they're looking at blue bonds, blue foods, you know, marine renewable energies, and tourism, etc., these sectors. But they really are forgetting the most important one, and that's really the blue natural capital. That's what we need to invest in. And it's estimated to be worth 24 trillion in value. So how can we capitalize and opportunity for us? But we need to have a healthy ocean that can thrive. So that's one of the things. It's a nature-based solution.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think this is where the link comes, because you're absolutely right. There is a huge opportunity with the oceans for all kinds of economic and additional economic activity to benefit humans. But if we can have a healthy ocean, and quite rightly, as you say, fish and other things are under a lot of stress right now from climate change, but also from pollution from the land, but also pollution from aquaculture itself, which of course we need for protein, because we've overfished the oceans, and so in some ways we're stepping up aquaculture to fill the gap. So we need to, again, it's all in the round, isn't it? How would you actually start picking off all the stressors, create healthy natural fish stocks, but also supplement them with healthy, produced, non-polluting aquaculture? And I think this is where we're coming with the next bit of the story, where we're weaving in, because we're going to learn about a project in Norway where they are dealing with creating sustainable aquaculture, which should be quite exciting. Per, I'm going to ask you in a little bit about this, but come up on stage first, please. Because tell us a little bit about this. Reflect a little bit on what Mina's just said in terms of the stresses on the oceans, but it is the place where we could have great economic activity if we create healthy oceans and stop pollution from the land and the coastal waters.
I totally agree. This is one of the biggest challenges that we are facing. And we now rely on producing more in the aquaculture, because the lands, we are destroying the lands, we are polluting the lands, we are using the best land to build our cities on. And this is a huge, huge challenge. And at the same time, destroying the abilities to produce the food in the aquaculture. And coming back to the previous session about the nitrogen, I know that I was doing a keynote on behalf of Professor Mark Sutton for his Asian hub, and I know that several countries contact me directly afterwards and said, how fast can we have this? Because the nitrogen issue is destroying the ability to produce food in the coastal regions, and that is a challenge. What we'll see very soon now is that we have a solution in place in Norway, if I'm going to go into that one. And what we have for many years, we have been collecting dead fish from fish farms, but we have now developed a solution together in a partnership with 3 other companies that can collect the fish poo or the fish sludge in fish farms. And to be honest, the amount of methane or energy that we can produce from just Norwegian fish farms are 2 terawatt hours. So that's a huge amount of energy. But then we also have the nitrogen and the phosphorus. So I think we'll soon see an example of that one.
We're going to see a film right now that's going to talk about this breakthrough, but also I think bearing in mind all the benefits, plus it's stopping all that waste going into the coastal waters and adding a further load onto the ocean. So
every year, 9,000 tons of phosphorus are just thrown out into the fjords in Norway with current fish production, and this will ruin the possibility to produce fish.
Yeah.
So in order to produce more fish, if we're going to increase that, we need to take up the sludge. That is for sure.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to roll the film. Stay with me, Mina, here. And Per, you can take a seat. Let's watch the video.
The aquaculture industry has an important role in the world's food production. And in the years to come, we will be dependent on aquaculture to achieve the UN sustainability goals for food production to an ever-growing world population. Therefore, Norwegian authorities want a doubling of Norwegian fish farming by 2030 and a 5-fold increase by 2050. A prerequisite for such production growth is sustainable farming methods, and the industry's footprint below sea level is a decisive factor. Aral, a collaboration among suppliers, now offers a technological world's first that makes it possible to collect sludge from open cages before turning the sludge into important raw material for production of bioenergy and fertilizer. The new system offers a comprehensive solution for the collection of bio-waste in the fish cage, safe intermediate storage and efficient logistics right up to processing into a new product. Aral, which is behind the solution, is a collaboration between the companies Lift Up, AquaPro, Rheincells Havbruck and Amorphiel Process Technology. The actual collection of biological waste happens by use of patented sludge collection technology, where specially designed lift-up hats safely and efficiently suck up feed residues and other biological waste from the bottom of the fish cage. Up on the feed raft, the collected sludge is mechanically filtered and dewatered, and then pumped into a specially designed floating storage tank. We then arrange for collection by tanker, ensuring further dewatering and analysis of the sludge before efficient distribution to producers of bioenergy.
All produksjon av matfisk skjer jo langs kysten vår. I dag har vi utslipp av feses, matrester under meren som lager et fotavtrykk der nede, som vi nå kan med vår teknologi hindre at det kommer til bunns. Vi tar det opp igjen og lager produkter som energi og gjødsel, slik at det skal være mer bærekraft for oppdretter og for samfunnet generelt. Konkurransekraften til norsk matfiskproduksjon ligger i å produsere i åpne merder i fjordene. Så denne løsningen vil da gi styrket konkurransekraft til næringen og mindre fotavtrykk og bedre bærekraft i sin helhet.
Okay, well, I never thought I'd be that interested in fish poo, but I actually did pay attention, and it's very, very interesting. I just want to ask the technical team, is there another video with the chairman of the NCE Seafood Industry? Okay, so could we just see this, listen to Einar Vathner, I think it is, chairman of NCE Seafood Innovation. Let's see that first.
So it's well known that the land area we have today is already overexploited and have limited capacity to grow when it comes to food production. The opposite is the situation with the oceans. There are still only 5% of the food that we eat that comes from the oceans, and we can harvest more. We cannot harvest more of wild stocks, but aquaculture is a part of the solution. And with aquaculture, we are using the ocean to grow food by feeding them, by harvesting then that food, and that is a part of the solution. Aquaculture has also its challenges, but when we are doing aquaculture more controlled by collecting waste streams, we have the opportunity to make also aquaculture more sustainable. Waste streams like the sludge can be used for food purposes, as fertilizer or as energy. That will also improve food production and improve sustainability in aquaculture. The aquaculture industry, as all other industries and especially food production, has a duty to be efficient in its use of resources. And when we have open systems for fish farming, there is a byproduct, or we could call it sludge, that is dispersed to the environment. By collecting this sludge, we are doing a double purpose. We reduce the pollution to the environment, and we also collect a resource that can be used for different purposes, for energy production, as fertilizer, or even for food or feed production. That is a win-win and is what we call upcirculation.
So let's have a little chat. We haven't got a long time left, but I just wondered, you mentioned to me, Mina, that with IUCN there is a kind of blue innovation fund that you have that's trying to find solutions to problems in the oceans. Is resolving the issue of waste from fish farming something that might be considered like a blue innovation? Yeah.
Great question. I would say that the innovation, ocean innovation, is booming. It really is. I think that the challenge is that from the beginning it was really difficult, for example, because we're moving away not just foreign aid or philanthropy or multilateral development banks. If we really want to invest and look at entrepreneurs and new ideas and real solutions, you need to kind of invest in that in startups. You need to invest in venture capital. And it was quite risky, and also, but if you ask investors, like 9 out of 10 would want to invest in the ocean space, but there was very little guidance and also understanding how they can do it. So we really need to kind of feed that and nurture that innovation. So that's why you've seen there's a lot of challenges being run. We run together with the World Economic Forum, Ocean Challenges. But what we did was that we did some years ago, and actually using public money. So you can actually use public money as grants to actually help the entrepreneurs and developers that don't have that and can get into market. So we set up a Blue Natural Capital funding facility, where really what it does is that we could have different costs. And they were not prescribed. As you said, it could be related to waste or mangroves or offshore. I mean, it's really about having a kind of a conservation project that is also could be investable because you're bringing a specific solutions that you can then test and bring to scale, bring to market and bring to scale.
Right. So this one's probably already now at market, so it's probably, but there may be others looking at this kind of innovation in Norway, for example, in Africa, companies and elsewhere, that might say, aha, maybe we could do something with this as well to reduce the impact into the oceans from aquaculture, which is clearly going to grow. I mean, it's absolutely obvious that it's going to grow, and it could become a bigger problem than it already is right now if you don't have these solutions.
Yeah. But one thing to really, where there could be a role, so this excellent innovation that we've seen, for example, from Norway, is also a big part, is also the kind of capacity building and technical assisted and managerial. So we're also trying to build like a cohort and basically see how can this be done? How can you transport and the transfer of this technology? So I really think there is a lot of space for that. But it's true, this particular doesn't need that capital. And there was a lot that were too mature for us. But we need to kind of invest early on in the nursery and all the way through. But the challenge is really bringing this to scale. And we heard so much here about, let's go to the ocean for the solution, but we must very carefully consider any potential trade-offs.
Yeah.
Right, that is really key.
Yeah. Jan, come in on this. I mean, tell us about this story. I mean, where's it going to go from here? It's not just Norway, is it?
I mean, absolutely not. But so what they've really done, of course, is that they've concentrated it up from a very dilute solution. 4 companies coming together with different mindset and different ways. So now it becomes a raw material. And still, I have to say, in legislation, this is still a waste. This is not a raw material. So it sits on the same problems that we discussed earlier, that nitrogen just passed, but this one needs to cross it. Right. So here, legislator needs to understand this can actually be a raw material. And the volumes are not insignificant. 9,000 tons of P or phosphor is a lot. That is, more than 3 times Swedish consumption on land. And it's
coming from the fish
for
farms.
Agriculture. Could be, yeah. And today, of course, it's been, that's why they cannot grow fish farming, because if you put all of that to the bottom of the sea, then they will die. The sea bottom will die, I think.
Yeah.
So you need to take it up as well. And of course, you know, the best would be if it would be fully circular, and you produce gas from it, and then you produce a feed for the fish based on the phosphorus and the nitrogen in it. So,
tell me
that
something.
is possible, and that's not happened yet. That
okay, because this
now.
again is a government legislation catching up with the innovation.
And innovation on land.
Yeah.
They've done a big step with the ocean piece already.
Yeah.
Which is unique and it's fantastic. But you need to take the same step now on land.
This has been a thread running through before you came, Mina, which is with many of these innovations of recovering stuff from water treatment works and things like that, the government's policy is a bit behind because, for example, potassium, which they can now recover in the Nordic region, that normally comes from mines in Western Sahara and then is shipped large distances with big carbon footprints. And even though it's more contaminated than the stuff that they're now harvesting out of the water treatment works, it's still not fully allowed in certain countries in the European Union, which is like the test bed for all this, because it's like, where did it come from? Oh, it came from sewage sludge. It didn't come from...
It must be based on the quality of the product and not on the origin.
Not on the origin of the product. So this is the kind of big philosophical, not philosophical, policy debate right now. But let me ask you, on this development on the fish farms in Norway, you've now got interest from Scotland and Chile.
Absolutely, and many locations. You probably know them better than I do, but there's not just for Norway. But of course, you need to prove the case in one location. So there's a big opportunity for Norway in the first place. Yeah. And then, of course, it can grow globally. And I think for all these technologies, because you invest so much money in it, you need to have it scalable so you can repeat it and do it over again and so on. But you need to start somewhere. And I think Norway is an excellent place to start with this.
So Mina, thank you very much for being with us. I know it's been a kind of, it's a kind of different kind of conversation. It's because we're actually talking about solutions and companies with solutions and right at the cutting edge of innovation, but also delivering these solutions right now. And then there's this kind of interesting policy debate going around whether these solutions are, you know, acceptable within a certain jurisdiction. And it's quite fascinating stuff. I don't know if it's another slowing down of the process in a sense.
Well, I think that's always a challenge with innovation, right? Because in terms of kind of potentially legal blind spots. So we have the same with novel food, so to say, and the EU legislation doesn't cover it. So I think that's kind of a common problem. I think in the context here of the COP27 and climate change, I think it's much more, it's not talking about these kinds of solution, innovation, and bringing to scale. There is the nature-based solutions and getting into text. The other debate is actually the CDR, so carbon dioxide removal. And that is the place in the negotiation where ocean comes up as the solution. Yeah,
yes, exactly. Good, all right. Thank you very much, Mina. Thank you very much, Jan. I'm going to ask you both to leave the stage now. And we're almost at the end of our 2 hours, probably slightly over now. And bring back, oh no, Jan, I'm going to bring you back again. Sorry, Mina, thank you very much indeed. Jan, you come back. And it's Jan and Per on stage. Where do we go from here? Give us some reflections on these segments we've just had.
I think that's Anna Lundbom's statement about policymakers. Listen, there are solutions available. Make sure that you enable it, create the demand, and don't be afraid. We from business are not that you don't need to fear us. That is one big thing. And of course, here we talk about circularity. And we know that circular solutions will not only reduce our CO2 footprint, but it will reduce our risk of overshoot any of the planetary boundaries. So it's good for the biodiversity, it's good for the nitrogen and phosphorus cycle, and so forth. So that is my really conclusion. Policymakers, listen and please enable circular solutions.
Jan?
Yeah, a little bit hopeful because I see it here at COP. You know, it's a lot of discussions this time about agriculture, about food, and about water. So the understanding that it's not just the energy production that's going to make or break a 1.5 target, it is also how you actually produce food, how you handle water, and whether it's in the ocean or on the land. So I'm a little bit hopeful. I think this will be, you know, somebody has said that during COVID you can take decisions really quickly. I heard a Dutch energy minister saying you know, we managed now to take a decision on a permit for an LNG plant in 6 months. Okay, that's fossil. Why can't we do it for alternatives that is green instead?
Yeah. I think what I've learned is that it's maybe, it can't really be step by step, but I think that the concept of circularity, we're still fighting governments that think in a linear way. And they kind of wake up at certain moments and go, oh, we could do that. Oh, we could do that. Instead of listening to the fact that actually you could do all these things in a circular way, straight away, rather than just adding bits in the circular chain and going around like a daisy chain like kids did when we were kids, right?
Yeah. And I couldn't help myself in one of these discussions we had. Somebody said, like you said now, chain. Yeah. Maybe it's not the chain, actually it's a circle. So maybe we should talk about value circles or supply circles.
Value circles rather than value chains,
yes,
yeah.
Because that's in a way, that's the word that comes from the linear economy.
Yeah.
If we're going to end with just one thing, I would say that in the documents, in the negotiation documents, there's hardly circularity mentioned. But what I would like to say is that in many of the side sessions, and we have many organizations that are really stepping up and say circularity will be the only way forward if we're going to succeed with the 1.5 degree ambition. So I hope the next COP will have both circularity on the agenda and also that we see NDCs, national determined contributions, that include also circular dimensions.
Yeah. Good, gentlemen. Thank you to all our guests, wherever you are right now, somewhere in the world, for being with us and joining us. I think it was an interesting discussion, and I hope that the audience, who aren't scientists or necessarily experts in this, learnt something. Good night.
Welcome back to the COP27 Climate Hub, everyone. My name is Sarah. I'll be your host for this last segment of today. It's been a very enriching day today, talking about water and gender with our different partners in Sharm El-Sheikh. And for this last section, we'll talk with someone that is covering these two topics in our work, but we'll also look at something that has been a topic that has been very talked about since the beginning of COP, which is climate education. So let me bring to you Dr. Gemma Su via Zoom, and hopefully she'll appear here.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I don't see you, but I'm good. Let's see. Oh, here you are. Welcome. Thank you for joining us today.
No, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure.
So Dr. Gemma Su is a lecturer of the environment and disaster at Manchester University, and she's also a co-author of a fantastic graphic novel that named Everyday Story About Climate Change. And she's joining us today to talk about more about this work and its impact. So please, could you tell us more about who you are and what is your field of expertise first, so we know a bit more?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'm a geographer, a development geographer, and at the University of Manchester, I specialise in the everyday geographies of climate change and disasters. So really that means looking at how low-income families experience the impacts of climate change on their everyday lives, and the hidden moments or mundane experiences of climate change that are often overlooked in mainstream media. And my work is mainly focused in South America and the Caribbean.
Okay, I know you've been doing research in Puerto Rico after a hurricane, and that's why the first graphic novel you wrote, I think. That's correct?
Yeah. So I did a one-year study after Hurricane Maria, which devastated Puerto Rico in 2017, just following 20 families in one particular neighborhood and seeing how the challenges, the opportunities, the different ways that they were impacted by the hurricane and how they recovered. And then turn that into a little graphic novella which came out in 2019. And it really, the purpose of it was to shine a light on these hidden ways that people recover from disasters and how often, as everybody I'm sure who's been involved in the COP will know, that a lot of the responsibility is put on the shoulders of low-income families to recover from the impacts of climate change. So that was the real purpose of the first one. And the second one, which we can see there on the screen, really carries on that ethos of shining a light on hidden everyday life with climate change.
Yeah, I really love the graphic novel, and I grew up reading comics. And for me, it always seemed like the perfect medium to communicate complex ideas to a large audience. So I think we really need this kind of new format in the climate debate. And last week we had 3 youth activists that joined us here in this part of the show, actually, and they all really asked for climate education to put this on the agenda because it's been missing so far. Do you think it's been something that has been completely ignored in the whole climate debate generally?
I wouldn't want to say it's been completely ignored, but I think there's a lot of room for improvement. So a lot of the way that climate change is taught is through abstract ideas. Sea level is rising. The planet is getting warmer. The rainfall patterns are more unpredictable. But we often don't hear about what are the actual tangible ways that those abstract processes impact on people across the world. I think that social science perspective or research is missing in a lot of the climate change curriculum. So because it's taught through STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and maths. So my collaborators and I, we were trying to help fill that gap from a social science perspective to show from the level of lived experience, really. That was our agenda with it, to support climate change curriculum educators.
That's great. I'm a social scientist myself, so I can really understand that. Do you think this is the way we can make people empathize with people that we don't really know? I don't know anyone living in Barbuda, but reading your books, I can really understand what are their realities and what they're facing.
Yeah, that's a lot of the comics studies scholars, they would say that the culture of comics and graphic novels is to focus on first-person perspectives from the level of lived experience. So the idea is to offer a sort of portal into people's experience of climate change or whatever the story may be. So a part of that agenda is to create, you know, more fully rounded characters so that you can, have that empathy. That is a key agenda of graphic illustration is to bring that empathic response in viewers by showing people's complexity through their personality, showing people with style, humor, the way that they talk differently, the way that they may have different social relationships. So that's, I would agree with you that is an agenda of the comic, and we really hope that, you know, it will allow people to understand people's experiences in these 5 different contexts that we're focusing on in the comic.
So your novel depicts rupture and crisis, but it also shows resilient communities that are, you know, organizing themselves, empowering each other to get out of it. Was it very important for you to show this hopeful part as well, especially maybe for teaching to children, in a way?
Yes, that's a really good question, because it's you're trying to toe the line of showing resilience or showing that people have strategies to adapt and recover. But on the other hand, we didn't want to go overboard and romanticize that and depoliticize it and you know, absolve governments and different organizations from responsibility. So we were really trying to make sure that, yes, we're showing there is innovation and strategies at the grassroots level among families across the world, but also there's a huge gap or a lot to be answered for in terms of government support or, you know, international support from different organizations. That was another key part of it.
Sorry, I lost my earpiece, but I still hear you here. So you're not at COP, but in the safety of your home. Do you have any hopes or wishes for this COP27?
Gosh, that's a difficult question. I mean, from the perspective of what, the research that I do, I think it's really, really important that the people who are impacted by climate change are given the microphone. I think that's really, really important. And I know that's an agenda COP's been really trying to promote that. I think that's often missing in a lot of debates, is those who are being impacted across the world, the most, you know, low income and the most vulnerable, having the space to bring their ideas and bring their concerns forward. I think it's a really a key part of what I hope for with COP. I think, the COP's actually doing a great job at that to a large extent.
Okay, thank you, Gemma. I think your work is so important, and I would encourage everyone to read your book. And I also wanted to say you're not the only author. There are 3 other authors, which are Adiba Nureina Risha, Gina Zirvogel, and of course the illustrator, Kat Sims. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much.
And now let's bring back some of our recurring guests here, Geoffrey Mboya and Nika Gerona, that might be somewhere around here. They are our youth activists, and they tend to disappear when we need them, but here they are. Have a seat. Okay, Nika, I know you had some climate love to give today, so please tell us more.
Yes, so today is Water Day, and aside from the Children and Youth Pavilion, this is actually the first time that we have a Water Day at COP. And as someone from the Philippines whose majority of the population rely on unsafe and unsustainable water resources, discussion about water is really important to me, especially on water scarcity, drought, water resource management. And it's actually funny that water is one of the overlooked topics in climate change, which should not be, because it is one of the most critical resources that we need in our lives. So I would love to give my climate love to the organizers of COP this year for highlighting and supporting the significance of water and climate. Yeah.
That's very good, thank you. And that's very true. It's one of the topics that is often ignored, but so important to all of us. We all need water.
Yeah.
So, and you, Geoffrey, what did you learn today?
Yeah, well, for me, I was at the city's pavilion, and I would like to give a climate love to Uganda Lajandara initiative. They have a practical rain water harvesting systems. So they are actually helping to support vulnerable communities by providing water solution at the community level. And they have a massive opportunity to even support many other neighborhoods in their community. So actually it shows there is a solution to addressing water challenges, especially where we have water shortages, we have these kind of issues. And it's very interesting for me to follow through this discussion, as I come from a neighborhood in Nairobi where it's an urban informal settlement where many people struggle on a daily basis to have access to safe, adequate, and clean water. And speaking on that, I would like to see further meaningful discussions that are geared towards addressing water challenges in urban informal settlement, especially in Nairobi, where there's a huge problem. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, and on top of water, it's also hygiene. Like these two topics are very linked. Yeah, it's good that COP is finally focusing on them. So thank you for sharing. Now we'll go to our hubs around the world. So let's see if we can bring Stockholm with us. Hi, Stockholm. Is Åsa Sandberg with us today?
Hi, Sarah. Can you hear me?
I hear you loud and clear.
Awesome. Hi. Thank you for a very good program today. I am going to give some climate love and some climate warnings out this evening. It's obviously been gender and water focused on this day, and that's where my climate love and climate warnings are going to go as well. So I'm going to start with my climate love here. And my climate love today on the Water Day is going to go to an organization called CBOS, who have also been on our broadcast, I think, as well. And CBOS, it's a collaboration, actually, between the 10 of the world's largest seafood companies. And they collaborate with science to implement a joint vision to develop a more sustainable seafood production and improve ocean health. And I think this is extraordinary and really inspiring to see 10 of these big corporations, big companies go together, break the silos, don't think about competition, really go together to collaborate, to be strong and do impact on this very important topic. So they are going to get my climate love today. And when it comes to my climate warning, we've spoken about gender today, we've spoken about the importance of it, and I want to give my climate warning to all companies out there that say that they are sustainable, but have not yet included neither gender or diversity into their company strategies. This, to me, right now, 2022, is just not on at all. We live in a diverse world, and we hear constantly that we need to break the unconscious biases to get there. We need to be brave, but we do live in a diverse world where that's just reality. So it's not at all about being brave. It should just be natural. So for me, the climate warning goes to all these companies that say that they are sustainable, but do not include these in their strategies. And without that, I do not think that you can call yourself sustainable.
That's very true. And I very much agree with you, Elsa. There's so much diversity here at COP, so many people, so many women and men. But then in the end, we only mostly listen to the white men. So let's move on to Washington, D.C. now.
Let's move on to the white man in Washington, D.C. I totally agree with you. I think we need many fewer people like me and definitely more diversity and more women. I think that would definitely help us take us out of this climate crisis. Thank you for another great day of broadcasting. I really enjoyed the content, hearing about education, awareness raising, the importance of including diversifying genders, and so on. I would like to give my climate warning to all the countries and actors that are working against the 1.5 degree Celsius target that we just heard about earlier today on our broadcast, that there are strong powers trying to make the language coming out of COP27 weaker and be more similar to the language from the 2015 Paris Agreement. And I think this is very, very dangerous because the science is clear. We need 1.5 degrees. It's a limit. It's not a target. So big climate warning to everyone who's working against that. And then I would like to give my climate love to all the people signing up to the We Can Do It campaign, because I think the best way to counter the movement that's trying to remove the 1.5 degree target is by making people believe that the 1.5 degree target is still in reach. And I think that if we all believe that we can do it and we work together, then we already have the solution. So we just need to get to work.
Yes, Simon. And if you haven't joined the We Can Do It campaign yet, do it. It's very easy. And you can come with us at the Nature Positive Pavilion, take your picture and share it on social media. #WeCanDoIt, #COP27. Thank you, Simon, for sharing. And now let's go to Nairobi. Hi, Nairobi. How are you today? Do you have any climate love and warning to give me? I can't hear you. So we can't hear you right now. I can see you giving a climate warning, but that's all. Okay. Let's talk about these people a bit more, Simon, that you send a climate warning to. I know we had a great session today with different people like Katrin Ayo and Ingmar from We Don't Have Time, Johan Falk from Exponential World Map. So you can also sign this initiative that Women Business has been taking, which is for you. You can sign and say that you want to actually keep the 1.5 limit alive. So think about doing that on top of joining the We Can Do It campaign. Anything else you would like to add, guys?
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely go sign the agreement or sign it. I think more than 200 businesses worldwide, including companies like IKEA and other global companies, have signed it. So it's already a lot of people and companies are speaking up. And as we know here in Washington, D.C., where we're full of lobbyists, we know that cash is king. So if we can get more companies to sign up and really show support for climate action, then I think the policymakers will follow. So definitely, if you work for a company or whoever you are, just talk to people and encourage them to sign up for this, because 1.5 degrees is a limit, not a goal.
Yes, I think Katrin Ayo say we can't compromise anymore. This is just what we need to have, nothing more than that. What do you think, Åsa?
No, but I agree with what you actually just said there, Sarah. We cannot compromise anymore. And we heard in the last week, actually, we heard Professor Johan Rockström said exactly the same. Like, we cannot compromise with nature. goal just have to stick. There is no alternative. So all the companies that sign up to this is showing that there is actually possibility to join forces. And we all know, breaking the silos and doing it together, that's how we're going to get there. We need to collaborate. We cannot just sit in our silos. So by signing up, you're showing that you're a front runner. You really want to act and do something. And it's not just on a piece of paper, on a strategy somewhere. You're actually doing something. And that's what we need to do. We can all do it. So join us and sign up.
Guess collaboration is the new leadership, like we say, right? Quite often.
Absolutely.
So let's see if Nairobi is with us now. Okay, well, let's end up today with climate action, as we just mentioned. I will show a video from a Kenyan artist named Halisi Monray. The video is named Fresh and Clean, and it's an anthem to SDG number 13, which is the SDG for climate action. So let's watch that, and that's the end of today's broadcast. See you tomorrow.
To give nature true love. Fresh and clean, keep the environment fresh and clean. With no plastics, we need a world with no plastics. Goes perfectly, we found the earth made perfectly. Fresh wavy seas, snowy icy mountains full of trees. Fresh and clean, keep the environment fresh and clean. With no plastics, we need a world with no plastics. Goes perfectly, we found the earth made perfectly. Fresh wavy seas, snowy icy mountains full of trees. Every day climate change is always a debate. Anyway, after talking this remain the same. It's a shame some people keep thinking it's a game. In the grave, so we end up with we putting blames on each other, cause together we have a role to play. We have a role to play. Najivunia hii dunia, najitolea kulinda mazingira. Najivunia hii dunia, na najitolea kulinda mazingira. So yeah, let us come together and create a new world, cause I know that we got the power to give nature true love. Oh yeah, let us come together and create a new world, cause I know that we got the power to give nature true love. To give nature true love. Fresh and clean, keep the environment fresh and clean. With no plastics, we need a world with no plastics. Goes perfectly, we found the earth made perfectly. Fresh wavy seas, snowy icy mountains full of trees. Fresh and clean, keep the environment fresh and clean. With no plastics, we need a world with no plastics. Goes fresh and clean. Keep the environment fresh and clean.